It had been 8 years. Her life had been hard and she had acted cautiously with every step that she had taken. Taking Chowie along with her, she had single-handedly and tirelessly worked with determination. She even had the intention to clear her parents' names. However, never before had someone told her this. Willing to shoulder these burdens with her. It was as though at this moment, Shen Liangchuan was giving her a sense of comfort and warmth after having walked alone by herself in the darkness for the longest time. Xiao Lian looked at that Shen Liangchuan. Then she hurriedly nodded her head. When they both finally calmed down, Song Cheng, who had been as quiet as air, finally spoke. You both, after that tender and affectionate moment, I was going to start crying. Brother Shen, you have offended the investor. How are you going to continue filming this movie? In this day and age, the investor called the shots and had the absolute right to speak up. Shen Liangchuan's current identity was just that of a famous actor. How would he be able to compete with him? One short sentence and suddenly the entire atmosphere in the car turned heavy with gloom. After a brief pause, Shen Liangchuan finally spoke. Different situations call for different actions. Things that haven't happened yet, we won't worry about for now. His gaze was firm and determined, which brought along with him a sense of confidence that the average person usually would not have. Lu Nan's was one of the top tyrants in Jiangnan? He smiled and figured that no one had ever told Xiao Lian that, once upon a time, he himself had also been one of the top tyrants in Beijing. Even though he had nothing now, he was never afraid. The three of them returned to join the filming crew. First, Shen Liangchuan took Xiao Lian to the hotel where he was staying. After Song Cheng left, Shen Liangchuan then proceeded to embrace her waist. He was able to tell that ever since his woman had seen Lu Nan's, she had been unable to ease her worries and had been perpetually frowning. Shen Liangchuan sighed. He could only gently and bit by bit kiss her face, in an attempt to help her relax. The estrangement between the two of them seemed to have disappeared in an instant. It seemed that Xiao Lian had become afraid. When he was kissing her, she suddenly lifted her foot a little to respond to him. Passion gradually ignited amidst the gentle flame. After venting out her worries without restraints, Xiao Lian lay in bed, weak and powerless. Shen Liangchuan was propping up his head using his hand. His other hand was gently caressing her back. He was very patient and did not inquire, neither did he force her to explain. However, Xiao Lian gradually opened up. When I was a child, the Qiao family was also very influential in Jiangnan. I Qiaoyi, Sun Linen, Lu Nan's and some other prominent children used to play together often. As we were all about the same age in school, we as tyrants called the shots. Lu Nan's was the most overbearing one, and was known to be the leader among us. Lu Nan's has always been vicious to others. However, with our small group there was always some form of leniency towards us. But then our Qiao family's property collapsed in the end. I overheard my dad and mom's conversation one night before school. As I had seen that the light in my dad's study was still turned on, I stepped closer and found out that they suspected that it had been the Lu family who had been behind the matter. But they did not have any evidence. The next day when I came back home after school, our whole house had been engulfed in flames. Dad and Mom perished in the fire. Qiaoyi broke his leg while attempting to save them. When she finished speaking, Xiao Lian's eyes were already filled with tears. I suspect that it was the Lu family who was behind this. When Shen Liangchuan heard this, he stretched out his hand to touch her head. With a determined gaze he said, "We will go look for evidence if there isn't any." Xiao Lian nodded. At this moment, Shen Liangchuan's cell phone rang. It was Song Cheng on the other end of the line. "Brother Shen, this is bad. The investor is saying that he wants a replacement for the male lead, as you left without any reason in the middle of filming. Anyone who starred in a film would sign some sort of contract. During filming, actors are not allowed to leave the filming location for no reason. These terms and conditions were, in reality, inconsequential to the celebrities. Who among the big-name celebrities did not come and go as they wished? It was only Shen Liangchuan who had never breached this particular term in the past. His serious attitude towards his work had always been praised among all the filming crews. The only exception had been when Xiao Lian and the team had played the match in Beijing. After Shen Liangchuan received her call, he had made a trip to salvage the situation out of concern. At that time, he had not told the director about it before flying back. It was also at that time that the investor had turned up. Hence, they discovered he was not on set and there was no way to cover up. But which filming crew would have dared to challenge Best Actor Shen? He always sold out the productions he worked on. Hence, that incident passed without another word. But now, Lu Nans was picking on this matter as an excuse to stop filming. And this piece of earth-shattering news had also been released on the internet. First, someone leaked that Best Actor Shen was playing prima donna with the filming crew. After this, a CCTV footage of him sneaking out of the filming location was spread. And they even found out how Best Actor Shen had taken off with the filming crew's car without a word. There were images and pictures of how he had pushed the filming crew's driver onto the ground. All at once, the internet exploded with such news. Although Best Actor Shen had always kept a low profile, he always had scores of fans. When they saw these news articles, they insisted that it was fake news. There was no way they would believe that Best Actor Shen would do these things. It has been 8 years since Best Actor Shen launched his career in the entertainment industry. He's always kept a low profile and hardly attracts any scandals. He has also earned a good reputation among the directors, so it's not possible that he changed overnight. If he had indeed of that sort of character, wouldn't it have shown earlier? I'm all for Best Actor Shen, don't slander my hubby. All sorts of supportive comments bombed the originator's Weibo post, making that post a trending topic. Meanwhile, in a villa somewhere, Lu Nan stood quietly on his balcony in his white bathrobe. He had just stepped out of the shower. He held a cigarette in his hand, from which he took a long and deep puff. The nicotine rushed into his lungs, giving him a new bout of energy. The perpetual half-smile that he carried on his face in public was now gone. His expression was frosty and full of vicious undercurrents. Trying to locate someone in a vast country like China was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But once there was a target, the search could be accelerated. On his desk now, there were pieces of news related to Shen Liangchuan and Xiao Lian. From Best Actor Shen's marriage to the identity of Mrs. Shen, everything had been kept out of the limelight. Even when at one point someone had been identified as Mrs. Shen, that woman had very quickly denied this matter on Weibo. All of these only proved that the marriage certificate from yesterday was real. She really was married. Lu Nan's expression turned severe as he contemplated this. How could she be married? For 8 years, he had been searching and waiting for her, while all this time she had been with another man. He clenched his fists tightly at this thought, his fury turning into a wild urge to inflict harm. At this point, his special assistant came up to him. "Sir, the task has been completed." Lu Nans nodded and said, "This is not enough, more needs to be done." The special assistant paused for a moment and nodded. "Sure, what would be next?" "What would be next?" Lu Nan's menacing smile returned. "Next, we'll wait for the prey to come to us." So what if she was married? Upon executing Lu Nan's instructions, all of the internet went into a frenzy. Initially, everyone had believed that Shen Liangchuan was innocent. However, stories came, one scandal after another, completely unexpected for the public. Right after the story on Best Actor Shen's prima donna behavior was published, a starlet by the name of Yang Lingxi came forward out of the blue to post an angry comment. "Yang Lingxi, finally people are speaking up. Best Actor Shen got rid of new actors and scared the living daylights out of people when he drove on the set. I admit that I offended him by using him to create hype. But he ruined my acting career with just a few words. This is karma, even though it has come a little late." Yang Lingxi herself had quite a few fans, so when she got into the accident back then, they made a big issue out of it. The moment she posted this on Weibo, there were users who instantly agreed and started to share and repost it in a big way. There were still a few counterattacks concerning Yang Lingxi's incident. However, following this, Wang Wenhao suddenly made a post. "Wang Wenhao, the Best Actor Shen that you guys think you know is actually an absolutely uncouth person. a SC** bag who uses physical violence readily. Any decent human wouldn't hit another person. When these two posts were published, they only circulated within a limited circle. But all of a sudden, a group seemed to have surfaced and turned these into headlines. It was obvious that they were a group of trollers. However, even well-known VIP users began to post on Weibo. News don't appear out of nowhere. Best Actor Shen has always kept a low profile, but all of a sudden there are so many incidences. It's unlikely that it's just Yang Lingxi and Wang Wenhao seeking revenge. Even the filming crew is saying things, so I do believe some of these incidences did really happen. For now, we just hope that Best Actor Shen's team will provide us with a reasonable explanation. Why did you push the crew driver onto the ground and drove away with the car? And what was your reason for hitting a fellow colleague in the presence of so many people? If that person has done something wrong, you could have called the police. If violence can solve problems, why do we still need the police? As a public figure, you have the responsibility to set an example. By doing this, are you teaching our youth to settle their problems with their fists? At once, all sorts of comments started to fly. Shen Liangchuan had become a scurrying mouse that everyone wanted to hit. By the time Qiao Lian found out about this, it was the next morning. Shen Liangchuan had already departed from the hotel and left behind a note for her, instructing her to stay with the filming crew and to wait. She went almost crazy with anxiety at this point. All of this, without a doubt, had been the work of Lu Nan's. She bit her lip. Just as she was pondering what to do, her cell phone rang. She looked down at her phone. It was a familiar number. She froze for a moment before she picked up the call. "What do you want?" Lu Nan's was silent for a second. Then he said, "You still remember my number?" Qiao Lian paused. "Qiao Lian, all these years I've kept the same number. It's because I was afraid that if you were ever in trouble and tried to call me for help, you wouldn't be able to reach me." How touching were these words. But Qiao Lian clenched her fists tightly. "Second brother, I'm already married. Get divorced right now." "That is not possible." Lu Nan's voice was immediately gloomy. "With me around, nothing is impossible. Or do you feel like I haven't done enough? You don't care about his reputation being ruined, but what if other things happen to him?" "Lu Nan's!" Qiao Lian shouted at the phone with anger. Lu Nan's laughed derisively. "A mere famous actor vying for my woman. He thinks too highly of himself." She bit her lip and said, "Lu Nan's, you won't attain your goal." The man continued to laugh. "Oh? It's fine if you do not wish to leave him. Let's see if he wishes to leave you." Qiao Lian's pupils shrank at these words. "What do you mean?" He replied, "There's a meeting at the filming location today. I wouldn't mind if you attended it." Then the line went dead. As though she had just remembered something, Qiao Lian shot up from her seat. When she was about to leave the room, she suddenly thought of Lu Nan's despicable ways. No, she must not leave the hotel. What if she got caught by Lu Nan's again? She must wait here, wait for Shen Liangchuan to return and tell her what had happened. Where Lu Nan's was concerned, she believed in her Zichuan. In a meeting room at the filming location, Song Cheng sat next to Shen Liangchuan. He was feeling most unsettled and cast occasional glances at Shen Liangchuan. The latter had always preferred to be casual. During filming, he disliked being forced to wear a suit and leather shoes, as they affected his mood. But now he was wearing his best suit in the wardrobe that he had brought with him. It set him apart, making him look exceptionally handsome. As Song Cheng's thoughts were wandering, the door to the meeting room swung open all of a sudden. He turned to look and saw Lu Nan's walking in with long and elegant strides. He was wearing a white suit with a purple tie, and that sinister but charming smile on his face. The moment he strode in, Shen Liangchuan turned to look, and as he did so, his aura seemed to instantaneously expand. Side by side, the two men were like two suns. Their presence almost choked everyone else in the room. As the group held their breaths and looked at the two with rapt attention, Shen Liangchuan's expression was vague, as always, as though nothing really mattered. Lu Nei's gazed at Shen Liangchuan with rare admiration. It was no wonder that Qiao Lian had married him. Lu Nance could tell from this man's unruffled and steadfast bearing that he was indeed no ordinary person. He recalled what his assistant had said a few days back. The male lead, best actor Shen from the cast, had wanted to invite him to dinner with the purpose to discuss the investment. Lu Nan's pupils shrank as he took another step forward. Slowly, he strolled up to Shen Liangchuan. Seeing that the man made no move to stand up and exchange greetings, he sat down in the opposite seat on the other side. The filming crew's director Wang was now stumped and dumbfounded, not daring to speak as he couldn't afford to offend either of the men. For sure, Shen Liangchuan's influence in the entertainment industry was great. Even if the investor pressured him, it was upsetting. Only a few members of the crew had been ignorant enough to be bought over by the investor to spread malicious rumors about the best actor. In the end, who knew what would happen to these fools? As the director was thinking, he saw Lu Nan suddenly push a document towards Shen Liangchuan. He said to the best actor, "This is what our company has planned in terms of investing in your company. Mr. Shen can take a look, if you're interested. Apart from this, I am also willing to come forward and help correcting the recent shifts in the public opinion of Mr. Shen. The filming crew would even be willing to overlook the fact that you neglected your responsibility and left the location during filming." Of course. Having said this, Lu Nance interlocked his fingers over his knee and leaned back into his seat. He looked elegantly at Shen Liangchuan and continued, "The prerequisite for this to happen is that you divorce her." The entire room fell silent at these words. Lu Nance looked at Shen Liangchuan steadily. Shen Liangchuan lifted his eyelids momentarily to give the other man a glance. That look was obviously reserved for fools. It was a mocking glance. Lu Nance frowned when he saw that look and was about to speak when Shen Liangchuan reached out for the document. Immediately, Lu Nan's expression darkened as a hint of contempt flashed across his eyes. It really didn't matter how noble and virtuous he pretended to be. Ultimately, wasn't he just another man who could be persuaded to let go of a woman for the right amount of money? He didn't believe for a moment that all this money would not move Shen Liangchuan. As this thought formed in his mind, Shen Liangchuan closed the document folder. He looked up at Lu Nance and said, 200 million? Those words, uttered in an indifferent tone, caused everyone in the room to widen their eyes in amazement. 200 million? Nowadays, where would one find an investor who would just give 200 million? Everyone's eyes almost popped out at his next remark, however. "You feel that she's worth only 200 million? Immediately, Lu Nan's pupils shrank. He had analyzed Shen Liangchuan's income. 8 years ago, when he launched his career as an actor, he had been poor as the homeless. In the last 8 years he had had a fixed income and it was only that much. But now he was complaining that the deal was not good enough? Narrowing his eyes, Lu Nan said, "If you think that's not enough, then what about 2 billion? 2 billion. Most people would struggle all their lives and never get to see this much money." Song Chung was stirred up by this and looked at Shen Liangchuan. Shen Liangchuan's response, however, was to slide the document back to Lu Nan's. The latter narrowed his eyes and asked, "How much do you want?" Shen Liangchuan sneered, "I thought you like her. But it looks like not that much." Lu Nance frowned and demanded, "What do you mean? To you, perhaps she's worth a certain numerical value. But to me, she's priceless." His words stunned Lu Nance. After a moment, Shen Liangchuan turned to look at the director and said, "As I recall, the penalty for breaking a contract with the filming crew is $50 million? The director was startled by this question and nodded, stupefied. Shen Liangchuan took out his bank card and placed it on the table. Without beating around the bush, he simply said, "Let's break contract." Then he got up and, without looking back, strode out of the room. This move on his part shocked everyone in the room. No one expected Best Actor Shen to play this hand. Even Song Chung was stupefied and for a moment stood rooted to the ground. He wanted to speak, but when he saw Shen Liangchuan straighten his back, he swallowed his words and hurriedly dashed out after him. Lu Nan stared steadily at the bank card on the table. Shen Liangchuan's words echoed in his mind. "To me she is priceless. Hence, He was willing to exchange all his cash and break the agreement for the sake of protecting her? Lu Nance clenched his fists tightly and, after a moment, slammed the table with fury. The more they were in love with each other, the more it would make that man the pitiful victim. What was he, Lu Nance, to Qiao Lian exactly? Song Cheng followed closely behind Shen Liangchuan, throwing glances at him as they walked. The latter showed no sign of any setback and was expressionless as usual. He cleared his throat. Brother Shen, this matter. Don't tell her. Song Cheng was stunned for a moment before he realized the person Shen Liangchuan was referring to was Qiao Lian. And now? Book a flight back to Beijing. We'll leave right now. Song Cheng nodded, saying, Yes. Mr. Lu, we've got the information. They've booked the 10 p.m. flight back to Beijing today. Lu Nance laughed mockingly upon hearing this. Bring them to me. Roger, his bodyguard said before he turned around and started walking away. Wait. The bodyguard turned and saw Lu Nance putting on his jacket. I'll come with you. That evening, a fleet of 5 black sedans departed the villa together. They drove in a neat formation towards the airport. All along the way, it attracted curious stares from countless people. They arrived at the airport an hour and a half later. Lu Nance got out of the car and strode into the building. Sir, they booked the XX flight and will board in half an hour. All our men are already waiting there. Nodding, Lu Nance gave the go-ahead. Let's go. The group of men arrived at the boarding gate. A few of them were ready to perform a thorough check, however. Lu Nance swept his gaze through the crowd and told them with a hand wave. She's not among them. Keep waiting. Roger. Half an hour passed. Qiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan had not made an appearance. The passengers were starting to board the aircraft. Lu Nance narrowed his eyes. He waited till everyone had boarded the plane, and he waited till the plane took off. And still the two did not appear. Then suddenly his pupils shrank again. They fooled us. At that instant, Song Cheng was speeding along the expressway with his 2 passengers in the car. They had traveled a few hundred kilometers and were about another half a day's drive from their destination, Beijing. Qiao Lian stared steadily at the man beside her. Ever since he had returned to the hotel, he had not spoken a word, and instead had swiftly packed their belongings and left with her in tow. She had wanted to speak a few times but had stopped herself each time. Eventually she could not hold back. What about the film? How did that matter go? Shen Liangchuan glanced at her with little expression and said in response, It's been settled. Qiao Lian bit her lip. And the outcome? He continued, I terminated the contract. He said it simply, without a hint that showed the sacrifice involved. Qiao Lian was surprised. Terminated the contract? Shen Liangchuan had put in a lot of effort into this film. In the last few months he had spent almost all of his time analyzing the script. The research that he had done on Cao Cao as a historical figure had been so extensive that he now knew as much as the archaeologists. He had even gone to a professor at the history faculty of the university to seek a private lecture and learn all that was known about this man. He was passionate about this film. It was obvious to Qiao Lian. But he had dropped it just like that. Qiao Lian bit her lip and hung her head. She paused for a moment and then said, Shen Liangchuan, I'm sorry. He turned towards her. Seeing all the guilt on her face, he couldn't help himself from reaching out and putting his arms around her shoulders. Xiao Qiao. Qiao Lian lifted her head and looked at him. No matter how tough it gets, we'll make the journey together, okay? She bit her lip upon hearing this. Finally she nodded. In the time to come, she would discover that it was easier said than done. They were in for a rough ride. Night had fallen now. In order to get back to Beijing as quickly as possible, they had not taken a break at all. Qiao Lian fell asleep, only to realize by the time she woke up that the sky had darkened. Looking into the dark night, she suddenly felt that there was no light at the end of this seemingly long tunnel she was traveling through. She turned to glance at Shen Liangchuan and noticed that he had shut his eyes to rest. Sensing her movement, he opened his eyes now. She bit her lip as she looked at him steadily. Then she spoke. Zichuan, why are you so good to me? Shen Liangchuan's expression darkened as she continued with a question. Zichuan, on that day 8 years ago, why didn't you turn up? When this question was raised, Xiao Lian's heart instantly leapt. Her heart almost collapsed. In the past, she hadn't known that Zichuan was Shen Liangchuan. She had thought that it was Zichuan who had fooled her. However, ever since she found out about the secret from that room on the 3rd floor, she immediately knew Zichuan hadn't fooled her. She had been in Zichuan's heart all along. So what on earth had been going on at that time? This time around, she had gone Hengdian with the purpose of inquiring about this issue, which she hadn't had a chance to. She stared at him closely and saw that when he heard this, he narrowed his eyes and subconsciously pursed his lips. Xiao Lian bit her lip and asked, was it because of Song Yuanqi? Although Shen Liangchuan was expressionless, the look in his eyes had obviously changed. It was because of her. Xiao Lian did not speak further. She was afraid that she would get a reply that put their relationship in a stalemate situation. She bit her lip, turned around and looked outside. I'll wait till the day you have decided to tell me all about it. Please do so. Shen Liangchuan seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He stretched out his hand to rub her head. Although both of them had unresolved burdens at this moment, they both felt that their relationship seemed to have grown a little closer. The filming crew in Hengdian turned chaotic. The lead actor had gone on a strike. What did this imply? This meant that the filming would not be able to be on schedule and be screened next year. Everything had been well prepared and ready. If filming was cancelled for a day, it would mean a loss on a day's labor, cost and venue fees. Adding up all the different expenses, even if they got Shen Liangchuan's 50 million, it wouldn't cover the costs for a long period of time. The director panicked. The whole movie depended on Shen Liangchuan. As the female lead actress was a newbie, she did not have any reputation per se. Apart from that, the other famous actors who could be on par with Shen Liangchuan did not have any available slots in their filming schedule. The director almost wanted to cry. The investor had thought of setting Best Actor Shen up, but in the end, he was being set up by Best Actor Shen instead. Best Actor Shen only had to give 50 million, which was not enough to cover the losses for the filming crew. What should we do now? The director mumbled and nagged at the stage supervisor. Mr. Liu called to tell us to look for another male lead. But he doesn't know that looking for a replacement of the male lead is an arduous task. For this kind of movie with such a big production and fan base, it will not work if we were to just get a pretty boy without good acting skills. The stage supervisor wanted to add something when the actor playing the male supporting role walked in. Chen Junjie, who was playing the male supporting role, was considered a veteran who had been in the entertainment industry for 3 years. His acting skills were fine and he was quite popular, it was just that he had always been pretty stagnant. However, not too long ago, he had acted in an idol drama which had catapulted him to fame, and it went viral. This resulted in him being recently quite popular. He smiled at Director Wang and said, "Director Wang, are you free? I would like to invite you both for a meal." At the dining table, Chen Junjie smiled and said, "Director Wang, actually, I am very familiar with the character Cao Cao and have a deep understanding of it. Before entering the filming set, I did research on this character so as to deepen my understanding of him. Now that we are short of someone in the filming crew, perhaps." The meaning was evident. However, with issues pertaining the male lead, Director Wang definitely could not agree straight away, so he smiled and replied, "Do let me consider it." Chen Junjie immediately rejoiced. After they finished their meal, Director Wang headed back to the filming set together with the stage supervisor. The stage supervisor inquired, "Is it true that you would allow Chen Junjie to play the male lead?" Director Wang frowned and was intending to say something when he saw Mo Shicheng, clad in traditional clothes and walking by. Director Wang's eyes suddenly lit up. Among the filming crew, Mo Shicheng's presence had always been the most impresentable. But no matter who he was acting with, he always acted his role perfectly. No matter who in the filming crew was to alongside Shen Liangchuan, the person would be very much under pressure. This was because Shen Liangchuan had a very strong aura and coupled with his excellent acting skills, This would make one feel very out of place when acting alongside him. Only Mo Shiqing could complement him well. The people in the industry all knew that Mo Shiqing's acting skills were pure and innocent. To someone who was slightly more witty, they would know that the reason he wasn't as popular was because he himself did not want to be that popular, and that was why he had been suppressing himself. In fact, he had the looks as well as charisma, which were comparable to Shen Liangchuan's. The only difference was the level of popularity. As the director was still lost in contemplation, the stage supervisor continued. Director. Director Wang regained his composure and then narrowed his eyes. I initially thought about using Chen Junjie, but now I know of someone even better. As he said this, Director Wang headed in Mo Shiqing's direction. Mo Shiqing was holding his script and was looking through it. He was playing the role of a dashing young gentleman, a totally different character from the male lead, who was slightly obstinate and arrogant. Director Wang called him. Teacher Mo. Mo Shiqing turned around. Director Wang smiled and said, Have you heard that Best Actor Shen left the filming production?
Montag Xicheng nodded.
Director Wang continued. Are you interested in being the male lead? Mo Shiqing subconsciously wanted to shake his head. But he suddenly recalled the treatment the filming crew had given him recently. In the past, no matter what happened, he wouldn't pursue it, but now. He contemplated it for a while before replying, Do let me consider it first. Director Wang was stunned. Normally, if one were to encounter such an opportunity, the person would definitely immediately agree to it. The exception was Mo Shiqing, who needed some time to think about it. However, he hadn't rejected it, which meant that there was still hope. Director Wang nodded. I hope to hear from you as soon as possible.
Montag Xicheng nodded.
Mo Shiqing waited for Director Wang to leave before picking up his cell phone and giving Shen Liangchuan a call. At this very same time, Shen Liangchuan and Xiao Lian had just arrived at the villa, back in Beijing. Xiao Lian was taking a shower in the bathroom. When she was done, she wrapped herself with a towel and stepped out, where she heard Shen Liangchuan's voice coming from the balcony. I love the movie very much. The plot is excellent. If you are the one to replace the male lead, I would be very relieved. You are right. I will not be returning. These two sentences made her heart feel extremely bitter. Shen Liangchuan loved this movie. She knew it. She loved it too. But because of her, he had given it up. She clenched her fists and looked down. However, the next moment she looked up again. He was Zichuan. Between Zichuan and her, there was no such thing as owing each other anything. Hengdian. After hanging up the phone, Mo Shiqing stood on the same spot. Between men there was a certain kind of friendship. He wanted to gain popularity now, and Shen Liangchuan would assist him with it. Soon he received a new email in his mailbox. It was from Shen Liangchuan. In it, Shen Liangchuan explained his understanding of the male lead's character. There were many documents in it, which were very deep and could give one a deeper understanding of the male lead's character. Mo Shiqing fixed his eyes on those documents and then, finally, went to look for Director Wang. Director Wang, I have made my decision. At this moment, Chen Junjie paying a lot of attention to Qiao Yi. Sister Qiao, are you feeling suffocated? He fanned Qiao Yi with his hand and smiled. When Qiao Yi heard his words, she shook her head and pursed her lips. Chen Junjie spoke again. Sister Qiao, I think Best Actor Shen was simply being too haughty and has no idea how to be tender or protect the fairer sex. If it were me, I'd surely give in to such a beauty like you. Qiao Yi was in an extremely bad mood. When she heard these words, she turned to stare at him and said afterwards, Just say it, what do you want? He smiled and said, Nothing really. Who around here doesn't know that you're the boss? Please look out for me in the future. Noticing that he was considerably good-looking and bright, Qiao Yi couldn't help but smile and promised, Fine, from now on your big sister here will get you covered. When Chen Junjie received the call from the director, he almost jumped with joy. Although he had acted in an idol movie and his popularity had skyrocketed because of it, he knew that this sort of popularity was just a fleeting phase. If he didn't produce better works, then he would just fade away after a while. Hence he had continued with this film. However, when he entered the director's office, he saw that Mo Shiqing was already in the room. Chun Junjie frowned at once. Then the director said, "The filming crew has decided to assign the lead role to teacher Mo. You will be the supporting actor." At these words, Chun Junjie's expression immediately changed. He furrowed his brow and wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words again when he looked at Director Wang and Mo Shiqing. As he left the director's office in a huff, he carelessly rammed into someone just outside the door. Looking up, he said, "Who's that? Are you blind or something?" Before he could finish, his vision was already dazzled by the person standing before him. This person was none other than Shi Nianyao. Shi Nianyao's stunning looks weren't something that a person would miss, even in a crowded sea of faces. It was hard to take one's eyes off her. At a glance, Chun Junjie recognized her as that extra who had seemed to have some sort of ambiguous relationship with Mo Shiqing. Looking at her, she must have thought that if she hooked up with Mo Shiqing, she would be able to get a foothold into the entertainment industry. At this thought, Chun Junjie immediately put on a big smile and took a step towards her. "Miss, what are you doing here?" A disgusting odor filled her nose at once. Shi Nianyao frowned and took a step backwards, putting a distance between them. Noticing her reaction, he immediately asked, "How about we have a meal together?" Shi Nianyao replied with an icy expression, "I'm not free." Chun Junjie continued, "Actually, whatever Mo Shiqing gives you, I'm able to do it too." Mo Shiqing had just taken the lead role away from him, and he could do nothing about it. Now all he wanted was to have Mo Shiqing's woman. Unfortunately for him, Shi Nianyao was a stubborn person. "Sorry, please get out of my way, otherwise I'm going to call for help." Chun Junjie's expression darkened as he said, "I'm telling you, being with this guy won't have a good ending." Then he turned and left. Annoyed, Shi Nianyao stuck her tongue out at his back. Mo Shiqing was now the new male lead in the film. As the scenes had already been arranged, the first filming session was for the same scene in which he had gone to the brothel as a supporting actor. Shi Nianyao had changed into her costume, and was now a replacement for Chao Lian. This meant that there would be an ambiguous flirting scene coming up between she and Mo Shiqing. They started filming once everyone was ready. Chun Junjie looked at the heavily made-up and flirtatious woman before him. A malicious glint flashed across his eyes. "Begin." At the director's cue, Chun Junjie and Mo Shiqing entered the room. Then, without the slightest word or warning, Chun Junjie lunged forward, grabbed Shi Nianyao by her waist and planted a firm kiss on her lips. It was quite common that during filming, a male actor would find an excuse to take advantage of a female actor. This, he believed, would surely disgust Mo Shiqing. There were many tricks and techniques that could be used during filming. For example, many kissing scenes were shot using false perspectives. While some kisses would involve contact and may even look very passionate, in reality the tongue wasn't used. However, some male actors loved taking advantage of their female counterparts, and when it came to filming intimate scenes, their hands would grab the actress off-limits body parts. And now Chun Junjie, the pervert, was reaching towards Shi Nianyao's chest with his hands. The sensuous shape of her womanly curves caused his pupils to dilate with excitement. He even craned his neck with the intention of planting a kiss on her face. When Mo Shiqing saw this, he instantly boiled with fury. He took a step forward, extended his arm and wrapped it around the man's shoulders, leading him to the side of the room. The director had not called a cut, hence, they had to continue acting. If they stopped, even if the director wouldn't nag at them, the people around would find it extremely strange. Mo Shiqing leaned towards him and whispered something in his ear. It looked affectionate, like brothers sharing a secret. However, only Chun Junjie knew that Mo Shiqing had not said a single word. He tried to break away from Mo Shiqing to grab Shi Nianyao. Yet Mo Shiqing suddenly extended his leg and the next moment, Chun Junjie tripped and fell. He stumbled and fell almost flat on his face, as Shi Nianyao exclaimed in shock. Whether it was feigned or real, no one knew for sure. "Sir, be careful." However, as she said this, the props on the table started to rain down. Chun Junjie, who was lying on the ground underneath, all of a sudden felt an apple land on him. Tui! The apple hit his face hard and squarely. Instantly, the fruit split open, spraying fresh juice all over him. Disgusted, he tried to get up. Mo Shiqing, who was behind him, took a step forward to try to help him up, but he ended up stepping on his calf. Chen Junjie! What sort of rotten luck was this? The director was now hollering angrily. Chen Junjie, what are you doing? Don't you know how to act? The crew staff standing around lowered their heads and tried to hide their sniggers. Chen Junjie's error had messed up the filming set. They had to tidy up and mend some of the props, and that was going to take a while. As the crew workers started busily working doing this, Shi Nianyao and Mo Shiqing sat by the side to rest and waited for the set to be fixed. Chen Junjie had gone to change his costume. After a short time, the director called Mo Shiqing to meet up and discuss the script. Shi Nianyao was left on her own, feeling rather bored. Suddenly someone walked towards her exclaiming, "Hey, you, that extra over there. Go into that lounge and wait. It's too cold here." He pointed in the direction of a lounge. Shi Nianyao nodded when she heard this. Following that person, she walked towards the lounge. As she entered the room, the door shut behind her. Her pupils immediately shrank as she turned around and saw Qiao Yi sitting there, staring at her. This scene was considerably nerve-wracking. Shi Nianyao furrowed her brow. Deciding to leave, she turned around to open the door, but she found that it had been locked from the outside. Slightly stunned, she turned back and looked at Qiao Yi. "What are you doing?" Qiao Yi glared at her and asked, "So you are well acquainted with Qiao Lian?" Shi Nianyao frowned. She nodded and replied, "Yes, what about it?" As soon as she said this, Qiao Yi raised her hand, pouring the content of her glass on Shi Nianyao. Cold water landed her on head and started to rain down on her. Shi Nianyao was on guard against Qiao Yi. The moment the latter threw the water, Shi Nianyao quickly took a step back. Most of the water, however, still landed on her body. She immediately frowned and demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" Qiao Yi sneered at her. "What am I doing? Each extra has only one costume in the wardrobe. I think you must already know this since you've been wearing the same costume for a few days. If you told them now that your costume has been soaked, do you think they'd allow you to change out of it?" Qiao Yi stared steadily at Shi Nianyao and continued, "Besides, if you told them you've wet your costume, what do you think Mo Shiqing would do? Will he argue with the director? But what is his status in this filming crew? Wouldn't it be just great if he made a big fuss? The director dismissed him and have him replaced." Shi Nianyao glared at the vicious woman. "Why do you keep targeting Mo Shiqing?" "Why? Because of you. You and Qiao Lian are good friends and you're nothing but bad news." Qiao Yi's expression was vicious and sinister. Last time second brother had visited, he had frequently come to the set. However, since Shan Liangchuan and Qiao Lian left, he had not visited even once. It was all because of that tramp Qiao Lian. Without the existence of Qiao Lian, she would not be this despised by second brother. The moment her thoughts rested on this point, she clenched her fists tightly. Her chest was ablaze with anger that had no outlet, so she could only take it out on Shi Nianyao, who had stayed behind with the filming crew. Shi Nianyao shook some of the water off herself. The prostitute role she was playing had little to cover herself with in the first place. Now drenched in cold water, especially around her waist, she shivered uncontrollably. She eyed Qiao Yi. Even if the matter escalated and she complained, it was just a glass of water. Also, it was likely that Qiao Yi would just apologize for being careless. For sure, Shi Nianyao was at a disadvantage. She bit her lip and narrowed her eyes. After a brief moment, her lips suddenly turned upwards with a smile. In a flash, she reached out and grabbed Qiao Yi. The latter turned pale. "What are you doing?" Shi Nianyao replied. "A tooth for a tooth, of course." With the other free hand, Shi Nianyao reached for a bottle of mineral water. Then, she yanked open Qiao Yi's costume collar and emptied the bottle's content into the opening. Qiao Yi struggled. Oh, but Shi Nianyao had taken taekwondo lessons since she was a child. The delicate Qiao Yi was no match for her at all. The cold fluid spread down her chest, drawn downwards by the dry fabric of her costume, till it ran along both her legs. She shivered due to the cold. After the last drop of water was shaken out of the bottle, Shi Nianyao finally let go of Qiaoyi. Dusting her hands, she said to Qiaoyi, "Goodbye." Without another word, she turned and left the room. Qiaoyi stood beside her with fury. "Shi Nianyao, how dare you treat me this way? You!" Shi Nianyao turned around when she heard these words. She blinked innocently at Qiaoyi, saying, "Did you say your costume was wet? Do you have proof? Perhaps you may have to strip to prove it." Most of the water had soaked her corset, so how was she going to prove it? She now understood the viciousness of Shi Nianyao's act, and immediately stomped her foot in anger. "You're dead meat." Twitching her lips, Shi Nianyao strode out of the lounge. The headwind was chilly, so the muscles around her waist and lower back shook from the cold. She covered her shoulders with her arms across her chest and shivered. Then she saw that not too far off, Mo Shiqing had just finished his discussion about the script with the director and looked as though he was searching for her. When he spotted her, his gloomy expression lit up at once as he hurried over to her with long strides. Unconsciously, Shi Nianyao smiled when she saw him. Mo Shiqing was her idol, but after getting to know him better, she had realized that he was usually an extremely gloomy person. Even when he laughed, he carried an aura of melancholy that never seemed to go away. He was like a life form that lived in darkness. But perhaps it was because the role he was now playing was that of a masculine youth, he seemed to be emanating a bit of sunshine. This shift in him made Shi Nianyao glad. She walked towards Mo Shiqing. He looked at her and asked, "Where have you been?" She pursed her lips and replied, "In the restroom." "Have they fixed the set?" Using her arms, she tried to block her waist and abdomen from his sight. She didn't want Mo Shiqing to suspect something was wrong. Of course, Mo Shiqing wouldn't be staring at that part of her body, and besides, he had always kept a respectable physical distance from her. Thus he turned around, looked at the filming set and said, "Soon." As he said this, a stage supervisor ran up to them. "The set is ready. Would you like to come over right away?" Shi Nianyao and Mo Shiqing nodded simultaneously. This time around, Chen Junjie did not dare play any tricks and did not attempt to take advantage of Shi Nianyao. Hence, filming went on smoothly. However, in a scene where Mo Shiqing had to put his arms around Shi Nianyao, he discovered that her costume was wet around her waist. He was taken aback for a moment, but as they were filming, he showed no signs of having found out. Shi Nianyao thus heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that Mo Shiqing was none the wiser. The initial plan for the day had been to film the scene where the male lead and supporting actor get caught fooling around in a brothel by the female lead. However, the female lead, Qiaoyi, had to leave the filming location suddenly and return to the hotel. Hence, filming was delayed for yet another day. They had to stop in the part where the female lead would burst into the room. The director was by now livid. The staff around started to whisper among themselves. It felt like the female lead was acting too pompous. But this time, Qiaoyi did really have difficulties that she couldn't speak of. She couldn't possibly say that her corset was soaked, and that she had to go back to the hotel to get changed. After the shooting ended for the day, they stepped out of the set. Mo Shiqing's assistant immediately came to him with a down jacket. Taking the jacket from him, he draped it over Shi Nianyao and told the assistant at the same time, "Take Miss Shi to change out of her costume." Shi Nianyao was stunned, but felt a warm sensation. Her male idol was indeed attentive, but what an embarrassing predicament she had had. As Shi Nianyao followed the junior assistant, she turned back to glance at Mo Shiqing. She noticed that underlying his icy expression, there was a type of harshness and decisiveness that she had never seen in him before today. As Shi Nianyao was changing out of her costume, her cell phone rang. She glanced down and saw the words "Talk Too Much Brother" on the caller ID. She immediately twitched her lips and picked up the call. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Brother!" A deep and gentle voice came through the line. "Where are you?" Shi Nianyao hung her head and said, "At the filming location, of course." "Which one?" "Ambition." Having said this, Shi Nianyao continued, "Why are you asking about that?" I'm here on a business trip and will drop by to see you. How has the inspection been? Suddenly, a sense of guilt washed over her. How had the inspection been? She had not inspected anything. She had just been fooling around as an extra. But her brother was coming to the filming location as an investor? Shirninyao chuckled to herself. This was going to be interesting. After hanging up, Shirninyao changed out of her costume. She handed the costume over to the stage supervisor. Then, hugging Emo Shiqing's down jacket, she walked out of the changing room. Emo Shiqing was now filming another segment at a different venue. She stood by the side, watching and carrying the down jacket. As a supporting actor, he had always come across as a refined gentleman. But now as the lead actor, he seemed to exude a certain kind of fierceness. Shirninyao was mesmerized as she watched. Her male idol was indeed dashing. Especially his side profile, that high nose bridge, his sculpted cheekbones that defined his distinct silhouette, his deep dark eyes that were so dazzling to look into. Furthermore, when he got into his role, he was so convincing. The man before her now was just like a noble gentleman in the olden days, full of arrogance and unwillingness, juvenile in nature. Emo Shiqing did not notice this during filming. However, when the first segment of filming ended, he suddenly realized that a pair of bright, sparkling eyes were following his every move. He turned around and saw that Shirninyao was standing nearby, staring at him with her chin resting on both her hands. Her eyes were ablaze and more scorching than the sun, to the extent that he started to feel a little uncomfortable. He turned away and tried not to notice her, but during the filming of the next segment, it was quite obvious that he had gone a little off track. Although the director was pleased with his performance, he himself knew that his focus was shifting to the undivided attention of a particular pair of eyes. Furthermore, achoo! He heard Shirninyao sneeze from a short distance away. Emo Shiqing paused and frowned. Cut! The director shouted and said, Teacher Emo, the male lead shouldn't be frowning at this point. He's supposed to be extremely pleased. However, Emo Shiqing's frown did not disappear with these words. On the contrary, he made a signal asking the director to stop and walked out of the set. From a distance, Shirninyao saw Emo Shiqing coming towards her, step by step, until he was right in front of her. His majestic frame was a whole head taller than her. He was so dashing in his costume that it made her heart thump wildly. As she daydreamed, a card key appeared before her eyes. Shirninyao was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, she was elated. What was this? Was this a hint that her idol would like her to visit him in his room? Oh my God! Was her male idol going to bed her? As Shirninyao was fantasizing in her own head, Emo Shiqing said in an unhurried tone, Go rest in my room. So her idol was only asking her to rest. It wasn't that he intended to bed her. The disappointment she felt came as a surprise to herself even. What was going on? She hung her head and did not take the key card from him. But I want to stay and watch you film. Emo Shiqing immediately pushed the key into her hand and said, You'll affect me if you hang around here. Not understanding what he meant, Shirninyao widened her eyes, puzzled. Affect him? Was she being troublesome just by hanging around? Suddenly, she felt even more disappointed. It was disheartening to hear him say that she was affecting him that way. She took the card key and nodded. Emo Shiqing gave some instructions to his assistant. Although Shirninyao wasn't paying attention and had no idea what was being said. When they arrived at his hotel room, she stood there feeling dispirited and dejected. After a short while, the doorbell rang. She paused for a moment. Emo Shiqing was still filming, so at this time of the day, who could it be? Shirninyao walked over and opened the room door. She was met with the sight of Emo Shiqing's male assistant, standing outside the door. When he saw her, he immediately raised the things in his hands and said, Miss Shir, these are the Isata's roots brother Emo asked me to buy for you. You should make yourself a cup. Emo Shiqing had asked him to buy Isata's root for her? Shirninyao then realized that her nose was kind of blocked and she was slightly dizzy. Was she going to catch a cold? She feeble-mindedly took the Isata's roots and walked back into the room. She lowered a head and looked at the herbs in her hands in disbelief. She was confused. Her idol had bought herbs for her. Was he worried about her health? Shernyinyao immediately became really excited. Then she raised her head in search of something that could be used to boil water. It was at that moment that she realized that her idol's hotel room was his usual style. If she had been the one staying in the hotel, she would have scattered her belongings all over the room. But this hotel room was really neat and tidy. It looked as if no one resided in it. In this huge room, Mo Shicheng's clothes were hanging in the closet, and on the table was a cup of water. There was nothing else there other than that. Shernyinyao boiled the water and looked at the cup. This was also a cup that her male idol had used. She took a step backwards and fell on the bed. Mo Shicheng's unique vanilla scent immediately wafted towards her. It made her feel as if she was being brainwashed. Shernyinyao took Mo Shicheng's glass cup and finished a cup of Isati's root tea. She then laid on his bed and fell asleep in no time. Maybe it was due to her feeling unwell. After she took the medicine, she perspired profusely in a half-conscious state. Only when she woke up again did she realize her body felt sticky. She immediately stood up. She definitely could not let her idol see her in her current state when he returned. She rapidly took off her clothes and rushed into the washroom. When they had arrived at the hotel, she remembered hearing the assistant say that her idol would only be back after the filming ended, at 8. It was only 6, so her idol shouldn't be back, right? Mo Shicheng's original filming schedule was till 8. But it was already 6 p.m. and he felt uneasy. The girl seemed really clumsy. He wondered if she even knew how to order dinner for herself. As he was lost in his thoughts, someone ran over from the other side and told the director. Miss Chow said that she isn't feeling well, she doesn't want to continue filming at night. His words caused the expression of the director to change completely. Chow Yi's behavior was too much. The whole filming crew was waiting for her, but she just said that she wasn't coming. The director's expression was very dark, but he could only reply, "Everyone is dismissed then." Mo Shicheng didn't speak another word. He followed his assistant to get changed and then walked towards the hotel. He had a spare hotel room key, so when he reached the room he opened the door and walked in. But the moment he entered, Mo Shicheng was stunned. It was because there wasn't anyone in the room, but from the bathroom came the sound of running water. And the girl in the bathroom was showering while singing. And the song she was singing was, "Hey baby, I think I want to marry you."
Montagsichem.
The girl's singing was out of tune and was thus pretty terrible. But she was reaching higher notes as she sang. Unbeknown to her, her devil-sounding voice was already being heard by someone. Mo Shicheng was suddenly curious about her reaction when she walked out and saw him later. Mo Shicheng was calmly leaning against the door and listening to her sing. "Who cares, baby, I think I want to marry you." Her tone was extremely out of tune. He didn't know why, but that voice of hers didn't make him think it was noisy. Instead, he found it somewhat cute. Shernyinyao didn't usually sing when she showered, but when she thought about showering in the bathroom of her idol, she couldn't help but get really excited. Thus, she couldn't help it and started singing really high. She showered for a good half an hour, before taking his bath towel casually and wrapping it around her body. Then she opened the restroom's door. Just as she was about to step out, she stopped singing in shock. She widened her eyes in great shock and stared at the man in front of her in disbelief. And Mo Shicheng was even more surprised. All he had been focused on was to see Shernyinyao awkwardness when she exited the bathroom, but he hadn't thought that people tend to be naked after they shower. Both of them stared at each other for a long time. After a moment, Shernyinyao screamed and stuck her hand out, covering her shoulders. The towel was actually not big, so it only covered the important parts of the body. However, it failed to cover her white silky shoulders, those long white and slim legs that were exposed. Mo Shicheng hurriedly looked away. Just then someone unlocked the door and the room door was pushed open. His assistant's voice sounded, "Brother Mo, I have bought dinner." But before he could finish speaking, his shoulders were pushed by someone. He staggered a step backwards and the room door was closed with a loud bang. From inside the room came Mo Shicheng's hushed voice, We'll speak later. The assistant wondered. What happened? In the room, after Mo Shiqing had done so, he suddenly realized that he should have also gone out with his assistant. It was extremely awkward for him to be standing there. Meanwhile, Shi Nianyao had finally recovered from her shock. She immediately took a step backwards, rushed into the bathroom and closed the door. Let me put on my clothes first. Oh, Mo Shiqing only replied after a while. His one-word reply was stuffy and he had an extremely awkward tone. Shi Nianyao was literally going crazy at that point. Boo-hoo. He must have heard her singing just now. She had always been tone deaf. Her singing just now hadn't been that bad, right? As she thought about it, she moved towards the door and couldn't help but cough. Mr. Mo? Shi Nianyao coughed once and asked, how was my singing just now? It was okay. His three bland words allowed Shi Nianyao to heave a sigh of relief. Actually, people who sang off tune wouldn't realize it when they are singing really happily. But just as she heaved a sigh of relief, she heard Mo Shiqing's voice again. Were you reading a poem just now? It was pretty rhythmic, it didn't sound bad. Shi Nianyao. Shi Nianyao covered her face, not wanting to live anymore. Boo-hoo. She lowered her head, really unwilling to go out and face him. But it wasn't possible for her to keep hiding in the bathroom. Shi Nianyao could only stand up straight and prepare to put on her clothes. But where were her clothes? Shi Nianyao was dumbfounded. If she didn't remember wrong, she seemed to have left her clothes on the bed outside? Her clothes. Shi Nianyao immediately stuck out her hand and covered her face. She was dead meat. She waited for a long time in the bathroom before once again weakly approaching the door. She quietly opened a slit and asked, Mr. Mo, can you pass me my clothes?
Montag Sicheng.
Mo Shiqing coughed and asked, where are they? Shi Nianyao replied, on the bed. Mo Shiqing took 2 steps towards the bedroom and saw a few pieces of clothing on his bed. He walked over and casually picked them up, but he realized that something had fallen on the ground. When he lowered his head to take a look, he realized that it was a bra.
Montag Sicheng.
Why was that small pinkish thing with cartoon on it so small? How was it wearable? He literally had no idea what to do at that moment. After Shi Nianyao, who was in the bathroom, had asked Mo Shiqing to help her retrieve her clothes, she suddenly realized that Mo Shiqing would see her undergarments if he was going to do so. Shi Nianyao couldn't care less anymore. She immediately opened the door of the bathroom and ran out with the towel around her. With one glance, she immediately saw her bra on the floor and Mo Shiqing half squatting there, gravely staring at it. That expression of his. Was he conflicted on whether to pick it up for her? Shi Nianyao complied without another word. She really had nothing left to face him, all right? She immediately rushed forward, picked up her clothes, carried them and rushed back into the bathroom. Her heart was pounding wildly, and her face was burning like fire. What should she do now? It was the first time someone saw her bra after so many years. She's so embarrassed. However, Shi Nianyao once again looked at the things in her hands. She wished that she could throw all her bras away. Her mom always said that her clothes were too cartoonish and not sexy at all. She also said that all guys like sexy clothing. Her situation was simply too embarrassing. Would her idol feel like she was very cheap? As she thought of it, Shi Nianyao rushed to the door once again and called him. Mr. Mo? Mo Shiqing acknowledged her. Shi Nianyao coughed and said, I normally wear black ones.
Montag Sicheng.
Why did she have to explain this? Didn't explaining more make it more awkward? He coughed once and said, I didn't see anything just now. Shi Nianyao let out a sigh of relief. Then she heard Mo Shiqing continue speaking. Red is actually quite cute. Shi Nianyao. Boo-hoo. She didn't want to face anyone anymore. She rapidly put on her clothes, opened the bathroom door and walked out. Mo Shiqing had become the male lead of the drama and thus, he was being treated better. The room he was currently staying in was the biggest of the whole filming set. But at that moment the huge room suddenly felt really cramped. The humid atmosphere made Nianyao blush and caused her heart to beat really fast. Although she had become Imo Shiqing's girlfriend, both of them rarely spent time together. Even if they interacted occasionally, they always left after exchanging a few sentences. Circumstances like these of them being in a room alone were really rare. Nianyao was slightly flustered. She didn't know where to place her arms and legs. She coughed once and said, Mr. Imo, if there isn't anything else, I take my leave first." After she said so, Imo Shiqing suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of her. His majestic frame was imposing as he said, "Yeah, there's something else." Her heart pounded and her cheeks started to burn as she felt his heavy warm breath envelop her senses. Her chest tightened, as though the air was being squeezed out of her. Her idol had some unfinished business? What sort of unfinished business? Could it be that he wanted to bed her? Wasn't she so blissfully fortunate? However, the next moment, she saw him opening the room door and telling his assistant who was standing just outside, "Come in." Then she saw the assistant pushing in the dining trolley. Greatly puzzled, Nianyao stared at Imo Shiqing with a blank look. "What? Dinner?" Nianyao complied without another word. So it was only dinner. Rather than that, she had imagined they were going to be spending an unforgettable night together. She turned around and saw that Imo Shiqing had already taken his jacket off, revealing the crisp white shirt he was wearing beneath. He rolled up his sleeves and exposed the pure golden skin of his arms. His tight musculature made those arms beautifully masculine. Nianyao noticed her throat got parched just by looking at him. She gulped nervously. However, it was a loud gulp, so it made Imo Shiqing look up and ask, "Hungry?" She nodded. He pointed at the array of food on the dining trolley. "What would you like to eat?" "You actually," Nianyao couldn't help thinking to herself. But of course she mustn't say it out loud. Sigh. Good grief, the unspeakable things that she wanted to do to her idol. She hung her head coyly and said, "I'm fine with anything." She followed Imo Shiqing's lead and sat on the sofa. He moved nimbly with a fluid motion and within a short time, had arranged all the dishes around the dining table. Then he held out a pair of chopsticks to her. She lowered her head and started with the rice. After she had had 2 mouthfuls, a pair of chopsticks suddenly dropped an extra dollop of food into her bowl. She looked up in astonishment and saw her male idol looking back at her questioningly. "Doesn't suit your taste buds?"
No.
"I really like it," she replied hurriedly. He nodded again. Her gaze fell on the bit of green leafy vegetables in her bowl. My God! These were vegetables that had been picked for her by her idol, so could she just place it on an altar to worship instead of eating it? No, no, no. That would be so much like a love-struck idiot that her idol would think poorly of her. So she picked up a big mouthful of food and stuffed it into her mouth. Oh, even the food that he picked for her tasted exceptionally delectable. This was more than just a feast for the stomach. It was a feast for her eyes as well. The meal thoroughly satisfied her appetite. After they had eaten, she stood up and said, "Well, I guess I should go." Imo Shiqing stood up. "I'll take you home." "What?" Nianyao was stunned for a moment before she said, "You don't have to do that. A girl going home alone so late at night. I would be worried." Without allowing any more objections, he handed her jacket to her, put on his own, and started to walk towards the door. Nianyao complied without another word. A sense of awkwardness between them hung in the air. Although in her heart, Nianyao was overjoyed. Her idol had treated her for dinner and was now taking her home. She wondered if he had taken a fancy to her. Her head was fantasizing as she walked beside Imo Shiqing on the streets of Hengdian. Suddenly someone nearby shouted, "Ah, Imo Shiqing! Is that Imo Shiqing?" Nianyao was stunned and halted. Turning back to look, she saw a female fan charging towards them and shrieking at the same time. Imo Shiqing smiled when he saw the fan's reaction and said, "Yes, it's me." The fangirl immediately shouted, "Please, may I have your autograph?" With no airs at all, he agreed, "Sure." The fangirl searched her bag and took out a pen. In her excitement, she dropped the pen cap. Before she could bend over to pick it up, Mo Shiqing had already done so and passed the cap back to her. That gesture was gentle and showed how accommodating he was to his fans. However, when Shi Nianyao saw how he treated this fangirl, she suddenly felt as though she had been drenched with a bucket full of cold water. What was she thinking? Mo Shiqing was well known for being protective with all of his fans. He was nice not just with her alone, but with all his other fans as well. Hence, what fantasies was she feeding? They had seen each other only a few times. How could Mo Shiqing possibly be interested in her? As she stood there in a daze, Mo Shiqing straightened up and had already signed an autograph. He returned the notebook to the fangirl. As she looked excitedly at Mo Shiqing, she now noticed the lady next to him. The fangirl immediately expressed her surprise. "Idol Mo, is this person your assistant?" Shi Nianyao turned to look at him upon hearing this question. She saw Mo Shiqing reaching out for her hand. He held it and said to the fangirl, "No, she's my girlfriend." Shi Nianyao felt as though she was walking on a giant wad of cotton wool. Even after walking a long way, she was still in the clouds. She looked down at the pair of hands clasped together and then looked up again at Mo Shiqing. What had he just said? That she was his girlfriend? Even though she knew it was just a beautiful lie, in that moment, she had felt so blissful that she almost died. Even if she could only be Mo Shiqing's girlfriend just for a day, she would be most willing. She looked down again, her cheeks burning. She looked at the pair of hands again. He had grabbed her hand to put up a show in front of the fangirl earlier on. But now the fangirl was gone. And Mo Shiqing was still holding her hand. The same moment this thought came to her mind, Mo Shiqing let her hand go. The instant his warm and large hand released hers, she realized something in her felt empty. It made her start thinking about personal gains and losses. As she began to contemplate this, she heard Mo Shiqing say, "We're here." "What?" Shi Nianyao looked up and realized that they had arrived at her hotel. Still dazed, she pointed at the hotel entrance, then turned towards Mo Shiqing and nodded. She made a casual invitation. "Would you like to come up for a while?" As soon as she said this, she wished she had just kept her mouth shut. It was late and they both were alone. Who didn't know that it was a suggestion for trouble? To think that she had invited him to her hotel room. Would he misunderstand it and think that she was trying to have more with him? As this thought struck her, he said, "No, it's late. I'll be on my way." Her mind went blank as she waved at him, saying, "Oh, in that case, bye." "Goodbye." His deep voice melted her heart. After exchanging goodbyes, both of them stood there without moving. Shi Nianyao said, "Why don't you go first?" He shook his head. "You go first." She paused and then replied, "Well then I'll go in now?" He nodded. She turned to leave but turned around again after taking a step. She waved at him again. She was the exact image of a little wife who could not bear to leave her man. Mo Shiqing was stunned when he found himself having those thoughts. Why had he had that thought out of the blue? He shook his head and turned to walk away. Now he was back in his hotel. As he approached his room, he realized that the room door was ajar. Frowning, he went forward to have a closer look. Then he saw Qiao Yi standing at the doorway, instructing a few people to pack up the room. His expression darkened as he said, "Miss Qiao, if my memory serves me right, this is my room?" Qiao Yi laughed icily and replied, "You remember right. But now this one, the best room in the hotel, is mine."
Montag Sicheng pauset.
Qiao Yi gave a mocking smile as she continued, "Teacher Mo, I've got too many suitcases and I can't fit everything into my room. Your room is the largest around here. I'm sure you don't mind letting me have it." That sounded like a question, but in fact her assistant had already started packing. Mo Shiqing narrowed his eyes. Of course, the best room the filming set had would go to the male lead. When Shen Liangchuan had been around, this room had been his. Now, for a moment, Mo Shiqing hung his head. Did Qiao Yi find him an easy pushover? The fact was that he was an easygoing person and didn't mind where he stayed. But to be ushered out like this by her. Mo Shiqing's expression turned gloomy. After hearing the din outside, The people in the surrounding rooms had come out to sneakily look at what was going on. They could hear their conversation quite clearly. Xiao Yi's shameless arrogance made everyone cringe, but none of them dared to speak a word. They looked at Mo Shiqing with sympathy. Xiao Yi had a very big investor backing her up. Of course she could be this arrogant and bossy. But surely Mo Shiqing was not such an easy victim? As the people pondered the possible outcome of this showdown, the director walked over hurriedly. He frowned immediately at the scene before his eyes. What's the matter now? Xiao Yi repeated what she had said to Mo Shiqing and then, looking at the director, continued, Director, I don't care. I insist on having this room. The director was flabbergasted. Although this film had a male and a female lead, anyone who knew the industry would understand that this was primarily a male movie. The romance embedded in the entire plot was secondary to the main storyline, which focused on how the main character evolved into an ambitious and formidable person. The parts of the film with Xiao Yi in them weren't really that many. The main actor for the film was Mo Shiqing. Assigning the best and largest room to him was a form of respect. But now, the director frowned and looked at Mo Shiqing after a moment of hesitation. He said, Teacher Mo, would you? Mo Shiqing frowned and said, You may have this room. The director immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Teacher Mo was indeed even-tempered. Right after this sigh, however, Mo Shiqing continued, You may also take the lead role in this film. Director. With a dark expression and severe tone, Mo Shiqing exuded a distinctly imposing aura that caused everyone to shrink back in silence. He did not say another word, but that itself was all the more terrifying than if he had actually spoken up. The director gulped nervously. Xiao Yi furrowed her brow and started, You. Completely ignoring her, Mo Shiqing strode into his room. As he did so, he came up to her suitcases that were all sitting by the doorway. He tossed them out and with a loud bang firmly shut the door. Xiao Yi stamped her foot in anger as she stood outside the door. What's so great about you? You're just a small-time actor. What gives you the right to be here? The director boiled with anger at Xiao Yi's words. Now he was realizing how difficult it was to keep her happy. This time around her demand was simply too much. Fed up, he decided to ignore her and turned to walk away. She stood outside Mo Shiqing's room door and berated him for some time, but seeing that he wasn't going to come out again, she finally turned around and went back to her own room. Back in her room, Xiao Yi gnashed her teeth with fury. Who does he think he is? He thinks he's so great just because he's the male lead. Then she turned to her assistant and instructed, Tomorrow, I want you to get rid of that extra. Isn't she his girlfriend? I'll make sure he's thoroughly embarrassed. All night, Shi Nianyao lay on the bed turning and tossing. The moment she woke up the following morning, she saw that her brother Shi Sun had sent her a text message. I'll come visit you today. Immediately, Shi Nianyao jumped out of bed. Her brother was coming. She had to make sure that he taught Xiao Yi a good lesson. After she had washed up, she headed towards the set. Through Mo Shiqing, the security officer at the filming location already knew Shi Nianyao and hence did not stop her when she walked in. She had barely taken a few steps when she suddenly heard Xiao Yi's voice yelling, Stop right there, you! Shi Nianyao halted and turned around. With a gloomy expression on her face, Xiao Yi continued, This is an important filming venue. How could we allow anyone in so casually? Then she turned around and looked at the stage supervisor, who had hurried over when he heard the commotion. She demanded, I'm asking you now to immediately, right away, get rid of people who should not be here. The stage supervisor panicked at once and got someone to look for the director. This Xiao Yi was indeed never-ending trouble. It didn't take long for the director to arrive. Miss Xiao Yi, what's the matter again? Xiao Yi sneered. Isn't the investor coming today? How can we allow outsiders to access the venue so readily? This woman. Get her out of here. Otherwise, if she offends the investor, I will like to see how you'll deal with it. The director found himself in a tight spot. Mo Shiqing was now the male lead in the cast. He only wanted to bring someone into the set and, reasonably speaking, they should oblige. However, Qiaoyi was not wrong either. Qiaoyi hung her head and played with her nails as he contemplated it. Although I do not know the investor who is visiting today as the second shareholder of the production, I don't think you should neglect him, isn't that so, director? I think Mr. Liu wouldn't be too happy if he knew about it. At once, the director frowned and looked at Shi Nianyao. Miss Shi, I think it might be best that you avoid the set for now? Shi Nianyao looked at the people in front of her and found the situation laughable. What if I refused to leave? Qiaoyi laughed mockingly at once. Refused to leave? Then we will have to ask the security officers to help you do so. After these words, she shouted without waiting for the director's response. Where is the security officer? Take this person away. The security officer took a step forward and looked at the director. Looking extremely troubled, the director frowned. Miss Qiao, my second brother is the biggest investor in the production, and when he's not around, what I say goes. Security officer, why are you standing there in a stupor? Let me warn you that if you do not hurry and get this person out of here, I'll fire you immediately. You can choose to believe it or not. Without delay, the security officer took a step towards Shi Nianyao and said, Miss Shi, please leave the filming set. Qiaoyi walked up to Shi Nianyao. Giving the latter a hard stare, she lowered her voice and said, Don't go thinking that I don't know why you're here. You're chasing celebrities. I know you like Mo Shiqing, but let me tell you that as long as I'm around, don't even dream of getting your foot into the cast. At this point, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Since when is an actress that hasn't even had her career launched in charge of the filming production? Everyone turned in the direction of the voice and saw an elegant man in a charcoal black suit walking inside steadily. The director's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the man, and he quickly went forward to greet him. Mr. Shi, you're here. Shi Nianyao and Shi Sun were siblings, the only two offsprings of the Shi family. At a young age, Shi Sun had had leukemia and Shi Nianyao had been conceived to save Shi Sun. The two of them were about 6 years apart in age. On top of being sickly, Shi Sun had been kidnapped in his childhood. He had grown up fast because of these unpleasant experiences, but also from a young age he had appreciated his little sister. Hence all these years, he had doted on her and made her the apple of his eye. Basically, no matter what Shi Nianyao wanted, Shi Sun would never deny her. People who knew him knew that he was crazy for his sister. When Shi Nianyao saw her brother walk in, right away she smiled so broadly that her eyes became half moons. She did not say a word and merely pursed her lips. Then pouting, she pointed at Qiaoyi. Shi Sun's expression darkened. Although he had no idea what his sister was trying to do, it was obvious she didn't want her identity to be made known. But why was his own sister being treated like this by the filming crew? They were seriously going overboard. His eyes flashed and his expression sharpened. Qiaoyi, on the other hand, did not notice all of this. She only noticed that Shi Sun was a gentleman of elegant and graceful carriage, despite his rather severe aura. When she heard the director address him as Mr. Shi, she immediately understood that he was the second investor of the production. His earlier remark about her suggested that he was probably unaware that she was second brother's woman. Hence, Qiaoyi immediately stepped forward and extended her hand towards him, saying, Mr. Shi, how are you? I'm Qiaoyi, the female lead of the film. My second brother Lu Nans has been hoping to meet you. How unexpected that you've come here instead. She said this, making her own identity obvious. She was quite sure that Shi Sun wouldn't want to make Lu Nans look bad. However, Shi Sun stood there motionless and took no notice of her extended hand. Qiaoyi was speechless. She bit her lip and ventured, Mr. Shi. It was only then that Shi Sun looked as though he had noticed her for the first time. Still, he did not reply and instead turned towards the director asking, Since when have the nobodies in the filming crew been allowed to address me? Qiaoyi turned pale at his words. She wondered if it was her imagination. She had just called Shi Nianyao was a nobody, and now Shi Sun was in turn calling her a nobody. Was he avenging Shi Nianyao? She shook with anger. Mr. Shi, no matter what, you should give me some face. Give you some face? Shursun did not bother to mince his words. What are you exactly? Chow Yi was speechless. Shursun took a step forward and continued. Besides Lu Nan's, there's no need for me to give anyone else any face. Then he looked at the director. I'm here to inspect the filming set. This woman here is bossing people around. Is this how the filming crew functions? Even though he was being reprimanded, the director now felt quite exuberant. Chow Yi had all sorts of tricks up her sleeves and had been stirring trouble every day. He had long been tired of her behavior, and now he finally had some backing to retaliate. The director put on a serious expression at once. Chow Yi, are you done preparing for all your filming segments? Why are you bossing around here? Do hurry up and go study your script. Chow Yi's expression immediately changed and she opened her mouth to talk back. However, the director continued reprimanding her. Are you still interested in filming? Fnot scram. I've never seen this kind of filming. Ashen-faced, Chow Yi demanded. What did you just say? The director frowned and was about to speak, when Shursun interrupted expressionlessly. Did Lu Nan's really recommend such an ignorant actress? What is their relationship? Chow Yi's expression changed at once when she heard Shursun's remark. The director was stunned as well. All this time everyone had thought that Lu Nan's was backing Chow Yi. However, previously, Lu Nan's had given Chow Yi a tight slap. Given that, it didn't really seem as though she was that precious to him at all, hence, the director looked at her. In fact, the whole crew had been tired of her for a long time. And now, Shursun's disregard for her caused everyone to suddenly realize that he was right. Even if Chow Yi had been recommended by Mr. Lu, ever since that previous incident, Mr. Lu had not come to see her. Instantly, everyone turned to Chow Yi with looks of suspicion and doubt in their eyes. Chow Yi clenched her fists with anger and insisted. Of course I know second brother. We grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. We both. Before she could finish, Shursun interrupted. Of course you can say anything you want. If it's true, why don't you get Lu Nan's to come over? In any case, Shursun wanted to ask Lu Nan's how was it that this woman was bullying his very own sister. Chow Yi bit her lip and said, Fine. I will ask second brother to come over and meet with you, Mr. Shur. After saying these words, she turned around and walked away. The director turned and smiled at Shursun, asking, Mr. Shur, would you like me to show you around? Shursun's expression was icy and he replied, Don't you have things to do? It seems like all of you in the filming crew have a lot of free time. The director immediately felt anxious. Shursun now turned towards Shurnianyao and said, She can show me around. The rest of you go continue with what you're supposed to be doing. Director. Shurnianyao and Shursun walked together. Seeing that there was no one around, Shurnianyao stuck her tongue out at Shursun and said, Brother, you were quite fierce back there. He replied with little expression, And you just let her bully you like that? Shurnianyao chuckled and did not speak. He looked at his sister and reached out to ruffle her hair affectionately. Yet at this point, Mo Shiqing was approaching them. He had heard that the investor was coming, hence, as the male lead he wanted to greet Shursun. He was a short distance from them and clearly saw Shursun's gesture with Shurnianyao. Obviously, the man showed his affection and how he pampered her. And the woman was mischievous and adorable. Suddenly, Mo Shiqing had a sinking feeling in his heart. Chow Yi had been reprimanded and asked to leave. To say the least, she was thoroughly embarrassed. Now the only person who could help restore her dignity was her second brother. But ever since the incident involving Chow Lian, when second brother had tightly slapped her, he had not turned up at the filming location. She knew that Chow Lian was the apple of her second brother's eye, and no one was to hurt her. Because she had made fun of Chow Lian, second brother had been of course angry. She did not dare to call second brother. Holding the cell phone in her hand, she hesitated for a long time. Then she recalled something. Biting her lip, she made a call to his secretary. The line was connected very quickly. Chow Yi asked, Is second brother around? Politely, the secretary replied, Miss Chow, did he not tell you? He's gone away for a business trip. Xiao Yi was stunned and her heart sank. She asked, "Where has he gone?" The plane left a streak of white smog in the sky as it soared down from the heights to land in Beijing Airport. From the first-class cabin exit, a man in a black trench coat strode out. Following behind him were a few bodyguards, dressed in nondescript black. The man's presence was highly noticeable and people turned to look wherever he walked. Also, because of his aura, people around tended to make way when he approached them. He walked out of the airport. His men followed him closely and informed him, "Mr. Liu, the person receiving us is here. He has prepared your accommodation. Would you like to stay at the hotel or at your private villa?" Lu Nan strode ahead energetically and replied, "Both." As he stepped out of the airport building, he stood before a limited edition of a Bentley. His bodyguard respectfully opened the passenger seat door for him. The man, however, did not get in the car immediately. He unhurriedly took off his sunglasses to reveal his pair of phoenix eyes that were devilish but charming enough to dazzle all living creatures. The look in his eyes was deep and abstruse as they surveyed the thick haze shrouding the city. The dull gray skies made one feel an oppressing gloominess. This was where she had lived for the last 8 years. The corners of the man's lips turned upwards gradually in a smile that bordered on vicious. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, "Xiao Lian, did you think that if you went hiding in Beijing you'd be able to run away from me?" Xiao Lian had been back in Beijing for a few days now, but she still felt ill at ease. For some reason, an ominous feeling hung over her. The unrest she felt made staying in the villa impossible for her. Shun Liangchuan had been busy ever since they had returned from Hengdian, and he wasn't home most of the day. And after leaving the news agency, she had not found another job. She was strolling around at home when she suddenly received a call from Xiao Yi. She picked up the call. "Hello? Xiao Yi, what's the matter?" Not wishing to interrupt her daily life, Xiao Yi rarely called her unless something was up. After a period of rehabilitation and training, Xiao Yi was now walking fine. The doctor had said that in another fortnight, he would be well and ready to be discharged. Hence, Xiao Lian's tone sounded a little concerned, worried for any unexpected changes. However, unlike what she had thought, Xiao Yi was sounding very relaxed. "Nothing's wrong, sister. I have a guest." "Guess who?" "Guest?" Xiao Lian laughed and asked, "What sort of guest would you have?" As soon as she said this, she heard a voice coming from the other end of the line, one that was familiar yet dreadfully terrifying. "It's me." That voice belonged to Lu Nance. Xiao Lian immediately stood up. The notebook that was sitting on her lap fell onto the ground with a soft thud. Taking no notice of that, she was now on full alert and asked guardedly, "What are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything. I haven't seen Xiao Yi for years and we're just catching up. Would you like to come over?" Xiao Lian paused and bit her lip. "Okay, I'll go." After hanging up, she hurriedly got changed and went out to hail a cab. She went straight to the hospital where Xiao Yi was. All along the way she felt anxious, like her heart was on fire. Although she knew that this was Beijing, not a place where he could do as he wished, still she was nervous. She hurried the driver a few times as they sped towards the hospital, so that she could get there in the shortest time possible. After getting out of the cab, she dashed towards Xiao Yi's ward. Now standing outside the door, she could hear laughter coming from the room. She paused and heaved a sigh of relief. Then she pushed open the door and Xiao Yi's laughter greeted her. There, sitting on the sofa with a long leg crossed over the other, was Lu Nance. Lu Nance was smiling. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, was rocking back and forth with laughter. "Second brother, you're too funny. There's a completely different side of you. So what happened in the end? What about sister?" Lu Nance cast his gaze downward and said after a pause, "You'll have to ask your sister." At those words and following the direction of Lu Nan's gaze, Xiao Yi turned around and saw Xiao Lian standing at the doorway. He immediately stood up to greet her. "Sister, you're here. Second brother suddenly turned up this morning. I was surprised. But after so many years without meeting, he has become a lot more humorous than before. In the past, Xiao Yi liked to tag along wherever his sister went, So Lu Nans had been unfriendly with him. After growing up, Chowie had realized that at the time Lu Nans had liked his sister, and because he would never leave her alone, Lu Nans would find ways to fend him off. Hence from a young age, Chowie had always revered but also feared Lu Nans. Now though, seeing the man again, he felt a certain affection towards him. Xiao Lian pursed her lips and stared at Lu Nans. Seeing that he wasn't going to speak, she smiled and asked, "What were you chatting about?" Chowie was laughing so hard that he was almost in tears. "We were talking about you and the strong sense of self-interest you had even as a child. Dad doted on you, but second brother managed to bribe you with candy. He asked you once when he visited our house who you liked more, Dad or him, and you said second brother. Haha. Back then, I'm sure Dad was especially stumped." At this point, Xiao Lian threw Lu Nans a look. At the time they had been family friends. However, as they grew up, the Lu family business prospered and they got stronger and stronger. On the other hand, the Chow family business was maintained steadily without any exceptional development, which was why they went bankrupt just because of a commercial property. During their childhood, Xi's second brother, Sun Si, and a few others had been indeed quite close. But that was then and this is now. She made some movements with her right hand and shoved her fingers into her pocket, as a look of precaution flashed across her eyes. Then she sat down to chat with them. After a short time, Chowie very tactfully threw a meaningful glance at them and said, "Sister, please continue chatting without me. I have to go to my rehabilitation training now." Before Xiao Lian could object to it, Lu Nans nodded and said, "Yes, hurry up and get better so that you can go back to school." Chowie nodded and turned to walk away. After Chowie was gone, Xiao Lian looked at Lu Nans with an icy expression and asked, "Why are you here?" With a confident smile still hanging on his face, he said, "To take you home with me." Frowning deeply, Xiao Lian said, "I'm already married. Get a divorce then." She looked at him sharply and spoke, "Lu Nans, what do you mean by this?" The man raised an eyebrow and said, "What I meant was, I like you ever since I was a child. I've liked you. You're mine." He sprang up from his seat and said, "Xiao Lian, how could you marry someone else?" He extended his hand and reached out to grip her wrist. There was much grievance and distress in his tone when he said this. It made him look pitiful, like an abandoned puppy. Xiao Lian knew, however, that the man before her would never be pitiful, ever. He was strong, confident, and overbearing. Xiao Lian bit her lip and said, "I will go back, but not now. Furthermore, I've never thought of getting a divorce." Xiao Lian. His warning tone was infused with anger. From looking pitiful, Lu Nan's expression had changed in a flash, and now it was obvious that he was overflowing with anger. Staring straight at him, she clenched her fists and told him, "The only person I like is Shen Liangchuan. The only person I like is Shen Liangchuan." To Lu Nans, nothing could give him a bigger heartache than these words. He narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. After a pause, he let out a chilly laugh as he said in a helpless but pampering tone, "Xiao Lian, there you go, being stubborn again." Xiao Lian felt that it was ridiculous of Lu Nans to be behaving this way. Did he not understand what she was saying? He lowered his voice and said to her, "I, Lu Nans, always get the woman I want." Xiao Lian replied angrily, "Lu Nans, this is Beijing, and this is a VIP ward. If you dare to use force or anything like that, a shout from me will bring the police. I don't think you want to end up in jail." With a smirk, Lu Nans said, "So you're concerned about my well-being?" Xiao Lian was speechless. He continued, "Don't worry. I'm not that uncouth. When in Hengdian there was one way of operating, and in Beijing there was a different way of operating. However," Lu Nans suddenly said, "Do you know what Shen Liangchuan has sacrificed in giving up the male lead role?" Xiao Lian paused and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What?" "A penalty of 50 million. Immediately, Xiao Lian's pupils shrank. For the last 8 years, Best Actor Shen had just been that, an actor. He had started from scratch and got to where he was today in that time. His fixed assets were probably worth 200 million altogether. But he had had to pay 50 million as penalty to compensate the filming crew? It was no wonder the moment he had returned to Beijing, He had been so busy that she hardly saw him around. With a sudden shortfall of 50 million in the company, he had likely been busy with investment matters for the past few days. But he had never breathed a word about the sacrifice he had to make. If Lu Nance had not told her about it today, she would have never found out. Suddenly, she was consumed by guilt. She clenched her fists tightly and glared at Lu Nance. He smiled on the other hand and reminded her, "Qiao Lian, if you continue to persist so obstinately, he will have nothing left." These words caused her to go into a sudden panic. Shen Liangchuan was just a famous actor. Even if he had money, how would he be a match for Lu Nance? She bit her lip and said, "Lu Nance, don't overstep the line." Lu Nance stared steadily at her. After a brief moment of silence, he said, "I'm at Villa 9 in Linglong District, and I'll be in Beijing, waiting for the day that you come around to look for me." Having said this, Lu Nance strode over to the door. As he crossed the threshold, he suddenly turned back and said, "Tell Chowie I've left, and let him know I'll come and see him tomorrow." The smile he had on his face seemed to hold some meaning behind. He continued, "In addition, I hope he recovers soon, but he should be careful and not get into any accidents." Qiao Lian clenched her fists as she heard this. The meaning behind those words was obvious to her. Besides Shen Liangchuan, he was using Qiao to blackmail her. By the time Qiao Lian walked out of the hospital, she felt as though she had been skinned, as though she had been immersed in a pot of boiling water. She gulped nervously and looked up at the hazy skies. After a pause, she took out her cell phone and dialed Shen Liangchuan's number. He picked up the call after 2 rings. His voice was soothing as usual. It had a calming effect on her. "What's up, Xiao Qiao?" Hearing his voice made her feel that she suddenly had courage again. "Lu Nance is here." The voice on the other end was silent for a fraction of a second, before steadily replying, "I know." He paused before adding, "Don't worry." Those simple words from him were like an anchor for her. Immediately, it stilled the wild thumping of her heart. She drew a deep breath and spoke, "Okay. Where are you?" "At a business meeting." His answer was concise. "And is it going well?" Qiao Lian asked casually. Then she heard the ring of soft, deep laughter coming from the other end. After a pause, he said, "Xiao Qiao, are you worrying that I won't be able to feed the family?" She kept silent at his teasing and hung her head with a disheartened smile. He had thrown out 50 million without batting an eyelid. She was moved by his love and friendship. She cleared her throat and looked up. "It's okay. If a time comes that you can't feed the family, I'll work and keep you well fed. I have to say I'm grateful to my great wifey." She found herself turning bright scarlet at his teasing remark as she walked down the street. She lifted her hand to touch her burning cheeks. Great wifey. Why did those words make her feel so shy all of a sudden? She looked ahead, her vision unfocused and distracted. "You keep working then, I'll hang up now." Okowo. In the top management meeting at the office, Shen Liangchuan was standing at the corridor. The smile on his face vanished at once the moment he hung up. Song Chang stood behind him frowning as he reported, "The 2 artists with whom we signed last month have asked for termination of their contracts. I've done some asking around. They've been poached by a newly established entertainment company called NQ. They paid a high price and indicated that they would aggressively promote the artists." Upon hearing this, Shen Liangchuan's expression darkened. "NQ. Nan. Qiao." He cast his gaze down to hide the mockery in his eyes. Indeed, Lu Nance was aggressive. It had only been a few days, but he had already set up a company? Nodding, Shen Liangchuan said, "We won't keep people who have no loyalty, but make sure they pay their full penalty." Song Chung nodded to show he understood, however. He had a worried expression. "But what should we do now? They only had a few artists under their belt." It was extremely pitiful. Shen Liangchuan thought for a moment before he said, "I recall that Mo Shicheng's contract is about to expire." Song Cheng's eyes lit up. At this point, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the line, spoke respectfully for a short while, and then hung up the line with a heavy expression on his face. He looked at Shen Liangchuan and said, "We're finished. The investor that we struck a deal with 2 weeks ago wishes to withdraw their capital now. At the moment we don't have much cash flow. We were depending on the money from this investor to pay our staff's salaries. The 50 million they had initially were Shen Liangchuan's personal funds, and they were meant to go into investing in the company. However, it had now been used to pay the costly penalty for terminating his filming contract. This had caused a shortage in the company's cash flow, and now disastrous consequences were striking them." Song Chung sighed. He looked up and glanced at Shen Liangchuan, but saw that there had been no change in his expression. Song Chung cleared his throat. "If we can't resolve this, shall we ask the Shen family to invest?" At this suggestion, Shen Liangchuan looked up and gave him a deadpan look. Song Chung immediately lowered his gaze when his eyes met with Shen Liangchuan's. "Forget what I just said." Xiao Lian came out of the hospital and hailed a cab home. She wanted to cook a sumptuous dinner for Shen Liangchuan. But as she reached the house, she heard Xia Yehua's voice and laughter from the living room. She was stunned for a moment before walking into the room. She was met with the sight of a delicate girl sitting on the sofa and conversing with Xia Yehua. Xia Yehua had a smile on her face and she was holding onto the girl's hand. When they heard the door open, they both turned to look at the door at the same time. Xia Yehua stood up with a smile and said, "Xiao Lian, let me introduce to you my new friend." Xiao Lian immediately widened her eyes and asked, "Xianu Anyuan?" Xianu Anyuan immediately laughed and replied, "It's me." Xiao Lian couldn't help but start laughing and asked, "What brought you here?" Xianu Anyuan looked at Xia Yehua and replied, "Auntie went to the rehab home to visit Miss Song, and since I had just gotten off work, Auntie invited me over to her house for a while." Using invitation as an excuse, Xia Yehua must be using her old tactics. She recalled thinking that she was a pitiful old woman and becoming good friends with her then. Now, Xiao Lian took a glance at Xia Yehua and sat down beside her. She said, "My mom has nothing to do usually and is kind of lonely. If you're free, do come over to accompany her more often." Xianu Anyuan nodded and replied, "Sure. I really like Aunt Xia too." Xia Yehua immediately smiled. As they were speaking, they suddenly heard the sound of a car from outside the villa. Xia Yehua was slightly stunned and said, "Is Liangchuan back already?" Xiao Lian was also confused. "I don't think it's possible. He was still in a meeting with clients when I called him just now." Just as both of them were in confusion, they heard Auntie Li shout excitedly, Madam, come out quickly. Young Master Ziheo is here." Young Master Ziheo was still his nickname in the Shen family. When Xia Yehua heard her, her eyes immediately brightened up. She stood up immediately and asked, "Really?" Since the incident from last time, Shen Ziheo had never returned home. Since he was back, did it mean that he wasn't angry anymore? Before Xia Yehua could walk out, the room door was open and Shen Ziheo strode in with big steps. He was donned in a shirt and perfectly straight trousers. He looked much more energized than compared to the time in Glitter Club. It looked like the incident in the club had woken him up and he was no longer so down, right? As she thought so, Xia Yehua ran towards him excitedly and asked, "Ziheo, why are you here?" Shen Ziheo once again used his weird tone. "Can't I be here?" "You can, of course you can." Xia Yehua spoke with excitement. She held his hands in her palm and said, "Ziheo, Mom is very happy that you came." Shen Ziheo scoffed and replied, "But I am afraid I will have to disappoint you in the near future." Xia Yehua was stunned. "What?" Shen Ziheo sneered and looked around the room, asking, "Shen Liangchuan isn't around? But oh right, he's currently in so much trouble. He must be needed everywhere." After Xia Yehua and Xiao Lian heard him, they started worrying. What happened to him? What happened? The company is lacking funds and is unable to pay its employees on time. The artists in the company are making a fuss, saying that they want to end their contracts. They also said that he was holding back new artists. Furthermore, the investments that had been previously confirmed suddenly backed out. All these problems, is there any easy way to solve them? When he said so, Xia Yehua and Xiao Lian were immediately stunned. They had never thought that such a big matter could happen in Shan Liangchuan's company. How is this possible? Xiao Lian exclaimed. Shen Zihao continued. Why isn't it possible? I believe it will be reported on the news in the next few days. The reason I came here is to tell you that, Mom, if he isn't able to support you, you can come and beg me. I might agree to support you for the rest of your life in exchange for giving birth to me. After he finished speaking, he scoffed at their misfortune, turned and left. But Xia Yehua grabbed his elbow at that instant. Shen Zihao turned his head around and raised an eyebrow. What? Do you already want to beg me? Xia Yehua spoke. Zihao Zichuan and you are brothers who share the same blood. Can't you just lend him a hand? Shen Zihao scoffed. Help him? Why should I help him? He caused my parents to divorce and snatched my mom away. Why should I help him? Shen Zihao spoke again after his scoffing. But there's a way to get me to help him too. Xia Yehua's eyes lit up. What? Shen Zihao spoke. Ask him to kneel down, beg me and admit to father that he was wrong then. Xia Yehua's irises swelled as she said. This is not possible. Shen Zihao scoffed and said. He can live on the streets then. After saying so, he turned and left. Even after hearing the start of his car engine, Xia Yehua had not came back to her senses. She stared at the doorstep, suddenly stuck her hand out and pressed it against her chest. Mom! Xiao Lian hurriedly held on to her. Don't panic. Xia Nuanyuan hurriedly came over to help. Aunt Xia, don't get triggered. Take a deep breath and calm down. After Xia Yehua calmed down, Xia Nuanyuan felt that the situation was off, and she immediately took her leave. When she walked out of the villa, she sighed quietly. Every family had a different woe. But that man just now. She bit her lip and walked forward. She had to pass by a garden on the way from the villa to the train station. When she passed by the garden, she suddenly saw a car that had stopped by the road. Xia Nuanyuan did not bother, but after taking a few steps, she looked back and stared at the car for a while. She then turned and walked to the pavilion beside the garden. As she had expected, she saw Shen Zihao there. He had lit a cigarette and was holding the cigarette with 2 fingers. The Shen Zihao at that moment no longer showed the anger, hatred and arrogance he had when facing Xia Yehua just now. He stood there alone, allowing his weak side to show. Since young, he had been longing for his mother's love. But his mother had divorced his father for the sake of his brother, and they had moved out of the house. From the start, they hadn't considered his feelings at all. He wanted a home, a complete home. He hated his mom, he hated his brother. But the premise of this hatred was that they had abandoned him. As he thought about it, he drew on the cigarette. The thick nicotine irritated his lungs and caused him to cough violently. That look of his made people pity him. Xia Nuanyuan walked over and stood in front of him. Shen Zihao frowned and looked up at her. Xia Nuanyuan bit her lip and said, Aunt Xia has a heart disease. She cannot take agitation. It is easy for patients with heart disease to die suddenly from cerebral congestions. Her words made Shen Zihao's irises swell. When Xia Nuanyuan saw his reaction, she pursed her lips and continued saying, In this world, a mom will always be a mom. I believe that the misunderstanding that you two had in the past was due to difficulties and a predicament you were in. That one sentence angered Shen Zihao as he stood up and retorted, What sort of difficulties would cause one to abandon her own child? Xia Nuanyuan choked. I don't know. Shen Zihao frowned as he let out a cold smirk. Xia Nuanyuan then walked over, sat beside him and said, If you are not in a good mood, how about letting me accompany you for a chat? Shen Zihao stood up and yelled, Get lost. Xia Nuanyuan did not move. After a while, she drew out a piece of paper and wrote down her contact number. You can give me a call if there are any problems. She lowered her head and walked away quietly. Shen Zihao frowned and stared at her back view quizzically. He let out a cold smirk and casually threw away the piece of paper into the bushes nearby. 5 minutes later, he jumped into the bushes from the pavilion to pick up the piece of paper. He casually stuffed the crumpled piece of paper into his pocket. In the villa. When Shun Liangchuan returned home at night, he saw two women sitting on the sofa, staring and waiting for him. He had just got home, but Xia Yehua stood up and handed him a bank card. There are 2 million in there. It's Mom's personal savings in the past years. Take it and use it to pay the employees their salary. Then she pointed at the luxury goods that she had packed and placed on the side. I will go to the luxury store to sell these items away tomorrow. They will bring in some money. And also we have 2 villas in this district. I think it would be good to sell one. She paused for a moment and then added, in fact, we can also consider selling both. We can rent another place to stay. After watching her give instructions bit by bit, he spoke plainly when he concluded that she had finished speaking. Done speaking. Xia Yehua nodded. Shun Liangchuan acknowledged her words with an "oh," kept the bank card and headed upstairs. Xia Yehua. Qiao Lian. Qiao Lian followed him up the stairs. When she got upstairs, she couldn't help but talk to Shun Liangchuan when she saw him. Is your company in need of people? Shun Liangchuan raised an eyebrow. What? Qiao Lian replied. I can go to work without a salary. Shun Liangchuan. So what kind of pathetic state was he in now? He smiled and stretched out his hand to touch Qiao Lian's head. He casually placed the bank card that Xia Yehua had given him on the table beside him. I am going to take a shower. She waited for Shun Liangchuan to enter the bathroom before picking up her cell phone. When she picked up her cell phone, she then discovered that the article about Shun Liangchuan's company facing cash flow problems was out prematurely. Judging by the different sorts of problems he was facing, it seemed like perhaps he would become bankrupt tomorrow. The main issue was still cash flow problems. Qiao Lian bit her lip, raised her head and looked at the man who was washing up in the bathroom. What would he do this time? As she was contemplating about it, a new message popped up on her cell phone. It was from Lu Nans. Have you seen the article? Can you really bear to see him lose everything? Qiao Lian immediately clenched her fists. In the meantime, the man who was taking a shower in the bathroom had a gaze that was turning sharp and penetrating. As the hot water came splashing down onto his head, his eyes flashed with silent anger. Having stayed dormant for a long time, it seemed like some people had forgotten that he was actually not a meat cat but a lion. This was Beijing, his territory. By the time Shun Liangchuan came out from the shower, he realized that Qiao Lian was not in the room. He frowned slightly and searched for her for a while, before walking out of the room and heading downstairs. As he went down the stairs, he saw Xia Yehua discussing with Auntie Li about what they should do in the days to come. Auntie Li was 50 this year. She had remained unwed and had been serving her all along. In the days to come, we will reduce our intake of imported beef. When it comes to buying vegetables, we can drive to the local market. It will be cheaper than purchasing items from the supermarket. If we go early in the morning, we will be able to pick the freshest vegetables.
Auntia Linuda.
Xia Yehua continued speaking. I recalled that back then when we first left the Shen family we led a difficult life. But now we will not be going back to that situation. Even if we were to face the same kind of situation, it's all right as we are all adults now. Auntie Li continued nodding. Xia Yehua spoke again. Do you think that Xiao Qiao will leave Shun Liangchuan now that he is penniless?
Auntia Li.
Shun Liangchuan. I haven't had the chance to carry my plump grandson yet. We must be nicer to Xiao Qiao in the future.
Auntia Li.
Shun Liangchuan was absolutely speechless. While he was downstairs, he searched around the villa but he couldn't see Qiao Lian. He then inquired, where is Qiao Lian? She has just gone out. Shun Liangchuan frowned and was stunned at these words. Gone out? Where could she have gone to? Shun Liangchuan picked up his cell phone and gave her a call. The call was connected. Where are you going to? Qiao Lian answered with a stammer. Oh, you will know in a while. That guilty tone rendered Shun Liangqua speechless. After he hung up the phone, he waited for a while at home before he saw Qiao Lian coming home with several small and huge bags of items. Her hands were carrying bags of vegetables that she had bought at the market. When she entered the house, she left the bags on the floor, took out a little notebook and started writing on it. After that, she ran into the kitchen and studied it for a while. Then she came out and silently went upstairs. Everyone. Xia Yehua was utterly shocked. Has Xiao Qiao been triggered by something? Shen Liangchuan took a glance at Xia Yehua. I'll take a look upstairs. When he reached upstairs, he went into the master bedroom and saw that Xiao Lian was still busy writing in the notebook. He didn't know what she was writing. Shen Liangchuan took a step forward. He then saw that she so extremely distressed that she sighed. Shen Liangchuan stretched out his hand to place it on her shoulder. What happened? Xiao Lian raised her head, drew out a bank card from her pocket and placed it on Shen Liangchuan's hand. This is my salary for the past few months. I haven't really spent much from it. It isn't that much money. Shen Liangchuan was stunned. Xiao Lian stood up with a solemn look on her face. She looked at Shen Liangchuan and said, Zichuan, I know that it is because of me that you are facing pressures that you have never experienced before. If I were a saint, I would have left you in order to free you from this disaster. However, I am not one. I am very selfish. I want to be with you. We have missed 8 years together and I certainly do not wish to live the days ahead without you. I won't let you fumble the ball, but there are only a few things that I can do. Now the only thing that I can do is to walk together with you through this crisis. If you really go bankrupt, we shall face the future together. I have just studied the prices of vegetables and I realize that vegetables from the wet market are indeed much cheaper than in the supermarket. We will be able to save a lot of money with this. We can also cut down costs by not having a servant. From now on, I will be the one to cook for the family. Shen Liangchuan looked at her, touched. He spoke after a while. Do you know how to cook? Xiao Lian. What a choice of words in such a touching moment. This guy was not in the least romantic. Xiao Lian pouted and felt like giving Shen Liangchuan a good wallop. But the next moment, a pair of strong arms embraced her shoulders, drawing her into his embrace with a swift motion. His familiar breath and air of masculinity had a reassuring quality to them, allowing her heart to calm down. To be honest, she felt insecure. When she and Shen Liangchuan got married, in the beginning, their relationship had been stormy. All she could think of was to quickly bear his child and leave. But through the interaction she had had with him, and even towards the end, when she found out that he was Zichuan, she had increasingly yearned for the warmth of this family she had joined. While it was true that he had caused her a lot of pain, she couldn't deny that he had also brought her much warmth. He was like her rock, a person she could rely on no matter what trouble she got into. Yet now Lu Nan's was coming at them aggressively. Xiao Lian was afraid that Shen Liangchuan would be defeated by Lu Nan's and would give up on her from then onwards. Hence, she was putting on her best behavior, in the hope that Zichuan would not bear to let her go. She was in a panic, her heart was confused. But he had seen right through her. Although she laughed and joked all the time, he knew the insecurities she had and was meeting all of these with the embrace that was now giving her. Xiao Lian's eyes teared up. He said to her in a clear and unhurried manner, Xiao Qiao, I'm here. These words were like a soothing balm to her soul, and they warmed up her heart. She nodded to show she understood. Although she couldn't bear to speak about this, she still did in the end. Shen Liangchuan, can you promise me something? Say it. If there comes a point that you're tired, let me know. I'll leave. She didn't want to be abandoned again. Neither did she want to journey through life alone again. She felt the arms around her waist tighten. It felt as though he was trying to draw her right into his soul. After a brief moment, he said unhurriedly, Don't be afraid, I will be here always. She immediately nodded. The rumors on the internet were getting more and more serious. Even some celebrities had exposed the details of the matter. Best Actor Shen had flouted the filming crew's regulations and, hence, been fired. He had had to pay a contract termination penalty of 50 million, which was the reason for the financial turnover problems that his company was now facing. In addition, a few artists in his company wanted to terminate their contracts with his company, resulting in a few lawsuits. Also, the investor that they initially had a deal with all of a sudden had shirked his responsibilities. All of these things had caused Best Actor Shun's entertainment company to be at the brink of bankruptcy. At once, there was a general sense of anxiety among the workers. Some staff in the company resigned, and some even tried to look for him at home. This situation kept Shun Liangchuan awfully busy. He was all over Beijing City looking for potential investors. In a villa in Linglong District, Lu Nan sat on the sofa, steadily watching the news reports on his cell phone. He sneered and tossed his cell phone aside. At this point, an assistant came up to him saying, "Sir, we've discovered that Shun Liangchuan's family is selling the properties under their name. In addition, they are trying to gather resources everywhere. Obviously, they are having turnover problems." Lu Nans knitted his brow. "Indeed. He's the great young master of the Shen family. I'm surprised he can last this long." The assistant asked, "So what do we do now?" Lu Nans laughed and replied, "Of course we add fuel to the fire." The assistant was puzzled. Lu Nan stood up at once and said, "Make me an appointment to meet with Shan Zihao of the Shan family." The assistant now understood in a flash. Xia Nuanyuan was working in the rehab home when she suddenly received a call from an unknown number. Looking at the unfamiliar number, she picked up the call. "Hello. How are you? May I know who I'm talking to?" A momentary silence on the other end of the line. Then a voice spoke. "It's me." The familiar voice caused Xia Nuanyuan's eyes to light up all at once. "Mr. Shen Zihao?" "Yes, how has she been lately?" "She?" Xia Nuanyuan was stumped for a moment before she could react. She said, "I don't know. Auntie Xia and I run into each other only occasionally." The voice at the other end of the line sounded rather disappointed but said, "Okay," slowly. Hearing the disappointment in his voice, Xia Nuanyuan suddenly said, "Mr. Shen Zihao, I can drop by Aunt Xia's house this evening after work. I can give you a call afterwards, what do you think?" The voice on the other end paused. Then, sounding quite unwilling, he finally said, "Okay, just do that." After hanging up, Xia Nuanyuan couldn't help breaking into a big smile. Mr. Shen Zihao looked rebellious and insensible. But the truth was that inside he yearned for family affection. Just like when they met at the Glitter Club. Even though he was being attacked, he had lent her a helping hand. With this thought, she went to the rehab home office and requested to leave. Taking a cab, she went to Xia Yehua's villa home. After the visit, she immediately called Shen Zihao. "Auntie Xia looks fine, but she's worried about your brother. She has sold off all her favorite pieces of jewelry." The line was silent for a moment before he said words that he did not mean at all. "Serves her right." Xia Nuanyuan sighed. "But Aunt Xia looks very worried. She seems to have aged 10 years overnight." Shen Zihao went quiet. Xia Nuanyuan continued, "Mr. Shen Zihao, family members help one another. Why do you talk so much?" "I'm hanging up." After chiding her, the line went dead. Xia Nuanyuan looked at her cell phone and laughed happily. She had discovered yet another positive trait of his. He would feel embarrassed and angry when someone made a correct guess about his inner thoughts. But why was she finding this so adorable? Shen Zihao paced up and down his room impatiently after hanging up. After a short while, the cell phone rang again. He picked up the line and heard a devilishly alluring voice. "Shen Zihao?" He paused and asked, "You are Lu Nans?" Shen Zihao's pupils shrank at once and his expression became impatient in an instant. "What do you want?" Even if he hated Shen Liangchuan, only he could. But what sort of rubbish person was this Lu Nans, that had cornered Shen Liangchuan to the point that the man was now all over the place like a lunatic? Lu Nans smiled and said unhurriedly, "I heard that you don't get along with Shen Liangchuan, hence the reason for my call." Shen Zihao laughed at once. "So? What do you mean?" "I'm wondering if, Mr. Shen, you might be interested in a small collaboration to hasten his bankruptcy?" Shen Zihao narrowed his eyes and said, "So, Mr. Lu, I guess you don't have any siblings?" After a pause, Lu Nans said, "That's right." "Then no wonder you don't understand how normal people think." At this point, he gave the man on the line a thorough scolding. "You attacked my brother and now dare look for me for a collaboration, you can go to hell." Lu Nan's got an angry earful from Shun Zihao and then the line went dead. His lips turned upwards in a smile. The assistant said, Mr. Lu, if Shun Zihao doesn't cooperate. With a hand wave, Lu Nanja said dismissively, I was not looking for him in the first place. Puzzled, the assistant asked, Then you're? Lu Nans made a search on his cell phone and located the recording of the conversation he had just had. Send this recording to Shun Zihao's stepmother, the woman by the name of Mei Feng. Let her listen to it. The assistant immediately saw what Lu Nans meant. The call he had made to Shun Zihao was to get actual collaboration. They had done their homework on the Shun family before coming to Beijing. Mei Feng didn't have a son and therefore, she doted on Shun Zihao. The thing that she feared the most was that Xia Yehua would take Shun Zihao away from her. Shun Zihao, on the other hand, acted like he couldn't care less about Xia Yehua. But this phone call proved that Shun Zihao did care for those people. And if this were the case, Mei Feng would surely not hold back on joining forces with them. At this thought, the assistant lowered his head with respect immediately and said, Yes. Indeed, Mr. Lu need how to do things. Shun Zihao frowned after hanging up. After pacing his room a few times, he straightened up at once. After leaving the house and getting into his car, he drove off from the Shun family home. However, after driving away, he had no idea where to go. As he cruised around aimlessly, he found himself going to Shan Liangchuan's villa district. He stopped his car by the road in the gardens. Sitting in the driver's seat, he stared at the villa before him. He wasn't quite sure why he had come here. It was just that after receiving that call from Lu Nans, he knew and was afraid that the man would try to do something nasty. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a car stopping next to his. Following this, the back seat door opened. Shun Liangchuan got out, walked over to his car and knocked on the car window. Upon seeing Shun Liangchuan, Shun Zihao immediately looked somewhat embarrassed. As he frowned, he heard Shun Liangchuan say, Why are you here? What's up? Shun Zihao replied gruffly, Nothing. Wondering if you guys have starved to death. I got a call from Lu Nans today. He asked if I'd join him in ruining you. So I'm here to see if you've ruined yourselves even before I do anything. Although his tone was fierce, Shun Liangchuan could immediately see his good intentions. His expression darkened and his deep eyes looked steadily at his brother. Thanks, Zihao. Shun Zihao turned red with embarrassment and he quickly started his car. Thank me? You must be crazy. I'm berating you and you're thanking me. Then he stepped on the accelerator and started to drive away. Shun Liangchuan stared at the disappearing silhouette of the car. On his face there was a hint of gratitude. Shun Zihao still had their interest at heart. Songcheng now got out of the car. Obviously, he had heard Shun Zihao's words. Brother Shun, it looks like Lu Nans is losing his cool. Shun Liangchuan narrowed his eyes and the corner of his lips turned upwards. The fish is finally biting the trap. Seeing how steady he was, Song Cheng could finally heave a huge sigh of relief and said, It looks like all the news we've been working hard to spread, trying to create anxiety among the people, and all that have been an effort completely worthwhile. Brother Shun, it all comes down to your counterattack now. Xiao Lian was still not home yet when Shan Liangchuan got back. She was at the clubhouse watching the team train with video games. Although they had clinched the Beijing regional competition's first prize, the national championship was in 2 weeks. The team surely had seen the news and articles on what had happened to the company. Xiao Lian was there to quell any anxiety. Unexpectedly, the 6 of them did not even mention anything in relation to this and were fully focused on their training. Their attitude was one that anybody looking in would be proud of. Still, Xiao Lian felt that she should explain the situation to them. Don't you guys worry, you will still get your pay in full. The 6 of them exchanged looks with each other, and Su Pinghao finally spoke up. Coach Chow, we've thought about it. We've decided not to take a salary for these few months. When we manage to get into the finals and clinch the top prize and the cash, we'll take our salary from that. All of them nodded simultaneously at these words. As Xiao Lian looked at the team, emotions welled up in her heart. The last match had united them in an unprecedented way. After all the difficulties they had been through together, she believed that this team was more united than any other team. As she walked out of the team's villa, she heard a sound behind her. Turning around, she saw Ancestor Whitebones walking after her. Her family situation came to Qiao Lian's mind, and before Ancestor Whitebones could speak, Qiao Lian said, "Whitebones, don't worry, you will be paid on time. Otherwise, without money going to her family, her parents would turn up again and create a scene." Ancestor Whitebones paused for a moment and said, "Coach Qiao, it's not about that. I just wanted to tell you that Purple Fairy was here very recently." Qiao Lian kept silent when she heard this. Ever since she had found out that King Fighting Team belonged to Sun Linen, she had not seen him. Furthermore, after she had returned from her trip to Hongdian to visit Shen Liangchuan, she had heard that the team had disbanded. So why had Purple Fairy come looking for them? Seeing the puzzled look on Qiao Lian's face, Ancestor Whitebones smiled and continued, "Purple Fairy told us that the company had gone broke, and that you won't be able to pay us our salaries from now on. She was planning to find a sponsor and wanted us to join her." Qiao Lian understood at once. This guy was still using the same tactic. However, Ancestor Whitebones continued, "But all of us rejected her proposal." Qiao Lian nodded and said, "I understand and I believe what you're saying." After weathering all those storms, the group that remained had become the core of the team. Nodding, Ancestor Whitebones added, "We all feel that we are playing with this team for the sake of our dreams and aspirations, and not for the money. So Purple Fairy has grossly misjudged us if she thinks that she can put a monetary value to us. Besides, playing for this team ignites the passion in us." After these words, she finally said, "Coach Qiao, the reason that I'm telling you this is to let you know that no matter what happens, our team will always be here." Qiao Lian was touched by their sentiments and nodded to show she understood. By the time she got back to the villa, Shen Liangchuan was already home. As she reached the top of the stairs to the second floor, she heard Song Cheng say, "All of Beijing's most influential people will be at the business function tomorrow evening. The potential sponsors that we're targeting will be there too." Before he could finish, Shen Liangchuan raised an eyebrow and interrupted him. "Get the suit ready, I'll be there tomorrow." Song Cheng nodded. As he turned around, he saw Qiao Lian and paused for a moment before he greeted her. "Miss Qiao." Qiao Lian gave him a slight nod. After Song Cheng left, Qiao Lian went up to Shen Liangchuan and suddenly asked, "Mr. Shen, may I know if you lack a female partner for tomorrow evening's function?" Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, he understood at once what she was thinking. She had heard what Song Cheng was saying and knew that he was going to look for sponsors. She was worried that he would have a tough time, so she wanted to accompany him. Did she think that he was going to beg? The thought of this made him slightly smile. He thought about the past few days, how she and Xia Yehua had been home and worried sick. He nodded and said, "Okay, put on something pretty for the occasion then. Things would get interesting tomorrow evening." Since that man with the surname Liu had dared to frighten Xiao Qiao, she should actually come along to watch the comedy unfold, shouldn't she? Soon it was evening of the event. Although it was winter, Qiao Lian wore an evening gown. Wearing a coat over the gown, she arrived at the event venue with Shen Liangchuan. This business banquet had been organized by the Beijing Chamber of Commerce. It was a quarterly event that saw attendance from the upper echelons of society. They were there to socialize. Many deals were made and collaborations established at these functions. Hence, normally, if one was looking for investors, they would find means to secure an invitation to this event, through which they would get to know more investors. In the past years, Shen Liangchuan had never been to any of these banquets. That was why when he walked into the event location with Qiao Lian by his side, it immediately caught the attention of the people around. Someone widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Shen Liangchuan? What brings you here?" Shen Liangchuan turned around upon hearing this and looked at him, saying unhurriedly, "Why shouldn't I be here?" The man then fell silent, caught by Shen Liangchuan's stare. Everyone around looked at him with an expression of reverence and flocked over to him, asking all sorts of questions. Qiao Lian stood by the side watching this happen. These people were the heirs of the various huge enterprises in Beijing. Based on his current status as a mere actor, these people would normally not bother with him. However, looking at what was going on, one could observe that Shan Liangchuan was particularly popular among the rich second-generation heirs, to the extent that they looked at him with obvious admiration. This showed that Shan Liangchuan had once been a hegemon. A person could fall in dire straits, but the relationships that he built would be there forever. Thus, the people who had followed Shan Liangchuan in their youth were now all grown up, and could hold their family businesses on their own. Even if Shan Liangchuan was just a famous actor, this group of people would give him face. At this point, Qiao Lian was a little puzzled. If this was the case, then why couldn't Shan Liangchuan find help to raise the funds that he needed? As she was wondering this, she suddenly heard a voice yelling, "Dishonorable son! Who gave you permission to be here?" Everyone turned simultaneously to look in the direction of the voice, and saw Shan Xiu striding over. Fury was evident on his face. He looked at Shan Liangchuan with a murderous expression. And next to him was a young man. The corner of the young man's lips were turned upwards in a mesmerizing smile, and his phoenix eyes were fixed on Qiao Lian. It was Lu Nan's. When Qiao Lian saw him, her pupils shrank at once. Why was he next to Shen Xiu? Indeed, the next moment Shen Xiu spoke. "We, the Shen family and the Lu family, are collaborating on a new project. From now on we are business partners." At these words, Shan Liangchuan narrowed his eyes and fixed his penetrating gaze on Shan Xiu. Laughing heartily, Shan Xiu patted Lu Nan's shoulder and remarked, "Now the world belongs to the young. Mr. Lu has good thinking and we, the Shen family, are glad to be working with you." Lu Nan smiled arrogantly and replied, "Thank you for the kind words, Uncle Shan." He turned to look at Shan Liangchuan and continued, "I heard that this is your eldest son." Before he could finish, Shen Xiu interrupted him. "Son? I have no such son. The only son I have is Ziheo." At this point, he looked at the guests that had gathered and proclaimed, "I, Shen Xiu, will recognize that I've never had such a dishonorable son as Shan Liangchuan." Most of the guests were the elites of the industry. When they heard this, they turned to look at Shan Liangchuan. Qiao Lian stood by his side and clenched her fists tightly in anger. Was this man his real father? He seemed more like an enemy. Did he not know that Shan Liangchuan was hitting a low point in his career? Yet this man was stirring more trouble. No wonder Shan Liangchuan had trouble securing funds. Obviously, Shen Xiu was behind it all. And now, after publicly embarrassing him, who would collaborate with Shan Liangchuan and invest in his company? Qiao Lian harshly bit her lip and felt compelled to speak up, but Shan Liangchuan made an unhurried comeback. "You said the same 8 years ago and everyone already knows it. Is there a need to repeatedly remind everyone? I think the guests who can make it to this event don't have memory issues." Shen Xiu immediately narrowed his eyes upon hearing this retort. "You, Mr. Shen, if there's nothing else, I'm going in. I am not obliged to stand here and listen to your loud and arrogant tirade." Having said that, Shan Liangchuan walked towards the entrance of the venue with Qiao Lian. However, as he walked past Shen Xiu, the latter reached out his hand and pulled him back. With narrowed eyes, Shen Xiu gave Shan Liangchuan a hard stare, and then finally shifted his gaze to Qiao Lian. Lowering his voice, he said to Shan Liangchuan, "You unfilial son, getting yourself in such dire straits over a woman, is that worth it?" Shan Liangchuan narrowed his eyes as he turned to look at the elder Shen. Shen Xiu continued, "If you divorce this woman, Mr. Lu would give me all the profits of our project. And when that happens, I'll take you and your mom back. How's that?" Shan Liangchuan raised an eyebrow at this suggestion. Staring directly at Shen Xiu, he suddenly asked, "And Mei Feng will agree to this?" Shen Xiu sneered. "You think Mei Feng is like your mom? This was her own suggestion. You are, after all, my son." Shan Liangchuan suddenly found this funny. Shen Xiu was considered a successful man in the industry, but at home, Mei Feng had him twirled around her little finger like a lost soul. To think that she would suggest such a ridiculous idea. Shan Liangchuan narrowed his cold and distant eyes and finally expressed his anger. If you wish to have 2 women at your service, you should look for a young lady. My mother is not interested in you. Shen Xiu immediately fumed upon hearing this. You. Ignoring him, Shen Liangchuan continued walking towards the venue. It was only after he disappeared from their view that Shen Xiu took a few breaths and calmed down. Lu Nan smiled as he said, "Don't worry, Uncle Shen. He'll come looking for you when he hits a dead end." Because of what had just happened at the entrance, only a few people approached Shen Liangchuan now as he entered the event venue. Even his childhood friends kept a distance and did not approach him. Shen Liangchuan wasn't fazed and strolled over to the sofa at the resting zone on the side. He seemed to be in a relaxed mood and even asked her, "Are your feet hurting?" Xiao Lian normally wore flat shoes, but she had put on heels for this function. She immediately laughed at the idea that she should be thought of as a delicate and pampered little mistress. "No, they're not hurting." Shen Liangchuan nodded. Just as they were about to speak again, Lu Nans walked up to them. Standing next to them and resting his gaze on Xiao Lian's feet, he remarked, "You used to hate wearing heels. Now they no longer hurt." Shen Liangchuan's expression darkened at the man's words. Before Xiao Lian could say anything, he continued expressionlessly, "We appreciate your concern. My wife is fine." Lu Nans laughed icily and replied, "Don't you know how Xiao Lian grew up? Back in Suzhou, she basically could have whatever she wanted. Everyone in the circle pampered her, and she was a little princess. But now she has to suffer along with you. Lu Nans, what I desire is my own choice. Besides, I'm blissfully happy now. I'd rather be begging alongside him than leave with you. So you can stop dreaming about it." She was firm and resolute, and her words were like a sharp knife that cut deeply into Lu Nan's heart. She would rather beg alongside Shen Liangchuan than leave with him? Lu Nans narrowed his eyes as his smile deepened. "Fine. Then let's have you experience what it's like to beg." As he thought this, someone approached them. Immediately, Lu Nans raised his hand and pointed at him for Xiao Lian to see. "Do you know who that is?" Xiao Lian's gaze followed the direction indicated. It was a man of similar age to them, and he was wearing a suit and leather shoes. Xiao Lian kept silent. Lu Nans continued, "That was your company's first investor. Li Qinyu grew up with Shen Liangchuan and they were buddies. Their agreement had been drafted and was ready to be signed, but he changed his mind at the last minute." He looked at Xiao Lian and continued, "Do you know why?" Xiao Lian bit her lip and looked at Shen Liangchuan. Lu Nans laughed. "Because I gave him considerable benefits." Xiao Lian's expression turned ugly at once. "You're despicable." Lu Nans stared at them with viciousness flashing in his eyes. "Xiao Lian, I've told you before. Come with me and I'll leave him alone." Now Xiao Lian was heaving with anger. At this point, as though attempting to provoke them even more, Lu Nans yelled, "Mr. Li." Li Qinyu turned when he heard his name being called. His eyes lit up instantly when he saw them and he strode over. Lu Nans kept his eyes on the man. Then smiling, he told Xiao Lian, "I'll introduce you now." Those infuriating words. Xiao Lian was speechless. Li Qinyu had been Shen Liangchuan's friend, but he had betrayed the latter to gain some benefits for himself. Lu Nans had called him over just to embarrass Shen Liangchuan. And now Li Qinyu was standing before them. Lu Nans extended his hand to greet the man. "Mr. Li, how are you?" Li Qinyu smiled broadly and replied, "Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. How are you?" He didn't even turn to look at Shen Liangchuan. Xiao Lian immediately reached out for Shen Liangchuan's hand when she saw this. He was probably very upset because of how his childhood friend had betrayed him. She bit her lip and looked at the other 2 men. At a loss, she finally said to Shen Liangchuan, "Honey, I need to go to the restroom. Will you come with me?" Obviously, she was trying to move Shen Liangchuan away from this situation so that he would not be subject to these taunts. Shen Liangchuan knitted his brow. Seeing that she was trying to protect him, he stood up. As they were about to leave, Lu Nan stopped them. He pointed at Li Qinyu and said to Shen Liangchuan, "Mr. Shen, you two are childhood buddies after all, so even if a collaboration couldn't work out this time, can't there be a next time?" Why don't you take a seat? Let's have a drink together. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you holding a grudge against Mr. Li? He was sowing seeds of discord. Xiao Lian boiled with anger at what this vicious man was saying. She bit her lip and said, Lu Nans, you're too much. How is that being too much? Mr. Li and Mr. Shun are merely having a small disagreement, and I'm here to mediate. Lu Nan's reply was simply infuriating. Even Xiao Lian, who usually had a good comeback, was speechless by his shamelessness. Shun Liangchuan, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow and sat on the sofa. Turning towards Li Qinyu, he said, Very well then. Let's hear what you have to say. Li Qinyu cleared his throat and looked slightly embarrassed. Brother Shun, I'm really sorry about what happened this time. Shun Liangchuan raised his eyebrow again. Then the man immediately laughed as he said, Why don't I buy you a meal next time? So just forgive me, please. Lu Nan said at once, Why wait till next time? It's always better to fix a date than to leave things to chance. Let's do it today. Li Qinyu laughed heartily and said, Fine. Let's go for dinner after the function. Lu Nan shifted his gaze to Shun Liangchuan and asked, Mr. Shun, do you dare go? Not if he would like to go, but if he dared to. He was making it difficult for Shun Liangchuan to back out. The three men went back and forth, exchanging verbal blows. Listening to them, Xiao Lian was anxious for Shun Liangchuan. But Shun Liangchuan was unruffled as always, as though nothing could anger him. Seeing that he was so calm, Lu Nans turned suddenly to Li Qinyu and said, Mr. Li, I'll fulfill my promise to you right now. Immediately Li Qinyu smiled and replied, Good, just as well. I can use the money for dinner. Lu Nans reached into his pocket and drew out a check saying, As long as you keep to our deal, these 50 million are yours. He signed the check and then passed it to Li Qinyu. Xiao Lian was livid. Lu Nans was a true abuser. It was bad enough that he was making deals under the table, but now he was making such transactions in their presence. He was blatantly trying to embarrass Shun Liangchuan. She had an uncontrollable urge to scratch at his face. At this point, Xiao Lian turned to Shun Liangchuan, hoping to offer a few words of support. However, she noticed that his expression was calm and steady. His eyes were trained on Li Qinyu. As for Li Qinyu, the moment he had the check in his hand, he jumped up and ran over to Shun Liangchuan saying, Brother Shun, 50 million. Aren't you going to praise me? Xiao Lian was stunned by his words. What sort of situation was this? Shun Liangchuan got up from his seat in one graceful movement and glanced at Lu Nans, who had by now narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He said, I'll keep the 50 million. As for dinner, do you dare come? I have a few other friends to introduce to you. The tables had somewhat turned. Xiao Lian stared at the three men stupefied. All at once, the anger she felt disappeared. She turned to look at Shun Liangchuan and then shifted her gaze to Lu Nans. This was beyond what her brain could take. What was going on? Wasn't Shun Liangchuan going broke? And hadn't Lu Nans teamed up with Li Qinyu and ruined the investment deal? Although she couldn't figure out what was happening, her eyes lit up at once as she turned to look at Shun Liangchuan. From the start, Shun Liangchuan had not panicked. She had believed all along that he was just a popular actor and surely would not be able to stand up to Lu Nans. But who would have guessed, one step at a time? He must have laid this out when they returned from Hengdian. Her Zichuan was way too dashing. She looked at Lu Nans again. There was a slight shift in his expression before it returned to normal. He was terribly resilient and would not be affected by these things. He merely lightly frowned and looked at Li Qinyu saying, I didn't think that Mr. Li couldn't be trusted with his word. Shun Liangchuan kept silent while Li Qinyu frowned in response. Of course I'll keep my word. I said that I wouldn't finance Brother Shun's company, and I'll keep my promise. Sigh. Really, I've missed a great opportunity to make money, all because of you. His blaming tone made it look like he was losing a few $1 billion by not collaborating with Shun Liangchuan. Lu Nans narrowed his eyes again and laughed after a short pause. These 50 million are not going to help you turn your company around, but it's money I can spare. Take it for your daily living expenses. At this point they heard a voice say, "Brother Shun, you're finally here. I brought the sponsoring agreement. Let me know when you have a moment to sign it." The voice belonged to a young man in his mid-20s, who looked straight at Shan Liangchuan as he strode over. Then he flashed an appealing smile. "Xiao Zheng." Shan Liangchuan shot the young man a quick look. Xiao Zheng immediately said, "Don't be formal with me. You'll shorten my life." But finally you think of me." Shan Liangchuan nodded at him. "Thanks for this, buddy. You don't have to get all polite with me. Whatever you need, all you have to do is say it and I'll have it delivered right away." His unrestrained and spirited words were most pleasing to hear. Qiao Lian watched as the men spoke. Shan Liangchuan had a relaxed expression on his face now. His eyes lacked the usual iciness that was characteristic of him, making him seem more human. As he talked to them, he would often extend his hand to give the other person a pat on the shoulder. There was a certain lack of restraint in the ease with which they communicated, but it was quite obvious that they had a good relationship. This side of Shan Liangchuan was the Zichuan that she remembered so well. He was the sort of person who made strong friendships everywhere he went. People were loyal to him and followed his lead unconditionally. Just like years ago with their competitive team, everyone saw him as a leader and they would believe in whatever he said. As she looked at him, she broke into a smile. After speaking with the two men, Shan Liangchuan glanced at Lu Nans and said, "Mr. Lu, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Our company is quite far from being broke. In addition, our first project is to invest in the production of Ambition. I think Ambition has got a lot of potential, so I intend to turn it into a big production. Now your share in Ambition is less than 30%. Initially, Lu Nan's share for the production had almost been 60%. For that reason, he had been able to do as he wished and place actors in the cast. But now, and indeed Shan Liangchuan said right away, the current female lead's acting skills are poor and she has a foul temper. I've already suggested to the director to have her replaced." Lu Nan's pupils shrank even more. He stared directly at Shan Liangchuan as though he had a newfound respect for this strong opponent, but he was also on the alert. Shan Liangchuan couldn't know about what had gone on between Qiao Lian and him. In the beginning, Shan Liangchuan had plans to look for him in Hengdian and discuss a possible collaboration. But he had appeared in Hengdian without giving prior notice, and Shan Liangchuan had not prepared. In the face of his attacks, he chose the strategy of advancing by retreating. First, he gave up 50 million to leave the filming crew. Then, suspecting that he might be intercepted at the airport, he took Qiao Lian and left Hengdian by car. The man had thought that even if the couple returned to Beijing, Shan Liangchuan was only a famous actor. Hence, after he got everything ready, he rushed over to Beijing himself. It looked like he had Shan Liangchuan cornered. But ultimately, this had all been a part of Shan Liangchuan's plans. Everything about selling his family properties and his company going broke, it had all been a fake drama. Frowning, he looked at the crowd around him with confusion and, for the first time, took the full measure of this man, Shan Liangchuan. As a leader growing up of the group in Suzhou, he himself had led his own group of wealthy second-generation heirs. But the friends surrounding him had always placed self-interest above anything else. Hence, he had never once considered the possibility that even if Shan Liangchuan were to be in dire straits, his friends would stand by him and help him. Even if, like in the case of Li Chenyu, they had nothing to gain by helping him. Wasn't everybody a businessman? How could this be possible? In his heart he had always been cold and selfish. He had never trusted anyone and would only be convinced when a deal came with benefits. However, this philosophy didn't seem to apply to Shan Liangchuan at all. For the first time, Lu Nans took this man seriously. He was a worthy opponent. Even if he had left the Shen family, and even if he was a mere actor, his childhood friends would stand by him without a moment of hesitation. It showed that this man had his own charisma. Lu Nans admitted defeat. But even as the loser, even if his expression had turned ugly, and even if he had been embarrassed by Shan Liangchuan, it took 2 full minutes for him to regain his composure. Narrowing his eyes, he said, Mr. Shun, our paths shall cross again. Then he turned to look at Xiao Lian, and gave her a smile that expressed his unyielding determination to get what he wanted. It was a look that made her shudder inside. But the next moment, a tall and broad frame stepped in between her and Lu Nan's to shield her from the man's ill intentions. He gave another smirk and raised an eyebrow before he turned to leave. Following him closely, his assistant asked, "What do we do now?" Lu Nan squinted and paused. He gave an icy laughter before instructing, "Book me a ticket back to Suzhou." The assistant was dumbstruck. "Are we going back right now?" Lu Nans lowered his gaze, saying, "The gentleman knows not to place himself in a dangerous position. Just as he knows this, I do too." He gave an icy smile. "Xiao Lian, I shall wait for you in Suzhou." Lu Nans left the function's venue. Li Chenyu immediately jumped up. "Freaking hell! An outsider trying to attack my brother Shun. He's courting death." "That's right. In Beijing, who can compare to our brother Shun?" the man called Zhou Zheng remarked. Shun Liangchuan's expression softened as he looked at the two men. He said, "Dinner's on me tonight." "Sure," Li Chenyu said at once. "I have been calling you for so many years, and all this time I was hoping for a free meal. But you just wouldn't accept. Brother Shen, I am going to order as much food as I can tonight." "That's right. I'll gather all the other brothers and we'll have a meal together." Shun Liangchuan paused for a moment. Then he nodded. With his approval, Li Chenyu immediately looked excited and picked up his cell phone. "I'll call them now." These young people had their own heroes. Shun Liangchuan obviously was a person these people saw as their leader. Xiao Lian heaved a sigh of relief. Shun Liangchuan walked to her and reached out to take her hand in his. She bit her lip and looked at him. Then she suddenly leaned over and whispered in his ear, "You were way too cool just then." He was slightly taken aback and his pupils widened. Shun Liangchuan was always calm, so it was rare for him to feel touched. But at this juncture, he suddenly felt like a young man being praised by the girl he admired. His eyes lit up at once, as he looked at the girl with adoration in his eyes. Suddenly there was this strange sense of satisfaction. Just like 8 years ago when he played video games, he would hear a girl's voice through his earphones as he played saying, "Zichuan, you're superb. Such great moves." Shun Liangchuan cast his gaze down to hide the emotions that were swelling and washing over him. He reached out to squeeze the back of her hand and suddenly whispered in her ear, "So how are you going to reward me when we get home tonight?" His tone was teasing and his hot breath brushed against her face as he spoke. Xiao Lian was suddenly overloaded with a feeling of shyness that sprung up from within. She pretended to be clueless and replied softly, "I'll cook you a meal tonight?" He replied meaningfully, "I don't want food." Xiao Lian paused as he continued, "I want you." Few simple words. And they had just rolled out his tongue like that, in public. Even though they were speaking in a low voice, Xiao Lian still felt terribly self-conscious. Her face immediately turned bright scarlet. She coughed once and turned nervously to look around. Then, seeing that Li Chenyu was looking at her curiously, her already blushing face suddenly felt as though it was on fire. She wondered if anyone else had heard it. However, she was obviously overthinking things. Li Chenyu only took one quick glance at her before he turned to Shun Liangchuan to ask, "Brother Shun, this must be sister-in-law? How are you, sister-in-law? How are you, sister-in-law?" The people around them began to echo the greeting. Being addressed this way made Xiao Lian feel as though she had stepped right into the ranks of the mafia underworld. Smiling, she greeted them back. After a short time, a figure walked towards them. It was a very angry-looking Shen Xiao. He pointed at Shun Liangchuan. "You dishonorable son. I've lost a big deal because of you. Mr. Lu has called off our deal." At those words, the crowd began to disperse. The fuming Shen Xiao had now walked up to Shun Liangchuan. The latter looked at him with displeasure in his eyes. "Mr. Shun, I don't think we have much to do with each other." Livid, Shun Xiao pointed at Shun Liangchuan and said in a harsh tone, "You'd better speak up. Is Li Chenyu being so helpful because that's what his father wants?" I knew it, his father and your mother have something going on. Otherwise, why would he help you? That be asterisk tc. She wanted a divorce at the time because of this. Before he could even finish speaking, Shen Liangchuan suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes were ablaze with anger. Shut up! Shen Xiu jumped at his commanding tone. But the next moment he was fuming again. You rebel! How dare you use physical force against me? Have you forgotten who I am? And who are you? Shen Liangchuan's question caused Shen Xiu to suddenly choke up. He stared at the man as he continued. If it weren't for the small relation we still have, I'd have beaten you up. I'm warning you here. Let's stay out of each other's business. If you dare harass me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Shen Xiu was speechless but shook with anger. At this point, a woman's voice was heard saying, Liangchuan, what are you doing? Let go of your father. Qiao Lian frowned and turned around. It was a woman in her 40s and she was hurrying towards them in her heels. Although she was in her 40s, she looked like a little lady from the waterways in Jiangnan. Outwardly, she seemed frail and delicate with her thin frame. Her eyes were bright and glistening. Without a need for introductions, Qiao Lian knew at once who she was. Mei Feng, the woman who had seduced Shen Xiu and made him leave his wife. Qiao Lian's frown deepened at this thought. After Mei Feng came up to them, she grabbed Shen Liangchuan by his arm and pleaded, Liangchuan, we can talk it out. There's no need to use force. Your father is old and can't take physical attacks. As she spoke, Shen Zihao was walking closely behind her. Shen Liangchuan frowned at once with Mei Feng's touch. The muscles on his arm tensed as he moved to push her away. Mei Feng took a step backwards, but as she spotted Shen Zihao from the corner of her eye, she took another step backwards and fell on the ground with a thud. With a soft voice she went, ouch. When Shen Zihao saw this happening, his expression changed at once. He charged towards Mei Feng to support her and asked, Auntie Mei, are you okay? Mei Feng pulled a face to show that she was in pain but said to him, I'm okay. Go look after your father. Shen Zihao looked up again as he frowned and shouted, Shen Liangchuan, let him go. He got up and lunged towards them to pry Shen Xiu away from Shen Liangchuan's grip. However, just as Shen Zihao was doing this, Shen Liangchuan loosened his grip on Shen Xiu's collar and stepped away, dusting his hands. Shen Zihao hurried over to help Shen Xiu steady himself. The latter cried out angrily, Dishonorable son, truly dishonorable. Such rotten luck have I had in this lifetime. To have a son like you. Shen Liangchuan looked as though he was about to say something, but decided to keep silent when he cast his eyes on Shen Zihao. He turned to Qiao Lian and said, Let's go. They were there for the sole reason of dealing with Lu Nans. Now that Lu Nans was gone, there was no reason to stay. But just as they were leaving, Shen Zihao caught up and stopped them by standing in their way. Shen Liangchuan, I want you to apologize to Dad and Auntie Mei. Shen Liangchuan froze at Shen Zihao's words. The latter stood there, staring at him stubbornly. The two brothers were not too far apart in age. Shen Liangchuan was about 3 years older than Shen Zihao, and standing next to each other they were about the same height. Shen Liangchuan, however, had a certain composure that his brother lacked. Next to him, Shen Zihao was like a child that had never quite grown up. They stood facing each other, in a confrontational stance. An uncomfortable moment. As though the situation wasn't enough of a mess, Shen Xiu stood there pointing at Shen Liangchuan and telling Shen Zihao, Zihao, you teach him a lesson. His manners have gone to the dogs. How dare he use physical force on me? Shen Zihao frowned upon hearing this. Mei Feng immediately stood up, putting her hand on her own waist. Honey, don't be like this. They are still young and ignorant. Why put yourself on the same level? This was simply implying that Shen Liangchuan was ignorant. Watching this scene, Qiao Lian felt uncomfortable for Shen Liangchuan. Freaking hell. Shen Zihao was so muddle-headed. It would have been beneath Shen Liangchuan's dignity to pick a fight with a woman, however, she was not willing to let Shen Liangchuan be at a disadvantage. Stepping forward, Qiao Lian said, Old lady, it's true we are young and driven, unlike you, who fell on the ground at the slightest touch, like a delicate willow swaying in the wind. Mei Feng turned bright red. You. Xiao Lian looked away. Turning to Shen Zihao, she said, and you, do you even know what happened? Don't you know your brother well enough? If it weren't for someone pushing his boundaries, do you think he'd get this angry? Shen Zihao immediately turned to look at Shan Xiao. The man frowned and sneered coldly. What happened actually? The things I said, were any of them untrue? Xiao Lian went quickly to the point so that she wouldn't give Shen Zihao the wrong impression that she was sitting on the fence. Mr. Shen, as an elder, there's nothing terribly wrong about berating Shen Liangchuan, but you really shouldn't have dragged Mom's name through the mud. Looking at Shen Zihao, she continued. No matter what, she gave birth to you and fed you. Even if you've had some disagreements between you, how can it be right to say such negative things about her in public? Immediately, Shen Zihao looked confused and undecided. He even turned to Shen Xiao and asked, What's the matter? Seeming a little evasive now, Shen Xiao cleared his throat and said, What could be the matter? Don't you listen to her nonsense. Xiao Lian spoke again. Li Qinyu had lent us a helping hand, but he said, Enough. Shen Xiao hollered angrily, looking ashamed at the same time. Turning to Shen Zihao, he said, I made a remark about your mother and Li Qinyu's father having something going between them. Do you believe me now? They helped without any benefits, so if it isn't because of that sort of secret relation, what else could it be? Shen Zihao's expression immediately darkened at these words. At the time, his parents had suddenly divorced. When he returned from abroad, his father had told him that his mother no longer wanted him. He had said she had taken his brother with her to seek some other man. And on top of this, because his mother had had an affair, she had had to leave the family and take nothing with her. In his mind, his mother had betrayed the family. Hence now these words triggered something that had laid buried deep in his heart. Turning around and staring at Shen Liangchuan angrily, he said, Isn't Dad right? Now I want you to apologize to Dad and Auntie Mei. Shen Liangchuan raised his eyebrows at Shen Zihao's words and asked his brother, So you feel that it's right of him to say these things about Mom? Shen Zihao's pupil shrank, but his words were most unbecoming. That's right, she has no shame. If she's not afraid to do the deed, then shouldn't she be prepared for wagging tongues? If she was capable of abandoning her husband and son back then, what other shameless deeds could she have done? Before he could finish what he was saying, Shen Liangchuan suddenly raised his hand, moved back and squarely delivered a solid punch in his face. Pow! His knuckle landed on the corner of Shen Zihao's mouth and now it was bleeding. Narrowing his eyes, Shen Liangchuan's expression was almost murderous as he warned, Say it one more time if you dare. It had all happened too quickly. Shen Liangchuan had thrown that punch in the blink of an eye. Even Xiao Lian, who was standing next to him, had no time to react, much less the others. But now Xiao Lian was livid. Did Shen Zihao know his own mother at all? Living with Aunt Xia, she knew very well that the woman was home all day doing nothing much but playing video games, because life was just a lonely existence for her. She even wished that Aunt Xia would get a winter romance, but right up till now, the woman had been alone. How could Shen Zihao even say such a thing of her? Hence, she didn't think that Shen Liangchuan had been too rash with the punch. On the contrary, Shen Zihao had gotten away easy. It was Mei Feng who got over the shock first. She ran up to support the young man and anxiously asked him, Zihao, are you okay? The man turned around angrily and spat out the blood in his mouth. He looked at Shen Liangchuan defiantly and replied, I'll say it again. So what? So what? Shen Liangchuan's pupils shrank. With tightly clenched fists, he took a step towards Shen Zihao and was about to throw another punch when Mei Feng suddenly put herself in front of her stepson. When Shen Liangchuan saw her lunging forward, he already tried to stop. But still the punch landed on her, although with a lot less force than what had been intended for Shen Zihao. However, Mei Feng staggered as the blow landed on her, and she suddenly gave out a dull humph. Her face turned ghastly pale. Shen Zihao's pupils shrank at once as he called out, Auntie May, are you okay? Mei Feng frowned and turned to him, saying, I'm okay, I'm really fine. Don't fight with your brother because of me. You're brothers. Although she said she was fine, but she was obviously wincing with pain. Almost immediately, Shun Ziheo's eyes turned bloodshot. His own mother had abandoned him and his own brother had hit him, and the only person who had ever given him warmth and protection was his Auntie May, who didn't even have any blood relation with him. He looked intently at Mei Feng and suddenly hollered, I do not have such a brother. Then he turned around brandishing his fist and charged towards Shun Liangchuan. Shun Liangchuan was certainly not going to back down. He extended his arm and lightly swept Xiao Lian out of the way. Xiao Lian threw him a glance. This was a matter between the two brothers, and sometimes a small fight could help alleviate tension. Besides, Shun Ziheo really needed a lesson. Hence, Xiao Lian took a step back as she saw Shun Ziheo lunging towards Shun Liangchuan, aiming at his brother's face. Shun Liangchuan slightly sidestepped and used both hands to lock the advancing fist in a tight grip. He glared at his younger brother and said with mockery, With that scrawny body of yours, you wish to fight me? Shun Ziheo was livid and like a wild beast, lifted his foot in an attempt to deliver a kick to Shun Liangchuan's abdomen. Shun Liangchuan was agile, however, and took another step backwards. Extending his leg, he aimed a kick at the other man's stomach. It was a merciless kick. How much he wished for Shun Ziheo to wake up with that one hard kick. At this point, a shout suddenly came from the entrance. Stop! Shun Liangchuan froze at the sound of this voice. However, Shun Ziheo took the opportunity of his hesitation and with a quick and furious extension of his arm, landed a square blow on his brother's eye. Shun Liangchuan's eye was immediately bruised. Shun Ziheo! It was sharp and commanding tone, and at once Xia Yehua appeared. In her high heels she quickly walked to them. She had found out about the business function through a good friend who had called her to inform her. Out of kindness her friend had told her, I read in the news that your son needs some investment funds. Why don't you go to this business function to try your luck? Some of these old friends won't let you go unaided, I'm sure. Xia Yehua had rarely kept in touch with this particular friend since she had left the Shun family. Yet now she had called and said such a thing out of the blue. It had left Xia Yehua quite puzzled. She then sent a good friend to ask around and found out that, indeed, there was an evening function. Hence, she had prepared her evening dress and decided to attend the event to try her luck. It had actually been to see if she would get lucky. After all, by the time she left the Shun family, she had seen enough of what the human heart was made of. But how was it that the moment she entered the venue, the sight that greeted her was a fighting between her sons? At the very least, Shun Liangchuan had been obedient and had stopped the moment she gave that order. Shun Ziheo, on the other hand, had continued with that last punch, which made her boil with anger. She marched up and shoved Shun Ziheo aside, saying, Stop it right now. Turning to Shun Liangchuan, she asked, Are you okay? Initially, Shun Ziheo had kept silent. However, Mei Feng suddenly came up to them and positioned herself in front of the young man, saying, Why do you take Shun Liangchuan's side when they both got into a fight? Isn't our Ziheo your son too? These words stung Shun Ziheo. It made him realize that, indeed, the moment Xia Yehua had come in, she had tried to stop him. And this thought now provoked his anger. Suddenly he turned cold. Xia Yehua was stunned by Mei Feng's words. As she entered, she had witnessed Shun Ziheo getting ready to hit Shun Liangchuan, whose back was to her. And the next moment, the punch had landed on her elder son. With her own eyes, she had seen Shun Ziheo hitting Shun Liangchuan. Hence, in her anxiousness she had dashed over to check on Shun Liangchuan. But now, after what Mei Feng had said, she realized that the corner of Shun Ziheo's mouth was injured too. Her pupils shrank immediately as she took a step towards her other son. Ziheo, are you okay? Her concern was, however, spurned by Shun Ziheo. Stay away from me. I have nothing to do with you. His words were like a sharp blade that sliced right through her. She felt as though someone had gorged out a piece of her heart. She clutched her chest with her hand. On the other hand, Mei Feng started speaking. Ziheo, How can you talk to your mother like this? Mother. In his anger and pain he lashed out. I don't have such a mother. As these words came out, Xia Yehua's expression immediately turned pale. She staggered backwards. Xiao Lian was alarmed by her reaction. Immediately, she moved forward to support Xia Yehua. Xia Yehua had had a heart condition for a long time. After being continually provoked like this, surely she would feel unwell. As Xiao Lian held her, she realized that Xia Yehua's arms were shaking with anger. Turning to Shen Liangchuan, she said, Let's go home first. Shen Liangchuan nodded at her suggestion. He walked over to them and was about to leave the venue with Xia Yehua when Shan Xiu stood in their way. You will not leave today until you've clarified the matter. He glared at Xia Yehua and demanded, What are you doing here? Looking for your longtime lover? Li Qinyu's father. Xia Yehua frowned at the remark. She had never been one to admit defeat easily. Hence, even though she was feeling unwell, she persisted. She immediately retorted, A foul mouth has nothing pleasant to say. Not everyone is as petty as you. There is nothing going on between Li Qinyu's father and me. Nothing going on? Then what are you doing here? Isn't it for the sake of helping Shen Liangchuan secure investors? She hesitated, and in her silence, Shen Xiu immediately jumped up and continued. How old do you think you are to be behaving like a B*T? Li Qinyu's father already has a wife. Aren't you a bit shameless to want to play mistress when you're already in your 50s? Xia Yehua was shaking even more violently after hearing Shen Xiu's words. Her fingers were trembling uncontrollably. She wanted to say something, but in her fury, when she opened her mouth to speak, no words came out. Seeing this situation, Xiao Lian quickly stepped forward and said, Mr. Shen, please get out of our way. If there's anything else, we can discuss it in private. But for now, we're going home. Shen Xiu fumed and replied, Since when are you in a position to speak? And furthermore, why should we need to discuss it in private? Because the things that you've done cannot be spoken of in public. All the more I want to speak about it. Back then you were entangled with Li Qinyu's father. You both were in an ambiguous relationship. Eventually, you found an excuse and left the Shen family empty-handed. B*Tc. All these years, you must have been particularly unrestrained and carefree. So be it if you didn't care about me. But you didn't even take care of Zihao. Don't you feel that you've failed him? Every remark was devastating to Xia Yehua. She turned pale. Her chest heaved badly as she extended her hand and pointed her trembling finger at Shan Xiu. She opened her mouth to speak but found herself speechless with anger. Still pointing at Shan Xiu, she looked intently at Shen Zihao. And that look carried complete despair and hopelessness. Was that the person her younger son perceived her to be? No wonder Shen Zihao had never forgiven her. However, all the explanations and all the fury she had inside amounted only to the words, You're speaking nonsense. Yet these words were all she could manage with the effort she had mustered. Then she passed out. Mom! In the hospital's operating theater, the nurses and doctors moved in and out busily. Incapable of sitting still, Shen Liangchuan and Xiao Lian stood outside waiting. They were as anxious as anything. Last time Xia Yehua had passed out as a result of agitation, the doctor had said that she was not to be triggered. This time, as they were worrying about these things, the doctor came out and walked towards them. Looking at the both of them, he told the nurse, Please get me the critical state form. At those words, Xiao Lian's legs almost gave way. She looked at Shen Liangchuan and saw that his expression had changed too. The critical state form. It meant that Mom's life was in danger. Shen Liangchuan's hands were slightly trembling as he signed the form. For the last 8 years, he had always had his mother by his side when the days seemed too long and life was difficult. At the time, it had also been Xia Yehua who had supported him in establishing a team after leaving the Shen family. Although the team had eventually folded, Xia Yehua had never blamed him for it. He took a deep breath as he looked at the firm and tried his best to calm himself down. He held the pen steadily, but right after signing the document, he looked as though all strength had been drained from him. His limbs felt numb. As Qiao Lian looked at him, for some reason she was reminded of herself 8 years ago. After school, she had gone home only to see that their family home was being engulfed in flames. She remembered how overwhelmingly hopeless and helpless she had felt. She had wanted to dash into the burning building to save her parents. With these thoughts, she cast her gaze downwards and walked towards Shen Liangchuan, reaching out to hold his hand. They weren't doctors, and the situation in the operating room now was beyond their ability to solve. The only thing she could do was to be by his side, as they waited for the results of Xia Yehua's surgery. At the same time, she said a sincere prayer in her heart. Mom, you've got to get better. At the far end or the corridor around the corner, Shen Zichuan was standing there and had been there for some time. He dared not go any nearer. His bloodshot eyes were fixed steadily on the entrance of the operating room. At that moment he was feeling like a child who had lost his way. She had never been good to him. He hated her and blamed her. But he had never thought that one day, she would no longer exist in this world. Critical state form. Shen Zihao tightened his fists nervously. Unconsciously, his thoughts floated back to his childhood. He recalled a scene of Xia Yehua carrying him and trying to coax him into eating his meal. Actually, it wasn't true that Yi Xiahua had never been good to him. But why did he only suddenly realize how much she loved him when he was about to lose her? That's right. She had indeed left without a word 8 years ago. But perhaps she really had had her own difficulties. Even if she had abandoned him, he shouldn't have been so angry. And to say those harsh words on top. Xia Yehua had a weak heart and she could not handle anger. Nor could she handle emotional provocation. He knew all of this. That girl, Xia Nuanyuan, had told him so. So how could he have said such hurtful words in a heated moment? This thought, he stepped forward. He wanted to go closer but found no courage to do so. Hence he stood at this awkward distance watching. The seconds and minutes went by. The tension grew within him. Till at last he took yet another step forward. As the distance closed between them, Shen Liangchuan turned around and saw him. His bloodshot eyes suddenly turned cold, revealing a certain ruthlessness in his expression. Without a word or warning, he lunged forward and grabbed Shen Zihao by the collar. He drew back his arm and delivered a merciless blow. Shen Zihao had never let himself be at a disadvantage. He had even gotten into a fight with Shen Liangchuan at the function earlier on. But now, he stood hunching his shoulders and showing no sign of retaliation. The blow landed on his face, and yet another one on his body. Shen Liangchuan's anger, however, did not subside with the punches he threw. On the contrary, it got worse, and pointing a finger at Shen Zihao, he shouted, "Get out! Shen Zihao, are you satisfied now? Let me warn you, if anything happens to Mom, all of you will pay for it." Shen Zihao stood where he was in silence, taking in the berating with no sign of fighting back. Shen Liangchuan dropped his fists after a few hits. Xia Yehua was on the brink of life and death. He really wasn't in the mood for a fight. All of a sudden, the corridor fell into a dead silence. Everyone was looking intently at the entrance of the operating room. At this point, the clicking of high heels was heard. Following this, Mei Feng's voice rang through the corridor as she asked, "Zihao, is your mother okay?" Shen Zihao turned and looked at her blankly. The woman put a hand on his arm and saw the bruises on his face. She asked anxiously, "Zihao, your face. What happened?" Then, tightening her grip around his arm, she said, Hurry up and come with me. We'll get a nurse to treat your injuries." Shen Zichuan hesitated at Mei Feng's suggestion. Seeing through her pretense, Qiao Lian said in a mocking tone, "He doesn't even know if his mother is going to come out of the operating room alive. And here you are, trying to get him to treat his injuries that are not itching or hurting. Auntie, do you really have his interest at heart?" Mei Feng's pupils shrank at once. But Qiao Lian had turned the other way and refused to look at her again. The woman bit her lip and lowered her gaze. She took Shen Zihao's hand in her own and did not let go. "Zihao, that's not what I meant. Of course, your mother's health is important. I'm just worried that your wounds will get infected." The young man did not say a word, but he stood there with an upright posture. His eyes never left the operating room's door. He was determined not to leave until he knew the outcome. Mei Feng's eyes flashed for a moment when she saw how resolute he was. After a moment, she lowered her head and just stood quietly next to him. Qiao Lian observed all of this coldly. She noted that Shen Xiu had not turned up, even though Xia Yehua's condition was serious. And as for Mei Feng, although she had said she was here to see Shen Zihao, she was probably really here to see if Xia Yehua was still alive, right? Full of resentment, she bit her lip. She had no idea how to deal with all these emotions, much less how to comfort Shen Liangchuan. She could only say a silent prayer. All her hopes were on Xia Yehua's recovery. More time passed. Time that would normally seem to pass in the blink of an eye was now crawling at a snail's pace. And in the operating room, the emergency surgery continued. Within 6 hours, they had issued 3 critical state forms. Qiao Lian clenched her fists. This meant that Xia Yehua had been on the brink of death 3 times. In times like this, Qiao Lian realized life seemed so fragile. The corridor had gone quiet with tension. And then once more, the doctor pushed open the operating room's door and walked out. The people rushed up to him instantaneously. "Doctor, how's my mother?" Shen Liangchuan, who had always been calm and collected, asked in a voice that was now trembling. The doctor glanced at him and said, "We've completed the surgery, but the next 24 hours will be critical and we have to monitor her. If she wakes up after these 24 hours, she'll be fine. But if she doesn't..." He did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what this meant. Shen Liangchuan clenched his fists. In the intensive care unit, Shen Liangchuan sat outside the room quietly, looking at his mother through the large glass panel. Qiao Lian stood next to him. Shen Zihao, however, stood at a distance, not daring to move at all. He was afraid, but he had no idea whom he could talk to about this fear that was growing inside. Only 2 people were allowed inside the intensive care unit at the same time. He was not allowed in since Shen Liangchuan and Qiao Lian were there. He lost track of the time that he had been standing outside, until Mei Feng appeared holding a container of hot food right before him. "Zihao, it's important to eat. Eat first and you can continue to wait afterwards. If your health gets ruined, your mum will be heartbroken when she wakes up." Shen Zihao paused when he heard Mei Feng's words. Looking at her, he asked, "Will she really be heartbroken if I am hungry?" Mei Feng choked slightly at his question and said after a pause, "For sure. No matter what, she gave birth to you. How would she not be heartbroken?" He hung his head and kept silent. Yes, of course, her heart would ache for him. He looked up at Mei Feng again. For some reason, there were things that he suddenly didn't feel like telling her anymore. He did not bother with the food that she had brought him and walked away. Alone, he took a quiet walk around the hospital grounds. It was already 3 in the morning. There was no one to be seen. The corridor was pitch dark. At this point, a car pulled to a stop at the hospital entrance. Following this, a mother got off the vehicle and ran into the hospital, carrying a swaddled baby. As she ran, she was crying. "Hurry up, my darling, you have to get well." Next to her, the father of the baby said, "What are you crying for? The child is fine, it's just a fever." "What do you know?" "He's feeling unwell and it makes me upset." The couple carrying the baby hurried past him. Shen Zihao looked back and stared at their anxious figures in a daze. Suddenly, he felt as though a big hand had clamped itself tightly around his heart. It's true, in this world, was there a mother who didn't love her child? What had gotten into him at the business function tonight? How could he have said those words that hurt her? And all the things that he had done. As he thought about these matters, he found himself wandering into the garden next to the hospital. He found an icy wooden block to sit on. He wished there was someone he could talk to. Picking up his cell phone and under the moonlight, he scrolled through his address book. It was only now he realized that, for the last 8 years, he had led a pathetic existence. Right up till now, he actually did not have even one friend that he could confide in. Almost about to give up, he put down his cell phone. But it was at this point that he saw a name, Xianuanyuan. Xianuanyuan. Even the sound of her name seemed to bring some semblance of comfort on a cold night such as this. It would only be much later that Shen Zihao would realize that Xia Nuanyuan had been the first person in the last 8 years to give him any warmth at all. Without thinking twice, he dialed her number. The phone rang for a while before the line connected. Then Xia Nuanyuan's voice was heard. Her voice had a certain dreamy quality to it. Hello. Suddenly Zihao realized that it was right in the middle of the night. He pursed his lips, feeling childish and laughable all of a sudden. He was tempted to hang up, but her voice was gentle and heartwarming. He paused for a moment before he finally said, "Were you asleep?" She was silent for a moment before she suddenly reacted. "Mr. Shen? Are you okay? What's the matter?" Not knowing what had gotten into him, Shen Zihao immediately said, "I'm at the hospital. It seems something's happened to her." Xia Nuanyuan was stunned for a moment. Then she asked, "Which hospital?" "I'll come over right away." Shen Zihao was still sitting in the garden when Xia Nuanyuan arrived. He sat alone, shrouded by the darkness around him, as though abandoned by the world. It was a cold night. He hadn't realized that it had started to snow. His hair and eyebrows were dusted with a thin layer of white powder, like a frozen snowman. She remembered the man who had once been insufferably arrogant, who had carried her out of the glitter club and had also told the general manager not to make things difficult for her. As she looked at this same man, who was before her now, Xia Nuanyuan felt a sort of pain in her heart. She walked closer and called quietly, "Mr. Shen." At the sound of her voice, he snapped out of his dazed state and came back to his senses. Slowly, he moved his frozen neck and his gaze focused when he saw her. "You're here." Xia Nuanyuan nodded. As a medical staff, she was good at taking care of people. She walked up to him and reached out to touch the back of his hands. They were icy cold and must have stiffened due to it. She looked at him again. He must have left the business function without his jacket. He was wearing a shirt and a woolen pullover in this chilly wind. Moreover, he had been up and having a tough time all night. His whole body was freezing without a trace of warmth. Her pupils shrank after she felt how cold his hands were. "Mr. Shen, you have to drink some hot water quickly." Fortunately, she had bought some hot soy milk when she saw a stall opening for breakfast on her way to the hospital. She placed the hot soy milk on the stone table by the side. As she reached out to insert the straw into the cup, something tightened around her waist. She froze and then felt someone leaning up against her. Her body stiffened and she turned her head slowly. She saw that Shen Zihao was embracing her waist, like a drowning person holding onto the last piece of wood that could keep him afloat. He had rested his head against her waist, so she wasn't able to turn around. She heard his voice, which was weak and thin. He asked, "Is she going to die?" Xia Nuanyuan's eyes suddenly stung when she heard those words. At once her eyes were watery. She bit her lip and said, "No, she won't, Mr. Shen. What would happen to me if she died?" His question caused her to choke with emotions. "Where is Aunt Xia?" "In the intensive care unit." "Let's go and see her, okay?" She tried to convince him. Shen Zihao paused. Perhaps he had been sitting out for too long and had lost his clarity. Or perhaps he just needed to talk to someone badly. He made no attempt to hide his vulnerability and said, "I don't dare to go in." Yes, he had no courage to go. The moment the critical state form was issued, he had been overcome by fear. When the doctor had walked out of the operating room, he had thought that his heart was going to stop. Shen Xiu had made Xia Yehua angry many times and nothing had happened to her then. But tonight Xia Yehua had been this angry and upset because of Shen Zihao. He had brought this upon his mother. And this thought kept springing in and filling his head like wild grass, making him feel terribly lost and helpless. Xia Nuanyuan frowned as she looked at him. After a moment she continued, "Come with me. I'll go and see them. After that I'll update you." "Ok." Shen Zihao nodded. She heaved a sigh of relief. Then she immediately removed her down jacket and draped it over him, covering his heartbreaking figure. Her down jacket looked tiny when draped on Shen Zihao. However, she felt that if he could feel some warmth thanks to it, she would gladly let him have more. Just like what he had done for her at Glitter Club the other time. He had used his own jacket to cover her. Xiaonuanyuan guided Shen Zihao into the hospital. The warm air from the heater filled their senses, making them feel comfortable for a moment. She took Shen Zihao to sit on a bench along the corridor, and then passed the soy milk to him. Do drink up the soy milk. I will go visit Aunt Xia now. Shen Zihao nodded. Xiaonuanyuan then went upstairs. In the intensive care ward, Xiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan were both standing there, staring at the person in the ward. 3 hours had passed since the surgery. However, she was still silently lying on the bed, and it looked like she wouldn't wake up no matter how. She had an expression on her face that reflected that she was at ease, just like when she was sleeping. If she didn't have an oxygen tube fixed to her face, no one would have imagined that she was a patient. Xiao Lian quietly looked at her through the glass window. At this moment, her only hope was that the 24 hours would pass slowly, so as to allow Xia Yehua to wake up from her sleep. Xiao Lian sighed. She turned around and saw the dishes placed on the table. Shen Liangchuan and even herself did not have the appetite to eat the food that had been bought. Right at this moment, some movements came from the door. They both turned around to look and saw that Xiaonuanyuan was walking over, holding something for breakfast in her hand. Xiao Lian was slightly stunned. Why are you here? Xiaonuanyuan took a glance at Shen Liangchuan. Her crystal-clear appearance gave her an air of gentleness. I heard from Mr. Shen that Aunt Xia was hospitalized, so I came to take a look. Please do have some soy milk. I will go take a look at Auntie's condition. As she said this, she placed the food on the table and walked towards the door of the intensive care unit. She then picked up the case notes to take a look. Xiao Lian walked towards her, puzzled. You know medicine? Xiaonuanyuan immediately lowered her head. When I was in college, I was in the medicine faculty studying to be a nurse. I can't treat, but I am able to understand some content. Xiao Lian came to a realization. No wonder you were in the rehab home, but... Xiaonuanyuan spoke without any reservations. I worked at Glitter to pass time, as well as to earn some money. Xiao Lian nodded. Xiaonuanyuan continued to look at the case notes. When she finished, she glanced at Xiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan before saying, looking at this, it seems like there is a 90% chance that Aunt Xia will be okay. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaonuanyuan then continued speaking. However, there is still a certain degree of risk, and that is why the doctor and the nurse did not dare to inform you. But I believe that Aunt Xia will be able to wake up. It's just that. As she said these words, Xiao Lian and Shen Liangchuan turned around and looked at her. Xiaonuanyuan lowered her head. There might be some issues when Auntie wakes up. Shen Liangchuan frowned and Xiao Lian immediately inquired. What's the issue? Xiaonuanyuan frowned and replied. Aunt Shen had a blood pressure rise and suffered a stroke. When she wakes up, most likely for a period of time, she might not be able to lead a normal life. After saying these words, she contemplated it for a while before continuing. I've studied nursing, so if you both were to trust me, I would be able to help you take care of Aunt Xia for half a month, to help her recuperate. Xiao Lian immediately replied. How could we not trust you? Xiaonuanyuan was meticulous and gentle. Xiao Lian did not want to insist on taking care of Xia Yehua herself. With regard to taking care of Xia Yehua, she could learn the ropes. However, this was not the right time to show that she was a filial daughter. If there was someone else who was more capable to do the job, then by all means they should choose that person. Shen Liangchuan nodded as well. Take it that we, the Shen family, will employ you. Salary-wise. Xiaonuanyuan immediately waved her hands. No need, no need. Then she glanced at Xiao Lian. Both Miss Chao and Mr. Shen have helped me a lot. This little offer of mine is nothing at all. Xiaonuanyuan only felt relieved after they finalized their discussion. It was no surprise to Xiaonuanyuan that Xia Yehua woke up 4 hours later. However, indeed there were side effects. She couldn't feel anything on her right arm, while her mouth was slightly uneven. Seeing a beautiful middle-aged woman like her in this state, instantly, made one feel very sad and in pain. Xia Yehua wanted to say something, but she couldn't say a word as her mouth was crooked. Her eyes turned instantly red as she panicked. Xia Nuanyuan smiled as she looked at Xia Yehua. She said with a nice tone, "Auntie, please don't worry. You will be able to recover. I will massage you every day, and within a month, you will be back to normal." Listening to her gentle tone made everyone feel at ease. Xia Nuanyuan's looks were not particularly stunning, but the kind of gentle tenderness that she had was definitely suitable for the nursing industry. After discussing the details as to when she would take care of Xia Yehua, Xia Nuanyuan decided to make a trip down to the rehab home and apply for a leave. At the same time, she also intended to go home and pack some clean clothes. Xia Yehua wasn't going to be discharged soon, hence, she decided to stay in the hospital and be her caretaker. When Xia Yehua got discharged, she would then go stay with the Shen family. This would allow her to spend every hour and minute with Xia Yehua, allowing her to recuperate at a faster rate. She stepped out of the ICU and headed towards the first floor, with the intention of looking for Shen Ziheo. However, she realized that Shen Ziheo was no longer on his seat anymore. Xia Nuanyuan panicked and hurriedly picked up her cell phone to give Shen Ziheo a call. The call got connected and Shen Ziheo's voice could be heard vaguely. "Who is that? What on earth are you doing?" As she heard this, Xia Nuanyuan immediately knew that Shen Ziheo must have had too much to drink. She quickly asked, "Mr. Shen, where are you?" By the time Xia Nuanyuan rushed into the bar near the hospital, there was no one else in the bar. The night crowd had already dispersed. In the wee hours, Shen Ziheo was the only one left drinking, glass after glass. As she walked over, Shen Ziheo looked at her as he let out a bitter smile. "Do you think I am silly?" Xia Nuanyuan was stunned. Shen Ziheo had drunk so much that his face was totally red and his eyes looked dazed. "That was my mother. I treated her as if she was an enemy. Why did I have to make her angry? Actually, I hadn't thought of wishing her death. I was only thinking that if I were to make her angry, she would put me in her heart. Many years ago, when she had decided to leave the Shen family, why didn't she take me along with her? She only took my brother with her. Why didn't she think of my feelings? I also wanted my mom." As Shen Ziheo said this, his eyes turned red. He raised his wine glass and drank the entire content in one go. "She is going to die soon and I feel very upset about it." When Xia Nuanyuan heard this, she immediately squatted down and looked at him. "Mr. Shen, please wake up. Don't drink anymore. Aunt Xia is fine. She's out of danger already." Upon hearing this, Shen Ziheo raised his head in confusion and looked at Xia Nuanyuan. After a pause, he spoke with a smile. "Not dead. Good that she is not dead." Then he stood up and headed towards the door. Halfway down the road, the waitress from the bar ran over to block them. "Sir, you have not paid the bill yet." Xia Nuanyuan hurriedly took out her purse. "How much?" 2,000. As she dug into her purse for the money, she hesitated. Then she put it away and instead reached into Shen Ziheo's pocket for his wallet. Fishing out 2,000 from it, she paid the waitress. Trying to support the drunk man, they made their way out. At the entrance, she managed to hail a cab and help Shen Ziheo into the vehicle. Given how drunk he was, Xia Nuanyuan was at a loss as to where she could take him. Eventually, she gave the driver her own address. After they arrived and finally managed to get him up the building and into her home, Xia Nuanyuan removed his shoes and draped a blanket over him. She started preparing some water from the restroom to clean him up. Finally, she organized her things, since she had the intention of going back to the hospital and take care of Aunt Xia after Shen Ziheo woke up. However, as she was packing her belongings, she heard a sudden movement on the bed. Turning around, she saw the man opening his eyes. Still in a dazed state, he sat up and looked around, seemingly confused about where he was. Xia Nuanyuan's rented accommodation was a tiny apartment. With 30 square meters, it wasn't hard for him to figure out where the restroom was. He found it quickly, relieved himself and came back out. However, as he made his way across the room, he tripped over the suitcase on the floor and stumbled. Xiaonuanyuan was quick to react and in a flash, she was by his side to help him regain his balance. Unfortunately, the man was too heavy for her to handle. The next thing she knew, the room spun and she had tumbled onto the floor herself. Shin Zihao followed, landing right on top of her. He let out a puff of warm breath that enveloped her. As the whiff of his masculine breath invaded her senses, she immediately turned bright red and her heart started thumping wildly. She widened her eyes since she felt his entire weight on her, and her heart rate started soaring. The man looked steadily at her for what seemed like an eternity. Gradually he lowered his head. Stunned, Xiaonuanyuan turned her head to the side, avoiding him. Attempting to lightly push him away, she said, "Mr. Shun, please let me get up." Her sweet and pleasant aroma drifted up towards him. For a moment he was rapt. Then with a sudden movement, he reached out to pin her head against the floor as his lips came down onto hers. His heady scent immobilized her in such a way that she even forgot to fight back. She could only stare with widened eyes at his face, that was barely inches from her. He was good-looking. His features were handsome and bore some resemblance to Shun Liangchuan's. At that moment, the alcohol in his breath and his masculine odor made Xiaonuanyuan gasp, as though it had knocked the air out of her lungs. As she was in a daze, he already started unleashing himself on her. Not long after, she felt his hand lifting and coaxing the fabric of her top out of the way, till he was touching the bare skin on her chest. His touch on her naked body made Xiaonuanyuan feel an electric current spreading from that point throughout her body. She wanted to push the man away, but he was strong and insistent, not a force she could even begin to resist. She opened her mouth to speak, to ask him to stop, but, aroused by his touch, the only sound that escaped her throat was a desperate moan. And that sound was like an instant aphrodisiac that woke the beast in him. When he finally entered her, the pain was so intense that she almost bit through her lip. She found herself unable to cry or yell as he covered her mouth. As he began to find and move to his own rhythm, she rose to meet the hunger in each thrusting movement, until she too was completely consumed. The moments after their ecstatic exchange, a gentle and charming glow hung in the air. Xiaonuanyuan lay on the rug, listening to Shun Zichuan's steady breathing as he slept. Biting her lip, she waited for a while before she sat up and looked at the various bruises on her body. Her eyes turned bloodshot. When she turned to look at Shin Zihao, however, she saw that he had gotten into a deep sleep and it didn't look like he was going to wake up anytime soon. She stared at him mesmerized, for a long time before she stood up. Using whatever strength she had left, she got him onto her bed, threw the blanket over him, and then got dressed. She couldn't think how she was going to face him. She had to admit it. She really did like Shin Zihao. At the Glitter Club, when the men had made things difficult for her, he had appeared out of the blue like an unrivaled hero. And in that instant she had fallen in love with him. The fact was that sometimes 1 second was all it would take to fall in love. It was just that she had never imagined there would come a day when she would have relations with this man. They were from 2 different worlds. She hung the head the moment this thought entered her mind. She hurriedly packed her belongings. Dragging her suitcase behind her, she quickly left the apartment. After a few hours, Shin Zihao gradually woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he had a splitting headache. But when he saw the pink sheets and smelled the fresh fragrance, he recalled what had happened. For a moment, he sat there stunned and stared blankly. Vaguely, he remembered himself and Xiaonuanyuan. At this thought, he hurriedly jumped out of bed to look for her. However, there was no one else in the apartment. Shin Zihao knitted his brows. Putting a bathrobe on, he started looking for his cell phone. He took the wallet out of his pocket and tossed it aside. Then he looked around some more for the cell phone. Suddenly he halted. He turned to look again at his wallet. He had always found troublesome to carry cash around and paid for things mostly with his credit cards. Hence, he only had 2,000 in his wallet. But now all that cash was gone. Frowning, an uncomfortable idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. At this point his cell phone rang. He finally found his cell phone underneath the pillow. Looking at the screen, he saw Xiaonuanyuan's name. After a short pause, he picked up the line. She spoke in a low voice. Mr. Shen? You're awake. He made an expressionless grunt as an affirmation. Silence. For a moment, both of them said nothing. Another moment passed before Xia Nuanyuan spoke again to explain. Aunt Xiao's condition has stabilized. She's out of danger and things are okay. Oh. An awkward silence. Shen Zihao cleared his throat and continued. Well then Suddenly nervous, she quickly interrupted him. Mr. Shen, I don't need you to take responsibility. Didn't need him to take up the responsibility? The handsome man raised an eyebrow as his gaze fell on his wallet once more. His lips turned upwards into a smile. 2,000 for a night. It's not expensive, but it's not cheap either. Xia Nuanyuan froze upon hearing his words. She stood on the balcony in Xia Yehua's ward, her eyes staring ahead blankly. She bit her lip as her fingers curled tightly around her cell phone. So, was that the sort of person he thought she was? That she had taken his money after he slept with her? She smiled bitterly. Suddenly, she didn't feel like giving any explanations. She only felt a wrenching pain in her heart. She was being misunderstood by the man she loved. She was too embarrassed to tell him that she was poor and had only had 200 in her purse. She hadn't been able to afford to foot his bill, so she had no choice but to take the money from his wallet. She paused for a moment and then said, Goodbye, Mr. Shen. Hanging up, her expression was calm once again. It seemed that they had never been meant to be. Although she was poor, her love did not carry a price tag. What she wanted was a mutually respectful relationship, not be looked down on. 4 days later, Xia Yehua had recovered enough to be discharged and returned home, where she would continue with her treatment. Together with Qiao Lian and the rest, Xia Nuanyuan returned to their family villa. Qiao Lian prepared a guest room for Xia Nuanyuan and left the girl to rest alone before she went to check on Xia Yehua's condition. Her condition had improved over the last 4 days, and she had regained sensation on the right side of her body. Even when she spoke, her words were clear. Overall, it was a great improvement. After seeing Xia Yehua, she went to the study to look for Shen Liangchuan. As she pushed the door to the study, she saw that he was on a video conference with his back to her. Song Chung was on the screen reporting the latest developments. For Ambition S production, Lu Nans has withdrawn his capital, but the production isn't suffering any losses. The leading actress has been replaced by Best Actress Tang Ying. Apart from that, the other investments that you mentioned, Brother Shen, are we really moving in the direction of property investments? After all, it's hard to predict market forces. What if we suffer a loss? Shen Liangchuan replied unhurriedly. We're investing for sure. Song Chung felt at a loss. Brother Shen, I recall that when I suggested other types of investments years ago, you said you were happy just by having enough to spend. But what are you doing now? Trying to make a quick buck. Shen Liangchuan cast his gaze down and kept silent. But he thought to himself that it had indeed been the case. Before he met Lu Nans, he was happy with having just enough to spend. But now, if he didn't grow stronger, how was he going to protect her? This time he had been able to depend on his childhood friends for help. But favors had to be returned. And what could he really give in return? His buddies believed in him. He attracted capital, they invested. Even if there were no kickbacks or even if they lost that money, it was nothing to them. But he could not use their money without a clear conscience. He had to use this money to make more money so that there was at some value in their investment. At least it had to be a real investment. It was also so that the people who laughed at them would now shut their mouths. Without explaining all of this, he simply told Song Chung, "You may go now." Without another word, the latter obediently exited the video conference. Qiao Lian stood outside the door, biting her lip as she heard the exchange between the two men. She understood everything that he had not said, everything that was between the lines. He was willing to make changes for her. Hence she had to work hard too. Silently, Qiao Lian retreated. She did not enter the study, but went back to the master bedroom. Only when she was back in the master bedroom did she take out her cell phone. It had been almost half a month since she had resigned from her job. During this time, too much had happened at home, to the point that she had failed to think about her own future. But now, it was time for her to think about what she could do. She didn't want to be a person who had to depend on Shen Liangchuan like a parasite. She had to grow stronger too. The team's training was being well taken care of by the team leader now. As for her, she had to start looking for a job. Xia Yehua's condition had stabilized, and her mood had gradually improved. Xiao Lian had also sent her resume out as she began her job hunt. But she had gotten no response at all, like a rock that had sunk into a great ocean. She even started to wonder, isn't there even a single news agency that would hire me? Shen Liangchuan comforted her, saying, "You're a real gem and good at what you do. It's just that you haven't met someone who appreciates you." And Xiao Lian could only comfort herself that way too. Still, the anxiety did not go away. In addition, she had ceased her esports caster work. Most of the time now, she was at home doing nothing, which made her feel like a guilty criminal. However, just when she had almost lost all hope thinking that she would never land a job in this lifetime, she finally received a notice for an interview. It set in the afternoon a few days from now. Since the interview notice had come from the biggest news agency in the industry, she jumped with excitement and joy. On the day, she dressed up and headed for the meeting eagerly. When she arrived, the company staff were very polite towards her and led her to the Human Resources Department. The interviewer was a lady. Upon meeting, she pointed to a chair and invited Xiao Lian to take a seat. She began by saying, "Miss Qiao, our agency does have a few requirements." Xiao Lian paused for a moment at these words and said, "Please go on. First of all, you will have to play whatever role may be required of you by the agency in order to obtain information. This may include disguising as a club hostess, for example." "What?" Xiao Lian was taken aback. "Secondly, you will be at the beck and call of the agency and you will have no leisure time. All the time that you have belongs to the company. And thirdly, the agency will pay you a monthly wage of 5,000. There will be no commission for you." The three conditions seemed like a bad joke to Xiao Lian. So is the agency looking for a human or an ox? Even if you made an ox work, you would provide better conditions, right? The interviewer suddenly laughed at Xiao Lian's reply. "Do you think this agency would really hire someone who hits her supervisor?" Although initially confused by this remark, she suddenly realized what it was about. Her expression grew tense and she asked, "Madam, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" the woman said in a mocking tone. "I suppose you haven't been called for many interviews, if at all?" Xiao Lian nodded. Smirking, the woman continued, "The story of you hitting Zhang Chunhua has spread among the industry. Do you really think that our agency would want to hire you? These are the 3 requirements of our agency. You can stay if you agree. If you don't, you're free to go." As Xiao Lian walked out of the news agency, her face was pale. Freaking hell. Zhang Chunhua had actually secretly done such a thing. No wonder the woman hadn't gone after her. She bit her lip as her chest was heaving with fury. After she left the agency, the interviewer picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. "My old schoolmate Zhang Chunhua. I finally avenged you today. How are you going to thank me?" Zhang Chunhua's voice came through the line. "Well, let me give you the latest news then." "What would that be?" "Forget Chuan, of course. CQ team stood out at the esports championship, and their coach is Forget Chuan. Ever since she launched her career, her identity has been a mystery. Let me tell you, she's the trending topic of the day. Our agency is planning to interview her. I'll let you know that there's going to be an event in CQ's clubhouse these 2 days, and I'm sure she will attend. You and I can go and report about the event. If we manage to catch Forget Chuan for an exclusive, it will guarantee us a headline." Zhang Chunhua hung up after this conversation. She sat in her office and narrowed her eyes as she thought. Before Xiao Lian had resigned from the news agency, she had given the woman a severe beating. Zhang Chunhua wanted to go to the police, but managing editor Lu Zhixing didn't think it was a good idea. Hence, she had been prevented from taking revenge. Eventually, Xiao Lian had intentionally accused her of taking advantage of Su Mimi, who thus fell out with her. This had made her jittery and bad-tempered. Hence, she wanted to ensure that Qiao Lian had no future in the media industry. Hadn't she left with plenty of moral backbone? Good luck finding a job then. In the end, she might come back with her tail between her legs, begging to come back to the news agency. This thought satisfied Zhang Chunhua. She stood up and, as she walked towards the deputy managing editor's office, she asked the staff, "Has anyone found out anything about Forget Chuan? Does anyone have a picture?" Someone responded with a wave of his hand. "I have information here. I saw on a live broadcast video someone shaking hands with the coach. The coach must be Forget Chuan." Upon hearing this, everyone moved over and gathered to watch the broadcast video footage. On the screen, the silhouette of a figure could be seen. However, because of the dim stage lighting, in addition to the distance at which the footage was shot, they couldn't tell what the person looked like and could only see a blurry silhouette. The footage playback was paused on the moment that Forget Chuan went on stage to shake hands with the opposing team's coach. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the still frame all at once. Someone remarked, "Forget Chuan looks alright from here. My gut tells me she may be quite pretty in person and not ugly, like what they say on the internet." Another person nodded and agreed. "That's right. Besides, she has a good figure and dresses well. But why do I find Forget Chuan a little familiar?" Everyone nodded at once. "That's right. Why does this Forget Chuan look so familiar?" All of them continued to stare intently at the picture. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "This person! Why does she bear a resemblance to Qiao Lian?" Everyone fell silent at this remark. Ever since Qiao Lian had created a scene beating Zhang Chunhua up and had left the news agency, her name was a taboo. Indeed, after a moment they heard Zhang Chunhua say angrily, "Have you all gone stupid? In what ways does she resemble Qiao Lian? If Qiao Lian was Forget Chuan, she could easily live off the money she earned from the live broadcasts. Why would she need to work in our news agency? Look at the way she was. Does she look wealthy to you?" As her arguments sounded reasonable, everyone fell silent and did not say another word. Zhang Chunhua continued to analyze the picture. As the scene in the picture really didn't have good lighting, it was impossible to see the face of the figure. With a cold laugh, Zhang Chunhua said, "People with this sort of body are a dime a dozen. What makes them think it's Qiao Lian?" Someone then spoke up in a weak voice. I noticed her shoes. Qiao Lian had a pair exactly like that." "Huh. Are her shoes of limited edition?" The person choked for a bit and shook his head as he replied, "No." She laughed again mockingly. "If they're not, then what's the big deal with wearing the same shoes?" At this point she looked around at the staff. "Don't just stand here all day and imagine things. Forget Chuan is Qiao Lian, then pigs can fly. Get back to work. Next Monday, you two will come with me to interview Forget Chuan." "Yes, Deputy Managing Editor." Qiao Lian took some time to calm down after leaving the news agency, before she hailed a cab home. Feeling distracted as she entered the house, Qiao Lian was walking towards the bedroom when she saw Xia Nuanyuan out on the balcony calling with her cell phone. Her voice tone was soft and gentle. "That's right, Aunt Xia is okay." It was Shen Zihao on the other end of the line. When he heard the news, he nodded and said, "Yes, please look after my mom for this period." Xia Nuanyuan wasn't used to Shen Zihao being this polite. Unsure of how to react, she finally said, "Is there anything else, Mr. Shen?" He paused, hoping that she would keep the conversation going, but eventually said, "That's all. I'll hang up then." Without hesitating, she disconnected the line. While her actions seemed swift and decisive, she continued standing on the balcony, holding her cell phone and staring into the distance quietly. Xia Nuanyuan had been behaving oddly recently. Every day, she would secretly call Shen Zihao, but the manner in which she spoke to him was distant and very unlike her usual gentle self. Weren't the two getting along very well? Puzzled, Qiao Lian shook her head as she walked past Xia Nuanyuan. As she did so, she suddenly heard someone throwing up. Immediately, she turned around and hurried to the balcony. Xia Nuanyuan was holding onto the side of the balcony door, retching. Taking a step towards her, Qiao Lian asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Xia Nuanyuan looked terribly pale, but she waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. Not quite sure what it is, perhaps I'm staying up too late lately." She had been waking up every night to massage Xia Yehua, to help speed up her recovery. Hence when Xiao Lian heard this, she instantly felt bad. "This period has been tough for you." Shaking her head, Xia Nuanyuan replied, "I'm okay." After resting shortly, she felt better and walked back into the house with Xiao Lian. Seeing that the girl was quite frail, Xiao Lian was compelled to give Auntie Li some instructions, who was now just about to enter the kitchen. "Auntie Li, would you please boil some chicken soup for Nuanyuan? She's been exhausted recently." The Shen family never treated their housekeepers like servants. The treatment that Xia Nuanyuan got was therefore not unlike Song Yuanxi's. Hence with these instructions, Auntie Li immediately nodded. Xia Nuanyuan opened her mouth to say something at this point, but no words came. Following this, Xiao Lian headed upstairs to get changed and visited Xia Yehua for a short chat. Then, returning to the study, she picked up her laptop with the intention of continuing the job hunt. She browsed the internet for a long time and sent out a few applications. Up till now, her search had not been fruitful. Soon it was dinner time. Xiao Lian could smell the aroma of chicken soup in the air as she made her way down the stairs. She took a deep breath as she burst into the kitchen, exclaiming, "Auntie Li, the chicken soup smells heavenly." Laughing, Auntie Li poured a bowl of the steaming hot liquid and said, "Well then, madam, why don't you have some first?" "Oh yes." She took the bowl from Auntie Li and walked out of the kitchen. As she walked out of the kitchen, she noticed Xia Nuanyuan was also coming downstairs now. She still looked rather pale. Immediately, Xiao Lian brought her the bowl of soup and said, "Nuanyuan here, have some soup first." The moment Xia Nuanyuan smelled the soup, she got even more pale and shook her head vigorously before dashing to the restroom. Xiao Lian was stunned by her reaction. Putting down the bowl, she rushed into the restroom after Xia Nuanyuan. Patting the girl on the back, she inquired, "What's wrong with you, Nuanyuan?" Xia Nuanyuan shook her head. "It's nothing. My stomach has been acting up. It's nothing serious." With a wave of her hand, she stood up straight and let Xiao Lian lead her out of the restroom. As they walked out, they saw Xia Yehua standing near the doorway. Giving Xia Nuanyuan a strange look, she asked, "Have you had your period this month?" Xia Yehua's speech was slurred due to the stroke. However, she made an effort to say those words one at a time clearly. With a blank look, Xia Nuanyuan shook her head at the question and said, "No, I haven't." Then, as though suddenly realizing something, her expression changed. With a look of disbelief, her gaze fell on her own abdomen. Still looking at her intently, Xia Yehua asked again. Then, "Are you pregnant?" Color drained from Xia Nuanyuan's face. Xiao Lian held Xia Yehua and said, "Mom, Nuanyuan doesn't have a boyfriend." A sudden look of realization appeared on Xia Yehua's face. Then, "Surely, it's not, it must be her stomach. Go to the hospital for checkup." Xia Nuanyuan shook her head and said immediately, I can go by myself. Aunt Xia, please don't worry." As soon as she said this, she went upstairs. After a short while, she came back downstairs with her bag. "Sister Xiao Lian, Aunt Xia, I have something to attend to. I need to leave for a bit." Xiao Lian was puzzled as she watched Xia Nuanyuan leave the house. But there was only so much she could ask without prying into the girl's private affairs. After all, she wasn't part of the family. She then helped Xia Yehua to her seat at the dining table as they got ready for dinner. Just as she sat down, her cell phone rang. She picked up the call and heard an unfamiliar voice say, "How do you do? I'm calling from Lot's business office. May I know if you're Coach Chow from CQ team?" After a short pause, Xiao Lian nodded and said, "Yes, that's me. So we are planning an activity and need photos for the occasion. We were wondering if it would be too much trouble for you to bring your team members and come to our office." Having won the Beijing regional competition, it was inevitable that all sorts of publicity would follow. There was no way to avoid this. Hence, Xiao Lian nodded and asked, Sure, what time are we expected to be there? How about the day after tomorrow?
Około.
Xiao Lian set her chopsticks aside after confirming the time and venue with the caller. Since she had had no luck with her job hunt, she decided to drop by the clubhouse to have a look. As the coach of this team, she had been irresponsible. After dinner, Shun Liangchuan's car finally pulled up. He had been busy lately and had not been home for dinner. Since he was coming home at this hour, he had not had dinner almost for certain. Xiao Lian hurriedly instructed Auntie Li to heat up the food and accompanied Shan Liangchuan at the dining table as he ate. Eating quickly yet in a refined manner, he was a pleasure to watch. Xiao Lian stared at him with her chin resting on the back of her hand. He picked up a prawn ball with his chopsticks. Open your mouth. Xiao Lian did as she was told. The fresh and juicy prawn ball was dropped into her mouth. She chewed twice and swallowed it. Then, he did the same with the vegetables. She immediately waved her hand and said, I've eaten, I'm full to the brim. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, Then why are you still staring at me? He had thought that she wanted more food. She broke into a cheeky grin at his question and replied, Because you are dashing. Shun Liangchuan. Did that mean she was teasing him? At some point of the dinner, Xia Nuanyuan came home. She looked dispirited and lost. She seemed rather depressed, as though she had lost her confidence. Xiao Lian immediately stood up and asked, Nuanyuan, what's wrong? Did you go to the doctor because you're unwell? The girl seemed to suddenly snap back to reality. Pulling herself together, she said, Sister Xiao Lian, I'm fine, just a little tired. I'll go back to my room now. She had been given a room of her own on the second floor. Xiao Lian was still worried nevertheless and persisted. Nuanyuan, are you really okay? In the guest room. Xia Nuanyuan tossed her bag aside and took out a blood test report from her pocket. She looked at the data on the slip of paper. Although it was still early and not too obvious, it was very certain that she was pregnant. And the retching was because of the pregnancy, as well as the fact that her body was exhausted. This was causing her to experience the symptoms much earlier. She hung her head and looked at her abdomen. It had been beyond her imagination that she would get pregnant at this point of time. But she clenched her fists tightly. Should she keep the baby? She now looked at another piece of paper. It was an appointment slip for 2 days from now for an abortion. 2 days later, Xiao Lian had left the villa early and had rushed to the clubhouse so that she could take the team to the photo shoot. Without Purple Fairy's interference, the team was peaceful and comfortable. They arrived together at the photo shoot location. Xiao Lian took them in to prepare for the session. Su Pinghao looked at her and said, Coach Xiao, you're a part of the team. Come join us for the photo shoot. She shook her head at this suggestion. I'm not a contestant and you know I don't like publicity. You guys go ahead. Upon hearing this, Su Pinghao and the rest of the team went into the studio reluctantly without her. As she waited alone outside, Xiao Lian took out her cell phone and played on it for a while to kill boredom. As she was doing this, she heard a voice speaking. Is Forget Chuan really here? Will we be able to catch a shot of her later? I wonder if she'd be willing to talk, and whether we'd be able to get her to agree to an interview. These remarks reached Xiao Lian's ears, causing her to look up at once. Her professional instincts led her to soon discover that, suddenly, a big group of reporters had gathered outside the studio. Were these people here to stalk Forget Chuan? She widened her eyes in horror and immediately heard a voice behind her inquiring, Xiao Lian. When she turned around, she saw Zhang Chunhua frowning and walking towards her, accompanied by 2 staff members of the news agency. She eyed Xiao Lian up and down a few times and said after a pause, What are you doing here? After saying this, she suddenly recalled that Xiao Lian had previously depended on her ability to sniff out news to gain foothold. She sneered at once. Did you think that Forget Chuan would give an interview to a nobody? You don't even have a job, why would she even help you? Xiao Lian looked at the woman with mocking amusement. Zhang Chunhua snorted in response. Ensuring that no one was paying attention, she leaned in close to Xiao Lian and said, Xiao Lian, do you wish to come back to work? Let me tell you, If you plead with me, I might let you come back to the news agency. Think about it. Otherwise, believe it or not, even if you manage to scoop the news about Forget Chuan, none of the news agencies will dare accept your article. Xiao Lian found Zhang Chunhua's remarks very funny indeed. She looked at Zhang Chunhua and suddenly asked, "Say, Zhang Chunhua, I don't suppose you've fallen in love with me?" Zhang Chunhua was flabbergasted. Xiao Lian immediately continued, "Why are you watching my every move otherwise? I've already resigned and our paths no longer cross. But every time you see me you seem so eager, right?" Zhang Chunhua was stumped by her remark and finally said, "You really are a thick-skinned idiot. Thank you, it's just a matter of having more collagen. You don't have to envy me." In terms of having a sharp tongue, not even 10 of Zhang Chunhua would be able to match up to a single Xiao Lian. Raising her finger at Xiao Lian with anger, she only managed to stammer, You, enough already. Old people like you need to stay calm. You always get angry at the tiniest tina. It's not good for health." The words old people drove Zhang Chunhua speechless with fury. Xiao Lian merely raised an eyebrow and went back to staring straight ahead. Zhang Chunhua snorted and said, "What's the use of having a sharp tongue? If she doesn't manage to squeeze some worthy news with an interview, she'll have something to cry about." Then she turned and looked at the 2 staff members next to her, instructing them, "When Forget Chuan comes out later, be sure to run after her. And be sure you speak to her nicely. Try and get our agency an exclusive." After briefing the 2 of them, she lamented, "I don't even know what Forget Chuan likes to eat. If only we could secure a meal with her. That would be ideal." Xiao Lian was quite gleeful for some reason to see the woman's nervous expression. She wanted to burst out laughing but held back on second thoughts. She sat back in her little corner and waited for CQ team to return. After about an hour, something caused a stir at the doorway. Turning to look in that direction, Xiao Lian saw the 6 players walking out of the studio. She was just about to walk towards them when Zhang Chunhua grabbed her arm. Then she gave an eye signal to her 2 colleagues. Right away they rushed forward. Forget Chuan. All the reporters had sprinted towards the team and were now surrounding the 6 players. At once, the crowd held up their cameras and pointed them at Ancestor Whitebones, which started to flash and click. Someone among them asked Ancestor Whitebones, "Forget Chuan, may we interview you? Forget Chuan, why don't you ever show your face? What is the reason for keeping such a low profile? Forget Chuan, can you tell us your real name? Can we announce it? Forget Chuan." The barrage of questions stunned Ancestor Whitebones. Observing this, Xiao Lian wanted to go over to help her out of the situation. However, Zhang Chunhua held onto Xiao Lian's wrist with a deadly grip that would not be shaken off. She sneered, "Xiao Lian, you can only dream about getting any first-hand information today." Her expression was determined, as though she was never going to let go of her grip on Xiao Lian. As she looked at Zhang Chunhua's expression, she could not bring herself to laugh nor cry. Neither could she figure out what exactly made this woman hate her so much. Thus she decided there was no point in trying to go anywhere. She stood still. From afar, she saw Ancestor Whitebones waving her hand and saying, "I'm not the coach. I'm not Forget Chuan." The reporters were stumped and started looking around. Where's Forget Chuan then? Where is she? Su Pinghao swept his gaze across the crowd and finally saw Xiao Lian right at the back. Hurriedly, he tried to push them aside as he walked through the sea of people towards Xiao Lian. "Coach Xiao, we're here." When the reporters heard what he said, they turned around simultaneously. The crowd parted to let him through as he ran up to her. His eyes lit up. "Coach Xiao, we've kept you waiting." The team members, who had been unmoved by the crowd of reporters, were all invariably full of emotions when they saw Xiao Lian. The 6 of them surrounded her and chattered excitedly. She listened to them patiently. Shortly after, she heard someone, obviously stunned and shaken, ask, You are Forget Chuan?" She turned around only to see an astonished Zhang Chunhua staring at her, wide-eyed in disbelief. With a smile she replied, "Yes,
I'm Forget Chuan."
Then she looked down at Zhang Chunhua's hand that was still tightly gripping her wrist. "So would you mind letting go now?" Zhang Chunhua dropped her hand in fright and stumbled backwards. Still staring at her, she said, Are you really Forget Chuan? How is that possible? Xiao Lian completely ignored the woman. Turning her attention back to the team members, she said, Let's go. As though this was a cue, all the reporters swarmed around her immediately, pointing their microphones and cameras at her and asking, Forget Chuan, can we schedule an interview? Forget Chuan, why did you choose to be an esports caster? Forget Chuan, do you have a few words for us? Xiao Lian had intended to leave together with the team, but when she heard these questions she halted. Turning to face them, she said after a moment, Because I am passionate about esports. It was because of the man that she had fallen in love with gaming. She was hot-blooded, always ready to jump, and channeled all of herself into esports. She only made that remark before she turned again to leave. At this point, a voice rang through the crowd, speaking in a way that was obviously trying hard to please. Forget Chuan, Xiao Lian. Can we make an appointment for an exclusive interview? Xiao Lian halted when she heard this request. The look on her face was almost incredulous as she asked in return, Do you think I'll actually agree to it? Zhang Chunhua took a step towards her and said in a low voice, You have to agree whether you like it or not. Otherwise, I'll expose all your ugly secrets on the internet. Xiao Lian's pupils shrank immediately as she glared at the vicious woman. Zhang Chunhua smiled triumphantly and continued, I finally found out why you've never show your face in live broadcasts. It's because of this. You're afraid that what your parents did in the past would be exposed, and that there will be public backlash. Xiao Lian narrowed her eyes at Zhang Chunhua's words. Still glaring at the woman, she said, Zhang Chunhua, do you really think I'm afraid of trouble? I never knew that our law extends punishment to the descendants of the convicted. Besides, I'm not afraid even if so. Expose me as you please. But I will not give you an exclusive, because I despise your disgusting news agency. Leaving this harsh remark for Zhang Chunhua to ruminate over, Xiao Lian and the CQ team members got into their nanny van and left. After Xiao Lian left, Zhang Chunhua stood there with a pale expression. Her fists were tightly clenched. Never in her wildest imagination had she considered the possibility that Xiao Lian was Forget Chuan. If Forget Chuan was indeed Xiao Lian, then why had she worked in the news agency? Xiao Lian had to be hiding some secrets. As she thought, she narrowed her eyes. Then she called her two workers. Trail her. We have to unearth her secrets. Xiao Lian proceeded to send the CQ team members back to the clubhouse. When she was leaving, Su Pinghao and the rest were reluctant to let her go. Su Pinghao even said, Coach Chow, can't we just play a match together? Will you be able to play a game with your hand like this? Ever since Shun Liangchuan took her to the doctor, she had been more conscious of her own hand. However, when it came to playing a match, her hand was still not up to it. As she was thinking about it, she bit her lip and said, Okay, let's have a match. Su Pinghao's eyes immediately lit up. Xiao Lian's character as usual was Xiao Qiao. For the first half an hour, her moves were indeed smooth, but after half an hour, she started to often make maneuvering errors. Her hand would occasionally feel weak. Finally, Xiao Lian decided to give up. Better to rest a bit more. After leaving the villa, a slight look of disappointment could be seen on her face. For the last period of time, she had been taking care of her hand almost every day. But why hadn't there been any improvements? As she was contemplating this, she didn't realize that there was someone following her. She took a cab and headed straight back to the Shun villa. When she just reached home, she saw Xia Nuanyuan sitting alone on the sofa in a daze. It was obvious that her emotions were not quite right. She took a step forward and casually inquired, Nuanyuan, what is wrong? Xia Nuanyuan jumped up in shock. When she regained her composure, she immediately stood up and spoke as if trying to hide something. There's nothing wrong. I am going upstairs. Yet after she went upstairs, Xia Nuanyuan continued to sit on the sofa, dazed. She had initially made an appointment with the hospital to have an abortion this afternoon. But when it was finally time, she was hesitating and in a dilemma. She liked Shen Zihao. Even though Shen Zihao had misunderstood her, She had tried hard to control her own emotions, but she still liked him. As she thought about this, she placed her hand on her lower abdomen. This child belonged to her and Shinziheo. Thinking about this made her feel a sense of joy deep down in her heart. But what would happen when the baby was born? She and Shinziheo were both from different social classes, and it was impossible for them to be together. How could she allow her own child to be without a father from a young age? And if one day Shinziheo came to know about the child, how should he face the child? It seemed like if she gave birth to this child, the aftermath would create infinite trouble. Besides, if her parents were to know of her pregnancy before marriage, they would certainly be enraged. As she thought of this, Xiaonuanyuan made a firm resolution. She stood up, picked up her bag and then headed out straight away. After saying her greetings to Chao Lian, she walked outside to take a bus and go to the maternity hospital. There were people everywhere in the hospital. Those who came for an abortion mostly had their husbands or boyfriends with them. She was, however, the only one who came alone. She bit her lip. But as she went to get the paperwork done, the doctor requested for the father of the child to sign the papers. But where on earth could she go and find a father for the child? Xiaonuanyuan spoke nervously. Doctor, can't I do this by myself? The doctor spoke angrily. Of course not. These are the rules of the hospital. Where is the child's father? Even if you both have separated, he should at least come here to sign the papers. The doctor spoke in a loud voice and soon, it attracted a lot of attention from the people around them. Xiaonuanyuan gripped her fingers and lowered her head, although she didn't feel embarrassed. Right at this moment, Shinziheo's voice could be heard somewhere nearby. Xiaonuanyuan? Shinziheo had come to the hospital to settle some issues. Mei Feng had some gynecological problems, so he was here to collect her medication. He was already intending to leave when he heard a doctor's interrogating voice near him. As he subconsciously turned around, he saw a girl with her head lowered and being reprimanded. Her face was pale. Under normal circumstances, he would not bother about such things. However, once he saw that girl, he immediately halted. He took a step forward to confirm that it was her, and then couldn't help but call her with confusion. Xiaonuanyuan? He asked with uncertainty. Why are you here? As he took another step forward, he saw Xiaonuanyuan attempting to hide the piece of document that she was holding in her hands. However, he had already seen the content on it. He frowned immediately and asked, You came here for an abortion? Xiaonuanyuan was so frightened that her face turned pale. She didn't know what to say when she came face to face with Shinziheo. She only saw that he had started to frown. The way that he was staring at her was somewhat helpless, doubtful, as well as dumbfounded. It was as though he wanted to inquire about something. At this moment, strangely, Xiaonuanyuan had a sense of hesitation within her. She expected him to ask about it, yet she was worried that he would question her. If he were to ask if this child belonged to him, what should her reply be? But what if he was not intending to ask? As she was still hesitating, Shinziheo raised his head to look at the doctor and spoke immediately with a frown. Is having an abortion illegal nowadays? His fierce tone was a little overbearing, and that made the doctor become listless straight away. The attitude that he had shown towards Xiaonuanyuan, at this instant, toned down. No, it is not illegal. A doctor is a professional that serves the people. No matter what issues the patient has, you are not supposed to discriminate against the patient. What kind of attitude did you have just now? Shinziheo spoke with a nasty tone. A doctor is also supposed to keep patients' records confidential. After yelling so loudly, did you know that I can sue you for infringement of privacy? That doctor was so stunned and shocked that he swallowed a mouthful of his saliva. Shinziheo spoke again. What is your staff number? I will go file a complaint later. The doctor turned pale and said, Sir, I am in the wrong. I am really sorry for what I did. But Shinziheo let out a cold snort and snapped. What's the point of apologizing to me? The person that you reprimanded just now wasn't me. The doctor then looked at Xiaonuanyuan once again. Miss, I am sorry. Please do forgive me this time. Xia Nuanyuan was the kind of person who was kind at heart and could not bear to see someone begging her like this. As a healthcare provider, she actually could understand what the doctor was feeling right now. After seeing so many patients every day, they were bound to get irritated at times. Therefore, she did not want to make things difficult for this doctor and said in a warm tone, "In the future, if there is anything that you want to say, please say it directly and do not scream or shout. It is certainly not a pleasant thing if someone else were to hear it." The doctor nodded and replied, "However, the rules in this hospital are that the child's father needs to sign the documents too, before we are allowed to proceed with the surgery." At this instant, Xia Nuanyuan was in such a predicament that she wished that she could find a hole and hide herself inside. She hurriedly nodded. I am not going to do it anymore." As she finished speaking, she turned around, meaning to leave. She had only taken 2 steps when she heard Shen Zihao say, "I shall sign the papers." Xia Nuanyuan halted upon hearing these words. As she turned around, Shen Zihao told the doctor, "I am the child's father. I was settling some other issues earlier on." That doctor nodded straight away and handed over the documents for the surgery to Shen Zihao. "It will do if you just sign here." Shen Zihao took a glance at Xia Nuanyuan and nodded. Xia Nuanyuan clenched her fists as he stared at the document for the surgery. And then he proceeded to sign the document. Xia Nuanyuan bit her lip harshly. She cast her gaze downwards to conceal the sadness that she felt. However, come to think of it, this made sense as well. To the both of them, this child had come as an accident. She took in a deep breath and followed Shen Zihao, sitting down on the chairs next to them. They waited there for her number to be called. Time passed slowly but also swiftly. This caused Xia Nuanyuan to feel a sense of unspeakable sorrow and grief. She didn't know what to say or what to do, so she just waited for her turn. Finally, the doctor came over and called her. Xia Nuanyuan stood up and looked at Shen Zihao. After hesitating for a while, she then said, "That." Shen Zihao raised his head. Xia Nuanyuan bit her lip and said slowly, "Aunt Xia is fine now. Basically, she is already able to function as usual. Her speech is also functioning smoothly. You don't have to worry." Shen Zihao nodded. Xia Nuanyuan bit her lip once more. "Since we have met coincidentally today, then there's no need for me to give you a call again." Shen Zihao answered with a Xia Nuanyuan took a glance at the doctor and said, "I shall go in now." Shen Zihao continued nodding. Xia Nuanyuan then followed the doctor into the surgery room. As her baby was still premature, not even 40 days old yet, she couldn't undergo abortion surgery, so she opted to take medication for abortion. The doctor prescribed her medication and told her to take a pill now, and the other pill 2 hours later. Xia Nuanyuan walked to the chair next to her after nodding. She had to take the medication at the observation room. After taking the medicine, she would be kept under observation for 4 hours. Once the unborn baby had been removed safely, she could go home. However, while sitting in the observation room, she stared at the pill and could hardly bear to eat it. She was carrying a live baby in her belly. But right now, this pill could terminate the pregnancy. It was such a cruel thing to do. Xia Nuanyuan's eyes filled with tears gradually. She was only 23 years old, had just graduated from university and just entered the workforce. She did not know how she should handle this situation, much less how to face the future. She only knew that right now she was suffering from a terrible heartache. She suddenly lifted her hand to cover her own mouth, while tears kept flowing down her cheeks. She bit her lip harshly, not allowing herself to cry aloud. There were a few others in the observation room. They all looked as if they were numb from the procedure, as if doing this had already become the norm. Someone even patted her shoulder after seeing her reaction. "What's there to cry? I can tell from one look that this is your first time. In the future you won't care." Xia Nuanyuan was stunned. Was this the way? But perhaps because this was the first one, she especially cherished it and was terribly sad. Xia Nuanyuan took in a deep breath before lowering her head to look at the pill in her hand once again. She picked up the bottle of mineral water. She had unscrewed the cap of the water bottle and was about to place the pill in her mouth, when suddenly the observation room's door was flung open. Xiaonuanyuan was stunned. As she turned around, she saw that Shunziheo was standing right in front of her. There was a look of eagerness and hesitation on Shunziheo's face. When he saw her, he pursed his lips and asked, "Is this child mine?" Xiaonuanyuan was totally muddled by his words. Was this child his? So in his eyes, he regarded her as a skittish woman? As she thought about this, he said, "If the child is mine, please keep it and let's get married." Xiaonuanyuan was completely stunned. She raised her head and stared at Shunziheo with disbelief. Get married? She widened her eyes and clenched her fists. She had never imagined that it would turn out this way. But should she get married? Her heart started to thump even faster. She could only feel a sense of turmoil, and that it was hard to explain her emotions. Marriage. She had thought of that before. That one day in her life she would ultimately get married. However, she had not imagined that the day would arrive so soon. And was this child his? Xiaonuanyuan bit her lip as she stood up. She glanced at Shunziheo and after a moment lowered her head and said, "No need, I don't need you to take responsibility for this." These words were an indirect answer to the question of who the child belonged to. Shunziheo's facial expression darkened. So it turned out that the child was really his. When he saw the document earlier on, he had already had his doubts. However, when he recalled that she had secretly taken 2,000 from him, and also remembered that she had worked as a waitress in Glitter, he felt that perhaps he was thinking too much. He had been totally drunk the first time they had been together. After the incident, he couldn't recall what had happened. Thus, he completely did not know that that had been her first time. However, when he saw her demeanor when she entered the observation room, he couldn't help but become suspicious. He got increasingly uneasy. The images of that night kept flashing in his mind, of how she had appeared at the hospital, hugging, coaxing and calming him with her gentle voice. He also recalled secretly visiting Xia Yehua in the hospital, but each time he would see her gently taking care of Xia Yehua. Her gentleness had even seemed to soften his heart. If it hadn't been for what had happened that day, he felt that he would have fallen in love with her. As he thought about this reflexively, he suddenly stood up and dashed into the observation room. He blurted out that sentence out of impulse. However, he realized that he had relaxed after saying those words. Indeed, it was just a marriage, wasn't it? Wouldn't it be a good idea to protect her in the future? Even if this child wasn't his, he also wanted to be able to protect her. But what had she just said? She didn't need him to take account for his actions. So this sentence implied that the child was his? Shunziheo did not say another word and simply took a step forward, grabbed her wrist and walked out of the room. Xiaonuanyuan jumped up in shock. What are you doing? You cannot abort this child." Xiaonuanyuan bit her lip and asked, "Why?" "Because the child's dad does not agree with it." Xiaonuanyuan. Shunziheo turned around and glared at her fiercely. "Hey, did you hear what I've just said? I disagree and hence you cannot abort this baby." Xiaonuanyuan remained silent. But after a while she suddenly burst out laughing. Along with her laughter, her eyes turned red and misty. Shunziheo was stunned. "Are you actually crying or laughing?" Xiaonuanyuan lowered her head without saying a word. Shunziheo was not bothered by it. He took her straight to the car park, started the car and headed out. In the beginning, Xiaonuanyuan did not react fast enough. Only when the car had started to cruise down the road did she notice the unfamiliar scenery outside. She was slightly stunned. "Where are you taking me to?" "Home." Xiaonuanyuan immediately turned to look at him. Shunziheo continued, "We will go home to get our household registration booklet and ID, and then go to town hall. There's no need to pick a date. Let's just go apply for our certificate today." Xiaonuanyuan. Xiaonuanyuan felt that the matter had escalated too rapidly, so much so that it made it hard for her to accept. She stared at Shunziheo and after a moment she said, "We cannot do this." Before she could finish her sentence, Shunziheo's facial expression darkened. Xiaonuanyuan immediately swallowed her words and spoke with a stutter. "Isn't this too sudden? When Shun Zihao heard these words, he narrowed his eyes and turned towards her. You do not wish to marry me? Xia Nuanyuan was stunned and immediately shook her head.
No.
Since you do not wish to marry me, then it means you wish to marry me. So that's it. It was impossible for her to rebut his words. But wasn't this a little too fast? The time they had seen each other and spent together did not even amount to a month. She swallowed her saliva and then said, I think you might have misunderstood. I am not that casual when it comes to marriage. I don't want you to propose marriage just because of the child. Yes, that's right. I am also not a casual person. Since I want to marry you, certainly, I've put much thought into it. Xia Nuanyuan wanted to speak on a few occasions, but she swallowed her words because of Shun Zihao. But she was truly nervous about this issue. She somehow felt that something was wrong with this matter. They hadn't even dated, yet they wanted to get married. Wasn't this too fast? When Xia Nuanyuan widened her eyes, she looked so adorable that it made him just want to reach out his hand and touch her head. Shun Zihao resisted his urge to do that. Initially, it had been his impulsiveness that made him want to get married. However, he had no idea why, but when he got closer to home, he was certain that he wanted the marriage. Actually, wouldn't it be great to be able to look at her like this every day? Anyway, he had reached the age where he should be thinking about marriage. Mei Feng had also urged him several times. He was the only child of the Shun family now. The idea of them starting a next generation was indeed a good one. Wasn't it better this way, since there was already a baby on the way? As he thought about this, Shun Zihao pursed his lips and smiled. He turned his head once again to look at Xia Nuanyuan and asked, Where are you from? Xia Nuanyuan replied, Zhujiang, Hangzhou. From Zhujiang province. Shun Zihao was very satisfied with this answer. This was because, in his opinion, only the water villages in Jiangnan could produce someone as gentle as Xia Nuanyuan, who was tender and soft. She had the looks and stature of someone delicate, which couldn't help but make people want to take care of her. However, after interacting with her, one would then realize that this girl wasn't as delicate as she looked. At Glitter Club, after rejecting that man's offer and eventually getting beaten up, she did not even make a single audible sound. This clearly showed that she was in fact someone who had much pride within her bones. As Shun Zihao thought of this, instantly, he felt that Xia Nuanyuan was the perfect match for his appetite. Did you bring your ID along? Xia Nuanyuan was still in a daze and hadn't had a chance to respond. But when she heard this question, she casually answered, I have it. I carry my ID along with me all the time. Shun Zihao nodded. It's more convenient this way then. He took a look at the time. We should still be able to make it. He drove a little faster. Soon, the car made a turn into a luxurious villa. In this area, there was only one villa standing. It was surrounded by big courtyards with tall walls. It had its own security officers. Xia Nuanyuan widened her eyes and stared at this villa, which looked like a palace. She then clenched her fists subconsciously. This was her first time visiting such a luxurious place. Hesitant, Xia Nuanyuan got out of the car. She followed Shun Zihao as he walked through the front door into the living room. At the same time, she observed her surroundings from the corner of her eye, not daring to show her curiosity or astonishment in case it made her look completely ignorant. However, upon entering the living room and seeing how incredibly polished and reflectant the floor was, she hesitated to step on it. She followed Shun Zihao closely as he walked towards the shoe rack, where she watched him change his shoes. She stood still, not daring to make any big movements. He kicked off his shoes and put on his home slippers. As he walked into the house, he suddenly noticed that the person next to him was missing. He turned and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Immediately she asked him, Mr. Shun, do I have to change my shoes? With a look of sudden realization, he called loudly, Senior Auntie Zhang, Senior Auntie Zhang. Almost immediately, a middle-aged lady appeared in response to his call. Young master, what is it? Shun Zihao pointed at Xia Nuanyuan and said to the housekeeper, Find Miss Xia a pair of slippers. Senior Auntie Zhang nodded with a glance in Xia Nuanyuan's direction. Yes. Then she left and very quickly returned with a pair of disposable slippers, which she handed over to the girl. Xia Nuanyuan heaved a sigh of relief after changing out of her shoes. However, she still felt somewhat oppressed and overwhelmed by this place. She had only ever seen such luxurious villas on the television. From a young age, she had only ever been exposed to the life of an ordinary person, be it the surroundings that she had been born in, her school or later, her workplace. Even Xia Yehua's home was just a small 3-story house. But this was quite something else. It was like a huge palace. She gulped and looked up at Shen Zihao again. For the first time she realized just how huge this gap was that existed between them. She hung her head and took a step towards him. Mr. Shen. Ignoring what she was about to say, he interrupted her. Wait for me here. I'll go and get my identity card and household registration booklet. Xia Nuanyuan was stumped. Suddenly, she had developed an anxiety towards this marriage. What was she going to do? The thought of having to live in such unfamiliar surroundings after her marriage made her extremely uncomfortable and frightened. But when she looked up again, she found that Shen Zihao had disappeared around the corner. She tried to follow him, but by the time she got there was no sign of him. Probably he had gone upstairs. She stood still again, not daring to move. She didn't know where to stand. The floor was so pristine that she felt she couldn't place her feet anywhere. As she was fretting over this, she heard a woman's voice saying, "Is Zihao back?" "Yes, madam, young master brought a girl home." "A girl?" came the curious reply. Xia Nuanyuan immediately straightened her posture and looked ahead respectfully. Mei Feng appeared walking towards her in a set of golden pajamas, looking every inch the wealthy man's wife she was. She paused as she looked at Xia Nuanyuan. "You are." Before she could speak, Mei Feng continued, "Oh, you must be Zihao's friend." Then she frowned. "But it wasn't you he brought home previously." Xia Nuanyuan was taken aback upon hearing this. She looked at Mei Feng with a puzzled expression. The woman saw that she was confused for a moment before she laughed and said, "Since you're Zihao's friend, do come in and take a seat. Senior Auntie Zhang, hurry up and get this young lady a drink." Xia Nuanyuan hung her head at the woman's friendliness. She looked down at the tips of her toes and said, It's okay. I can wait for him here." Before Mei Feng could speak further, Shen Zihao came downstairs. He saw them both and immediately said, "Auntie Mei, you're also home. Let me introduce you." He hurried downstairs, taking a few steps at a time. When he was finally standing before them, he pointed at Mei Feng and introduced her to Xia Nuanyuan, saying, "This is my stepmother, Auntie Mei." Xia Nuanyuan greeted her formally, "Auntie Mei." Smiling, Mei Feng said, "Good girl." He then turned to Mei Feng to introduce Xia Nuanyuan. "Auntie Mei, her name's Xia Nuanyuan, she's my new girlfriend." Mei Feng said teasingly, "I liked Miss Xia the moment I set my eyes on her." Shen Zihao nodded. "I knew you would like her. Hence, we've decided to get married." Mei Feng smiled and nodded at once, saying, "That's great." Then she suddenly halted in shock, as though only just realizing what he had said. Stunned, she said, "What?" Shen Zihao repeated, "I said, Auntie Mei, we've decided to get married." At this point he looked at Mei Feng again and asked, "Where's our household registration booklet? Please let me have it. I'm taking her to register our marriage. There should be enough time still." After hearing these words, Mei Feng looked at Xia Nuanyuan. She could hardly believe this was happening and said after a moment of silence, "This is really unexpected." She looked at Shen Zihao and continued, "This matter should be discussed more. This is a marriage we're talking about. It's really too sudden." Shen Zihao shook his head. "There's nothing abrupt about it. I've made the decision." The patient woman said, "Getting married is a big event. No matter what, you should ask your father's opinion too. Auntie Mei cannot make the decision for you. How about we wait till your father comes home?" He immediately picked up his cell phone after he heard Mei Feng's words. "I'll call him then, is that okay?"
Mei Feng nodded.
Shen Zihao made the call to his father, told him everything in a summary and then hung up the phone. Dad says he's on his way back now. An hour later, Shinshio finally arrived home. He was frowning as he entered the house and looked very serious. I do not agree to this marriage. Shinziheo was taken aback. Why not? Why not? How could you just bring a random girl home and say you wish to get married? Are you crazy? Do you even know this girl's family background? Her parents are teachers, ordinary folks. What can she bring to the marriage? His words were direct and he didn't beat around the bush. Our Shin family's daughter-in-law must be of equal social standing to be a good match for you. Shinziheo immediately retorted. Are you looking for a daughter-in-law or are you looking for family background? Shinshio almost choked. You. Shinziheo reached out for Xiaonuanyuan's arm and turned to his father, saying, Dad, she's pregnant with my child. I'm getting married no matter what. What? Shinshio was stunned and looked at Xiaonuanyuan with a shocked expression. Shinziheo stood there stubbornly, unrelenting and unyielding. The father and son were now locked in a stalemate. Xiaonuanyuan found this scene particularly ugly. Her future father-in-law openly despised her, and it was without doubt the most embarrassing moment in her life. Right now she wished she was anywhere else but here. Biting her lip, she ventured. Mr. Shennerm, I should leave. Then she turned around and walked towards the door. Shinziheo looked at her back and frowned. Dad, I'm getting married and that's that. No one's going to stop me. After those words, Shinziheo grabbed Xiaonuanyuan's wrist and headed out of the house with her in tow. Mei Feng glanced at Shinshio. Then she went after Shinziheo and saw him off. She was smiling and said to Xiaonuanyuan, Nuanyuan, please don't take it to heart. Your uncle has a temper. But don't you worry, he doesn't despise you. That's not what he meant. Then she looked at Shinziheo and said, Ziheo, take Nuanyuan home first. I'll try to persuade your father. Shinziheo immediately nodded and replied, Yes, Auntie Mei. I'll leave the matter in your hands. If there's anyone in this household that he'll listen to, it's you. I'll have to trouble you with this. Mei Feng almost choked. If there was anyone he would listen to, if Shinshio didn't agree to it, this would end up being her idea. Mei Feng gave an embarrassed smile as her gaze fell on Xiaonuanyuan. Then she looked at the girl's abdomen. Her eyes were void of emotions. She nodded and said, No problem, just wait for my good news. Shinziheo nodded. They didn't have to wait very long for the good news. As Shinziheo was driving Xiaonuanyuan back to Xiaohua's villa, they received a call from Mei Feng. Your father has agreed, but you won't have time today. Why don't we select an auspicious date for you to get married? But from now on, you can start your wedding preparations. At once, Shinziheo was excited and happy. Yes, I knew that, Auntie Mei, you'd be able to convince him. Okay. Come home early. We'll discuss your wedding tonight. Sure. Xiao Lian wasn't home when Shinziheo and Xiaonuanyuan arrived at the house. She was at the clubhouse watching the team train. Later that night, her cell phone rang. Xiao Lian picked up the line. It was Shin Liangchuan who asked, What time will you be home? What's up? I'm at the clubhouse. Shall we leave together? Immediately, she broke into a smile, causing her eyes to turn into tiny crescent moons. Shin Liangchuan's office was nowhere near. He was there specially to drive her home. She said at once, I'll pack my belongings and get ready to go. She hung up. As she walked out of the villa with a blissfully happy expression, she saw Shan Liangchuan's car stopped by the roadside. She ran up to him quickly, firstly because she was excited, but also because this villa was a paparazzi-free zone. Thus, she was able to just open the car door without worries. However, the moment the car door was opened, there seemed to be a quick flash from somewhere in the distance. Prompted by her reporter's instinct, Xiao Lian looked up at once and studied their surroundings. Shin Liangchuan asked, What's wrong? Xiao Lian frowned and said, My gut tells me that someone took a picture of us. He followed the direction of her gaze and looked into the darkness. After a moment he shook his head. No one seems to be around. She nodded and replied, Probably a case of occupational illness. Not dwelling any further on that thought, she got into the car. As they drove away, a person stood up from a clump of foliage not too far away. Although he was pale with fright, he was overjoyed. He picked up his cell phone and dialed Zhang Chuanhua's number. Deputy Managing Editor. Guess what I just managed to capture? What would that be? I managed to snap a picture of Forget Chuan together with Best Actor Shen. He came here specially to pick her up. Do you think that Forget Chuan is Best Actor Shen's lover? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chunhua immediately saw the light. Hurry back here right now. Prepare the news report. This time our agency will be famous. As they were driving Tomi, Xiao Lian turned to look at Shen Liangchuan. He had been busy with work these days, so he appeared to have lost weight. His chiseled features had become almost gaunt, and her heart ached when she noticed this. She asked, "Have you been feeling tired?" He raised an eyebrow and gave her a puzzled look, obviously waiting for her to explain what had brought her to that conclusion. She continued, "I noticed you've lost weight and you look exhausted." He eyed her briefly and replied, "I'm okay." She sighed. "It's all my fault." Shen Liangchuan had always been the sort of man who stood aloof the world's matters. He had been like that from their gaming days. He was like an elusive kung fu master who lived in recluse and stirred no trouble with anyone. However, if someone provoked him, he would surely beat them up and send them looking for their own teeth in the dust. Besides, given his standing in the entertainment industry, he could very well live a leisurely life now. But because of her, he was now being targeted by Lu Nans and had been sucked into another round of struggle. Xiao Lian felt bitter about this and said, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be this tired out." Upon hearing these words, he suddenly broke into a huge smile. Shen Liangchuan was a man of few smiles, but right now, his smile was as resplendent as dahlias on the edge of a cliff, and it dazzled her. She stared at him in awe. "In her days," he said. "Mrs. Shen, you have some way to go yet." Xiao Lian was taken aback by his reply. Best Actor Shen continued, "You'll need to work a lot harder at night if you wish to tire me out." The ambiguous remark made her turn beet red at once, and in that moment, all the guilt she had totally disappeared into thin air. Almost jumping with embarrassment, she cried out, "Shen Liangchuan." When she said his name, it carried a certain shyness and petty anger with the melodious crispness of youthful girlishness. Especially his last name. The way she said it with a smooth turn of her tongue made his heart go weak. The expression in his eyes suddenly deepened. By that time they had already driven into the suburbs and there were few people around. They weren't far from the villa. He pulled the car to a sudden stop by the road. Xiao Lian was surprised. "Why did you stop the car?" "You." Before she could finish speaking, she felt his hand on the back of her head and with a strong pull, he drew her in as their lips met and locked. His kiss was enthusiastic and intensively fiery. Like a beast that had been let out of the cage, he went ahead on a reckless rampage to explore the inside of her mouth. The kiss left Xiao Lian reeling in a daze, as her brain was malfunctioning. The atmosphere in the car turned increasingly amorous. A sense of ambiguity hung heavily in the vehicle, saturating the air within. Just as Xiao Lian thought that she was about to pass out from this crazy tryst, Shen Liangchuan suddenly let go of her, giving her a chance to gasp for air. Then the man leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Xiao, have never tried it in the car?" "Tried what in the car?" Xiao Lian had a moment of confusion before she suddenly realized what he meant. Immediately she turned bright red. "No way. Her protests had barely left her mouth when she felt the back of the passenger seat drop down, and she found herself lying almost flat against the seat. At once, his strong and vigorous figure was on top of her. The interior of the car was small, and there was no room for her to reject. The next kiss that the man delivered drew her soul out of her till she couldn't quite remember where she was. By the time she regained a sense of reality, they were already joined as one. Shen Liangchuan's transpiration rolled down and dropped on Xiao Lian with a silent splash. She looked at him through her misty eyes. His deep and suppressed voice sounded in her ear. "Xiao, I'm more than happy to get tired out by this sort of work." "Xiao Lian." Just at this critical moment, someone knocked on the car window. Xiao Lian's rationality came rushing back to her. With a sudden movement she tried to sit up, but there was no way Shen Liangchuan was going to let her. Not in that critical moment. He pinned her down and gestured for her to keep silent. Then, turning to look out the window, he saw that it was the Villa District's security officer. He walked around outside the car, leaned over the dark windows and tried to peer into the interior. Xiao Lian panicked. "Ah, hurry up and get up. This is the end of us. We've been spotted," Shen Liangchuan said in his low voice. "Don't worry, he can't see us." Xiao Lian. Even if he couldn't see them, she felt uneasy that someone was just outside. Furthermore, Shen Liangchuan wasn't going to listen to her at this point. Just as she was about to continue lamenting, he pressed down against her. Xiao Lian bit her lip harshly and tried to suppress her cries. At the same time, the feeling of excitement washed over her and spread within her. As the security officer continued knocking on the dark window pane, the couple in the car kept still and silent. Eventually, when their deed was done, the security officer turned to walk away, muttering to himself, "Why does the car keep shaking?" Xiao Lian. Pushing Shen Liangchuan away, Xiao Lian sat up at once and started putting her clothes back on. She was blushing so much her face was almost bleeding. "It's all your fault." Pointing at him, she said, "This is really embarrassing." He, on the other hand, was taking his time to put his clothes back on. "What's the big deal?" He couldn't see. "How is it that I've never noticed how shameless he is?" By the time they tidied themselves up, half an hour had passed. Xiao Lian's face was still red. A sweet and suggestive smell lingered in the car's interior. She quickly wound down the window to air the car, feeling thoroughly embarrassed by the episode. Shen Liangchuan, on the other hand, seemed alive and refreshed. The exhaustion his face had shown earlier on had disappeared without a trace after the venting. Seeing that it had done him good, she was less grudging about it. Thinking back, the fact was that doing it in the car was actually quite thrilling. The car drove along slowly and soon it entered the villa grounds. As they drove inside, they noticed a loud and luxurious car parked in the courtyard. That was Shen Ziheo's car? What was he doing here at the villa? Xiao Lian gave Shen Liangchuan a puzzled look and the latter frowned in response, obviously worried that Shen Ziheo would upset Xia Yehua again. Hence, they quickly got out of the car and walked towards the apartment. Xiao Lian pulled the car key out of the ignition switch and shut the car doors, settling these details before walking into the apartment. However, the scene that greeted her was quite different from what she had imagined. There were no signs of swords being drawn, or bows being bent. There was a strange sense of harmony in the living room. This unexpected calmness took Xiao Lian by surprise. What was going on? As she was contemplating the situation, Xia Yehua spoke with a joyous expression on her face. "Xiao Qiao, come over quickly. Ziheo says he's getting married." Getting married? Good grief. What to make of this sudden climate change? Xiao Lian gave Shen Ziheo a confused, who shifted in his seat uncomfortably. And sitting right across from him was Xia Nuanyuan. As she walked over to them, Xia Yehua grabbed her hand. "You guys were parked at the neighborhood's entrance for the longest time. Why didn't you come in?" Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian's face instantly bushed again. Xia Yehua did not notice her embarrassment and went on. "I was waiting for you two to come home so that we could discuss this. At some point I saw on the CCTV that your car was just outside and you were there for a long time before you came in. I was getting really worried and was about to go out to get you." Xiao Lian kept silent. This was way too embarrassing. She gave Shen Liangchuan a fierce glare and then smiled awkwardly at Xia Yehua. Shen Liangchuan cleared his throat and looked at Shen Ziheo. "Why are you getting married all of a sudden?" His question caused Xia Yehua to look away from Xiao Lian. She turned to her younger son as well. "That's right. Why so sudden?" Shen Ziheo looked at the coffee table in the living room for a moment. This was the first time he had visited since Xia Yehua had fallen ill. Initially, he had only intended to accompany Xia Nuanyuan to the door, and was going to leave right after that. However, Xia Nuanyuan had said, Your mom is in there. Shouldn't we at least tell Aunt Xia that we're going to get married? Can you imagine how devastated she'd be if she found that out from someone else? The moment she mentioned that it would devastate Xia Yehua, it made him think of her weak heart. He reluctantly came in. When he entered the apartment, he saw that Xia Yehua was practicing her movements using a walking stick. Her right arm and leg were numb, so she had to exercise to recover. After going through this bout of illness, he could see that a few strands of white had appeared among her black hair. Seeing his mother in this state made his heart ache for some reason. This woman had given birth to him and taken care of him till he was in his teens, and then she had left him. He was full of resentment towards her, but now, facing the aged Xia Yehua, those words of hatred and anger would not come out. Even the feelings of resentment had disappeared in the blink of an eye. He followed Xia Nuanyuan as she walked into the living room. He had even been obedient when Xia Yehua had asked him to stay till Shan Liangchuan came home. He did not understand why he had suddenly become this generous with the woman. So now, he looked up when Shan Liangchuan asked the question and glanced at Xia Nuanyuan. She turned red and hung her head. Shen Zihao replied impatiently, "We're just getting married, what's so sudden about it? Aren't you happy to see us get married?" Xia Yehua immediately replied, "Happy? Of course I'm enthusiastic and happy. Nuanyuan has been by my side for a month now, and she's been nothing but meticulous. She's a good girl." Xia Nuanyuan blushed at the praises. These words seemed to alleviate the tension with Shen Zihao. Shen Liangchuan, however, asked again, "And will Shen Xiao and Mei Feng agree to this?" Shen Zihao frowned and said in an icy tone, "Of course. As long as I'm happy, they'll accept it." Shen Liangchuan did not comment on this. Feeling the tension between the two brothers, Xia Yehua quickly said, "Has a date for the wedding been chosen? We'll go and get our certificate tomorrow." Shan Zihao said, "We wanted to go today, but it was delayed." Xia Yehua nodded immediately and said, "Good, good." Then all five of them fell silent again. Feeling awkward, Shen Zihao stood up and headed for the door, saying, "I'll leave now." Xia Nuanyuan stood up immediately and said, I'll see you out." As the both of them walked out of the apartment, she turned to him. "Mr. Shen, we're getting married, you should stop calling me Mr. Shen. I'll call you Nuanyuan from now on, and you can call me Zihao," he said to her. For a moment she was stunned. She lowered her gaze and nodded.
Ok, Zihao.
Zihao. When she said his name, she made it sound as gentle as water. The expression in his eyes darkened as he nodded. He got into the car, started the engine and drove away. As her gaze followed the car quickly disappearing into the distance, she had a certain sense of loss. For some reason, she felt that this whole situation around the marriage was quite unreal. As she contemplated this, his car suddenly turned around. There was a look of surprise on her face as she saw Shan Zihao wind down his car window. He coughed and looked rather embarrassed as he said, I've never been in love and I don't know what girls like. If there's anything you want, just text me." Her eyes lit up and she nodded immediately. He continued, "So, I'll come and get you tomorrow." She nodded again. In this moment, all her perplexity, lack of confidence and fear of these rich and powerful families disappeared at once. She liked Shen Zihao, and if that was the case, what other apprehensions should she have? After saying this to her, he nodded again and started the car engine. Through the rear-view mirror, he could see Xia Nuanyuan standing at the door. Her frail frame seemed so delicate and weak. All at once, he felt a compelling desire to protect her. The corners of his mouth turned upwards into a barely visible smile as he cast his gaze downwards. He was beginning to look forward to being married. Xia Nuanyuan stood outside the doorway for a long time, until his car disappeared from sight. Then she turned and walked into the house. As she entered the living room, she heard Xia Yehua still pursuing the matter. "What were you guys doing? The car was parked outside for more than an hour. Why were you out there for so long?" "Qiao Lian." She grimaced. Actually, what was an hour? If it hadn't been for the security officer provoking Shen Liangchuan, even 2 hours wouldn't have been enough. But how could she say that to her mother-in-law? This was the ultimate embarrassment. Hence, she threw Shen Liangchuan a look and protested. Mom, it's all because of Shen Liangchuan. She raised an eyebrow at him with the intention for him to continue with an explanation, since it was he who had gotten them into this. Xia Yehua's gaze shifted to Shen Liangchuan. What was going on? Without batting an eye, he said, "Oh, an important call came in." Xiao Lian was made speechless by the man. Xia Yehua shook her head and chided him. You were already almost home. The next time you want to take a call, let Xiao Qiao come home first. She will get bored to tears if she has to wait for you for over an hour to take a business call. Shen Liangchuan. Xiao Lian. Then clearing her throat, Xiao Lian quickly chimed in. That's right, you're a grown adult. I can't believe you need to be accompanied to make a phone call. Shen Liangchuan replied half-jokingly. I need you to be around to take this call. How would it work otherwise? Xiao Lian bit her lip and immediately played along. You have a pair of hands. You can pick up your own call. What do I have to do with it? He raised an eyebrow and questioned. Then why did I get myself a wife? Listening to this, Xia Yehua was flabbergasted. What had a wife got to do with taking a call? She felt that she simply did not understand young people nowadays anymore. Was this some sort of new lingo that was the trend on the internet? Xia Yehua didn't want to open her mouth to ask, fearing that they would laugh at her ignorance. Instead, she pretended that she knew what they were talking about. Yes, I understand. Fine, you guys go upstairs to rest. Xiao Lian wondered to herself. What did she understand exactly? She glanced over at Shen Liangchuan, stupefied. Had Xia Yehua actually figured out what they were talking about? Ah, that would be so painfully embarrassing. She turned red immediately. Shen Liangchuan, on the other hand, was calm and collected. Without missing a beat, he headed up the stairs steadily. As both of them wanted to change into their pajamas, Xiao Lian followed him closely. Taking an opportunity when Xia Yehua wasn't paying attention, she reached out to give Shen Liangchuan a hard pinch on his arm. It's all your fault. Shen Liangchuan, on the other hand, turned around and looked at her with much fondness in his gaze without saying a word. Xia Nuanyuan stood at the doorway, observing the couple. They showed their love for each other through body language and small gestures. Where's Zihao and her? She would feel nervous for a long time even to just speak with Shen Zihao. Would they really be able to make the marriage a success? She took in a deep breath. She thought she had calmed down enough about this, but now she was getting anxious all over again. All of them had gone upstairs. Xia Yehua was alone downstairs watching a TV program. Auntie Li sat next to her to keep her company. In the middle of the program, the home phone suddenly rang. Xia Yehua picked up the handset and Shen Xiu's voice came through. Are you aware that Zihao wishes to marry some ordinary girl who has absolutely no net worth? Xia Yehua replied after a short pause. Yes, I know. And you agreed? Xia Yehua did not consider it a problem. Why wouldn't I agree? That girl looks strange and there's something sinister about her. She must be fooling around with Zihao. He's young and has been seduced. As his mother, not only did you not give him good advice, on the contrary, you've agreed to the marriage. How are you fit to be his mother? Xia Yehua was by now used to Shen Xie's nonsense and was unaffected by it. She laughed icily and sneered. What about you? Haven't you agreed to? Shen Xiu gave a cold snort and continued. That's different. I don't wish for our father and son relationship to be interfered with. Xia Yehua found his remark ridiculous. What did he mean by that? Their father and son relationship was important, but her mother and son relationship was not? Shen Xiu immediately demanded. You are to tell him that you do not agree. He can't just bring any girl home. So what if that girl is pregnant? She can deliver the baby and we will take the child in. We, the Shen family, can afford to bring up any child. At these words, Xia Yehua's eyes immediately lit up. What? Ah, now you realize it's wrong too? That girl is using the child to blackmail us. We don't even know for sure if the child is Zihao's. You. Before he could finish, Xia Yehua tossed the phone aside and made her way upstairs, yelling. Nuanyuan, are you really pregnant? My God, I'm going to have grandchildren. Shin Xiao. Xia Nuanyuan was resting in her room. When she heard Xia Yehua, she walked out of her room, her face bright scarlet. Aunt Xia, Xia Yehua was overwhelmed with emotions at this point. She looked at the girl's abdomen and exclaimed, "Oh my, this is a serious matter. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry, Auntie Lee, you have to boil her some chicken soup tonight." On another note, the people in Shin Villa had no idea that on the internet, a post was silently going viral. And the post's caption said, "Exclusive. Best Actor Shin strays. Forget Chuan and Best Actor Shen meet at night." As Chao Lian was browsing the internet, Weibo suddenly went wild. The message notifications started ringing nonstop. She was stunned for a moment, unaware of what had just happened. Hence, she logged into her Weibo account. The moment she logged in, her cell phone froze. No matter which button she tried to press, there was no reaction. It was only after a short while that it recovered, but the notifications were still coming in one after another at high speed. As Chao Lian looked at the screen, her pupils shrank. Her instincts told her that something was not right. She quickly opened her private message. She had received shoutouts from a group. "What's your relationship with Best Actor Shen? Is the article true? Forget Chuan, can you give me a reply?" Hurriedly, Chao Lian exited the private messages and searched for the original news report. Moving down to the bottom of the list, she found the root. It was from G8 SIP Daily News. Her pupils shrank at once as she fixed her eyes on the article. It was reported that someone had managed to snap a picture of Best Actor Shin going to the clubhouse villa to pick up Forget Chuan. And after that, it was reported that they had gone to a hotel. As for which hotel, it wasn't mentioned. The picture only showed Forget Chuan getting into Best Actor Shin's car, and furthermore, it was the front passenger seat of his car. The moment the news report was out, someone wrote a long and apparently very well rationalized post. Firstly, Forget Chuan had never made a public appearance, and this pointed to the probability that she had something to hide. But then she was pretty and such an impressive gamer, what else could she be hiding? Now the truth was out for all to see. She was his lover. Secondly, when that poll for the most popular female sportscaster happened, Best Actor Shin rallied for Forget Chuan. He openly proclaimed that Forget Chuan was his idol. Lastly, Forget Chuan's body language and expression when she got into his car showed that their relationship was beyond ordinary. It was all very reasonably justified and logically presented with evidence, so the conclusion was that Forget Chuan was Best Actor Shin's mistress. When this article hit the internet, all of Best Actor Shin's fans went crazy. They went to Chao Lian's Weibo site to accuse her of releasing fake news to gain attention for herself. How could it be possible that their Best Actor Shin and her were an item? Someone even remarked, "Can't they be together just to play video games?" As soon that the remark was made, it caused a group brawl. Chao Lian was speechless. As Chao Lian was about to close her Weibo screen, a private message appeared. "How are Best Actor Shin's bedroom skills? I envy so much that you can have intimate contact with Best Actor Shin." Chao Lian was completely astounded. Freaking hell, fans nowadays were quite horrifying. She quickly exited Weibo and stood up, meaning to look for Shen Liangchuan and tell him about the report. Her cell phone suddenly started ringing. She picked up the call and Zhang Chuan's voice came through. "How is it going? Have you seen the report? I now understand why you're hiding." Chao Lian was speechless. She simply felt that Zhang Chunhua was really overly imaginative, to say the least. She pulled back the corners of her lips for a moment and said, "You're seriously bored to the point of being unreasonable." "Bored and unreasonable? Aren't you afraid that Mrs. Shin will look for you, now that she knows of your existence? There are many examples of third parties with bad endings in the entertainment circle." Chao Lian could not be bothered to waste another second listening to her nonsense and hung up the line. She glanced at her cell phone and shook her head. Zhang Chunhua really did take her as the number one enemy. Just at this point, the room door was swung open and Shen Liangchuan walked in. Chao Lian hurriedly took a step towards him and said, "About Weibo. I know. Shun Liangchuan showed little expression and looked at her calmly, as though it was a matter of no consequence. What do you think? She bit her lip immediately. She knew what he was asking. Whether she wanted to make their relationship public. In the past, she did not want this to be public knowledge, as she had been hiding from Lu Nan's. But she had already been discovered. She suddenly looked up at him, still biting her lip, and decided, well then, let's go public with it. Although that was the decision, there were still some preparations that had to be done. Shun Liangchuan's manager, Song Cheng, immediately announced in his official Weibo site, in order to address the internet rumor of Best Actor Shun cheating, there shall be a press conference in 2 days. We welcome you to this event. Once this post was released, the internet went wild again. Everyone knew how rare of an occasion it was that Shun Liangchuan would appear in public, and this had been the case ever since he had entered the entertainment industry. He kept a low profile and never liked to appear in any entertainment programs. For this reason, there had always been an air of mystery around this man. However, this time around, Best Actor Shun was going to confront the press. In order to create a greater impact, Forget Chuan's and Shun Liangchuan's Weibo sites both stopped activities. Up till now, they had kept silent and refrained from any sort of explanation regarding this matter. They left the matter to develop and spread in any fashion, so that when the truth was finally revealed, it would be all the more explosive and effective in gaining the favor of the public opinion. Therefore, it would also help Shun Liangchuan's future career development. To them, this was really only a small matter. Hence, after dinner, when both of them had showered and were lying down on bed upstairs, Xiao Lian felt in the mood to tease him. Best Actor Shun, don't you have any phone calls to take tonight? She was going to make a joke out of this for the rest of his life. He looked up with little expression. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly said, of course I do. With a quick movement, he flipped over and lay on top of her at once. She extended her arm to reject it. But if your wife found out about this, she'd be livid. After all, I'm a mistress. His expression darkened at her words. Oh, I see you like role play. So do you know what a mistress' duty is? What would that be? Pleasing her master. In a way, she had dug her own grave and made her funeral. That had not been on his mind tonight, but she had ended up suffering and exhausting herself. Early the next morning, Xiao Lian was up and about, rushing into Xia Nuanyuan's room to help her pick out a dress. After all, it was her big day today. They were going to take a photo for their marriage certificate and she should wear something nice. However, she noticed that Xia Nuanyuan had dark shadows under her eyes, and she seemed a little distracted. Xiao Lian was concerned and asked her, Nuanyuan, are you feeling unwell? The girl immediately shook her head. She gulped and looked at Xiao Lian nervously. Lian, am I really getting married? She was having prenuptial phobia. Xiao Lian couldn't help but laugh. She suddenly recalled the day before she and Shun Liangchuan went to get their marriage certificate. At that time, she had remained in a daze through the whole thing. From the time that Song Cheng came for her and led her to him like a young bride, to the time they took a photo together and registered their marriage, she went through it all in a daze. Thus, she hadn't had the normal feeling that Xia Nuanyuan had. When she gave it a thought, she realized that it was pretty amazing. Xiao Lian lowered her head and laughed. Then she patted Xia Nuanyuan's shoulder and said, okay, there's no use to think so much. You should be happy today as it's your big day. But, have you told your parents about it? Xia Nuanyuan immediately nodded. Yes, I've told them. They said that they've bought tickets for today to meet Mr. Shun's, Ziheo's parents. Xiao Lian nodded and replied, right? A marriage is a matter that concerns two families. After they meet, they can also discuss the planning for the wedding and other related matters. Xia Nuanyuan nodded, but she didn't feel the happiness from her imminent marriage. Instead, she was feeling burdened. Xia Nuanyuan bit her lips and sighed heavily after a while. In the end, Xiao Lian chose a pink dress with a collared shirt underneath, and a blue coat over both for Xia Nuanyuan. Xia Nuanyuan looked as if she was a delicate princess, gentle and neat. Xiao Lian nodded with satisfaction and helped her put on light makeup. Then they both proceeded downstairs. But Xia Yehua was still walking around downstairs with her walking stick. Although she still had to rely on the walking stick to move around, she was able to walk much more smoothly now. When she heard that Xia Nuanyuan was pregnant yesterday, she had been so excited that she ran from the first floor up to the second. After seeing them as she turned her head and noticing Xia Nuanyuan, she immediately broke into a smile. Xia Nuanyuan looks really good in these clothes. Xia Nuanyuan had used to feel at ease when facing Xia Yehua, but now she felt kind of embarrassed. Thus, she lowered her head and her face immediately turned red. Thank you, Aunt Xia. Why are you still addressing me as Auntie? From today onwards, you have to change and call me Mom. Xia Nuanyuan's eyes lit up and her face turned redder. Xia Yehua took a step forward and withdrew the red packet. Red packets or red envelopes are used East Asian societies as a monetary present she had prepared from her pocket. She stuffed it into Xia Nuanyuan's hands and said, Here. This is the red packet I prepared for you. It's inconvenient for me to go out and buy your wedding gift, so I can only slack off and give you a red packet. Xia Nuanyuan wanted to reject it, but Xia Yehua continued saying, You can't reject a gift from your elder. Xia Nuanyuan held onto the red packet and nodded with red eyes. The three of them sat in the living room. To ease Xia Nuanyuan's anxiety, Qiao Lian remarked, Hurry up and open the red packet, and see how much Mom gave you. After saying so, she looked up at Xia Yehua and added, Why did I not get such treatment when I got married then? Xia Yehua laughed and said, I wanted to beat you up back then. You still want a red packet? After hearing her words, Qiao Lian suddenly recalled the embarrassing incident at the start. Xia Yehua and her had spoken ill of each other, only to realize in the end that she was her daughter-in-law and Xia Yehua was her mother-in-law. Now that she recalled that incident, it was really funny. Qiao Lian stuck her tongue out and said, Mom, you can't be so biased about your second daughter-in-law. I'm your first one. You can't forget the old one after getting a new one. Xia Yehua laughed.
Okay.
I will give you one during the Chinese New Year. Qiao Lian was only satisfied then as she said, Sure, I'll remember it. As the three women were talking, they finally heard the sound of the car engine coming from outside the villa. Qiao Lian's eyes lit up and she looked at Xia Nuanyuan immediately. Shen Zihao is here. Xia Nuanyuan's face immediately flushed red. The three women stood up together and watched Shen Zihao walk in with big steps. Xia Nuanyuan stepped 2 steps forward, as if welcoming him, but she saw that he was slightly shocked when he saw her. When they met, she would usually be donned in casual clothes with little makeup on. But at that moment, she had put on makeup and looked fresher and more attractive. Moreover, the clothes she was wearing suited her temperament, making it an unforgettable sight for others. There was no doubt that Xia Nuanyuan was really beautiful. But only at this exact moment, Shen Zihao realized that Xia Nuanyuan could actually be that stunning. Qiao Lian gave him a surreptitious wink and said, You must be stunned by her looks, right? Isn't our Xia Nuanyuan really beautiful today? Xia Yehua also smiled and said, Today is a good occasion, that is why one must dress prettily. You guys should go to get your marriage certificate as soon as possible and bring it back. In the afternoon. After saying so, she looked at Shen Zihao and continued, If your dad has prepared a feast, both of you should attend. If not, come back for lunch in the afternoon and we will celebrate together with you. Xia Nuanyuan's face turned red and she looked down shyly without saying a word. Shen Zihao recovered from his daze at that instant and coughed. There are some unexpected changes with this matter. Confused, Xia Yehua asked, What happened? Shen Zihao said with a pale face, My dad accidentally wet the household registration booklet and also damaged one of the pages, rendering the household registration booklet unusable. He has gotten someone to fix it, but until then we cannot register our marriage. After hearing that sentence, Xia Yehua's expression froze. Qiao Lian frowned and could not help but sneer. This household registration booklet really got spoiled at the best moment. Shen Zihao felt a little awkward, and he looked at Xia Nuanyuan. I will inform you of the exact date. Without the household registration booklet, they could not register their marriage. Although Xia Nuanyuan felt disappointed, she quietly sighed in relief. Actually, she really hadn't gotten used to such quick process. Luckily, the marriage process had slowed down, allowing her to take a breather. At that moment, Xia Nuanyuan's phone started ringing. She frantically fished her phone out of her bag and instantly answered when she saw who was calling. "Yes, Dad." "What? Y'all have already reached Beijing." Stunned, Xia Nuanyuan's eyes widened and the person on the other side of the phone said, "That's right. It's such a big and joyous occasion that Nuanyuan is getting her marriage certificate. Of course we had to rush over to Beijing. Although you said you would register the marriage before the wedding dinner, but we should also have a small gathering tonight, am I right?" Xia Nuanyuan, not knowing how to reply, reluctantly agreed. "Yes, right. But now, how was she supposed to tell them that they wouldn't register their marriage?" Her dad continued speaking. "Nuanyuan, what time are you going to the Municipal Government Bureau? Do find a decent hotel to hold the wedding dinner. There is no need to be thrifty for this important occasion, okay?" Xia Nuanyuan took in a deep breath and replied, nodding. "Yes, Dad, I know." After she hung up, Xia Yehua was also stunned. Now that the in-laws have come, what do we do? How would they pay their respects to their in-laws without the marriage certificate? Just as they were fretting over the problem, Shen Liangchuan came downstairs and said, "It is all right even if your household registration booklet is damaged. I have a friend working in the police station. I can give him a call. You can register your marriage at the arranged time." After hearing this, Shen Ziheo's eyes brightened up and he said, "Sure." Shen Ziheo was a capable man. Together with Xia Nuanyuan, he first drove to the police station to file a report and then went to the Municipal Government Bureau. In less than half a day, they managed to get their marriage certificate. As he held a marriage certificate that was hot off the press, Shen Ziheo found himself in a rather distracted state of mind. Xia Nuanyuan even more so. She felt like she was dreaming and floating along. They stood outside the Municipal Government Bureau looking at each other, not knowing what to say. The fact was that they had known each other for only a month and were almost strangers. Even if they added up all the things they had ever said to each other, it didn't amount to much. Shen Ziheo cleared his throat and said, Your parents, Dad and Mom-in-law, where are they now? We ought to be there to receive them." Xia Nuanyuan hung her head and looked at her feet, feeling shy suddenly. Mom and Dad-in-law. He was quick in adopting the new way of addressing them. Glancing at Shen Ziheo, she said after a pause, "I'll call them to ask." After she made the call and got their address, Shen Ziheo drove her to the high-speed rail station. As they arrived at the place where they were supposed to meet, Shen Ziheo saw a couple in the distance. They were both in their 50s but looked older than his own parents. They were wearing obviously new clothes, yet it was easy to tell that these were low-priced goods. Both of them were neat and clean. Dad Xia was a teacher and looked like a literati. Mom Xia, a very gentle lady, was a healthcare provider. When Xia Nuanyuan saw them, she was excited like a child. She hugged her father and then her mother. She started chattering incessantly in high spirits. Finally, Dad Xia turned towards Shen Ziheo and inquired, "This is Ziheo? Ziheo?" Shen Ziheo was stunned for a moment before he realized the man was referring to him. Hence he rushed forward. As someone brought up in a good family, he came across well-mannered. He stood before his new in-laws and greeted them respectfully. "Father-in-law, how do you do? Mother-in-law, how do you do?" As Xia Nuanyuan stood by the side watching them, she felt a sense of relief at once. She had been worried that Shen Ziheo would come across as a spoilt brat from a wealthy family, and that he would be rude to her parents. However, now it looked like she had just been overthinking things. Furthermore, he had come across very gentlemanly when he greeted them. However, Dad Xia and Mom Xia suddenly cracked up at his greeting. Shen Ziheo looked at them with a puzzled expression. Dad Xia said, "The formality sounds awkward. Why don't you just call us Dad and Mom like Nuanyuan?" Readily following their advice, Shen Ziheo greeted them again. "Dad, Mom, how do you do? It's the first time we're meeting. I do look forward to learning from you in the future." Grinning from ear to ear, Dad Xia nodded with approval. Good, good. Then he turned to Xia Nuanyuan and said, Nuanyuan, you found yourself a good man. At once her face flushed. Quickly moving to carry her parents' suitcases, she said, Dad, Mom, let's get into the car. Next to the two huge suitcases, her petite frame looked particularly delicate. Shun Zihao walked over and picked them up instead, one in each hand. These suitcases that looked oversized next to Xia Nuanyuan seemed almost weightless in his hands. Dad Xia looked at the young man and exchanged a meaningful glance with his wife. He seemed satisfied as he gave her a knowing smile. This son-in-law was not too bad. After they got into the car, Shun Zihao picked up his cell phone and explained to his parents-in-law, Dad, Mom, your visit was quite sudden and we're not prepared at home. I'll call them now and have them tidy up the guest room for you, and also book a hotel room. My parents can come and meet you both as well. Dad Xia and Mom Xia quickly said in response, We won't stay at your place, we'll stay at a hotel. They glanced at Xia Nuanyuan and continued, Or we could stay with Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan nodded at once. Yes, you can stay at my place as I'm now at Auntie Xia's apartment. Hearing this exchange, Shun Zihao paused, glanced at his in-laws and suggested to Xia Nuanyuan, Your place is too small for Dad and Mom. Why don't I arrange for them to stay at our family-owned hotel? It won't cost them anything. Hearing that accommodation would be free of charge, Dad Xia and Mom Xia finally agreed. Accordingly, Shun Zihao made a call and booked the presidential suite. Following this, he made a call to Shun Xiao. The call was picked up and Shun Xiao's voice came through. What is it, Zihao? Okay, so Nuanyuan's parents are in Beijing. Would you have time for dinner tonight? Shun Xiao was silent for a moment before he said, About this, let's wait for a while more. After all, you still haven't gotten your marriage certificate. Our family. Interrupting the man, Zihao informed him immediately, We have our marriage certificate. There was a stunned silence on the other end before Shun Xiao questioned, What was that you said? Shun Zihao continued driving as he listened to his father's angry hollering through his Bluetooth earpiece. He, however, had a grin on his face. Dad, it is okay if the household registration booklet is damaged. The police station issued us a police report. Shun Xiao was livid. How could you register your marriage just like that? Without my permission? Shun Zihao raised an eyebrow and said to his father, Didn't you agree yesterday? Shun Xiao thought. That was just a delay tactic. He felt that his son had been seduced by Xia Nuanyuan because he was too young to know how to resist her. After delaying it, he was hoping that Shun Zihao would be less curious about this woman and eventually lose interest. This was the scheme that he and Mei Feng had come up with, so that it wouldn't sour the relationship between the two men. But now, Shun Xiao was heaving with anger. Could Shun Zihao have discovered his cunning scheme? Shun Xiao took 2 deep breaths and said icily, I have an important meeting today and can't cancel. Go look for your Auntie Mei. Right after saying this, the phone line was cut. Shun Zihao frowned. He had known from the start that his father did not like Xia Nuanyuan. The household registration booklet being damaged had just been an excuse to delay things. However, he knew that his father had done this in his interest. The man was afraid that he was being cheated. After all, he did not know Xia Nuanyuan. Even himself, in fact, did not know Xia Nuanyuan that well. But he did want to get married. That was his current obsession. If Dad didn't understand, then so be it. Shun Zihao picked up his cell phone again to call Mei Feng. However, Xia Nuanyuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat next to him, reached out to stop him and said, Let's go and see Aunt Xia. Shun Zihao paused. Xia Nuanyuan hung her head and said, I've been there for a month now and Aunt Xia has been very kind to me. We should have a meal with her first. Besides, Aunt Xia wishes to see my parents. Before I left the house today, she had already started preparing. Shun Zihao thought about his aged mother, and his heart softened. Then he nodded. Hence, they took Dad Xia and Mom Xia to the hotel. And after they dropped off their belongings, they headed for the Shun family villa together. After Shun Xiao hung up the call with Shun Zihao, he angrily dialed Mei Feng's number. The moment she picked up, he went off in an angry tone. All these troublemakers. Since when has he a friend in the police station? How did things turn out like this? Mei Feng was quiet for a moment and then she spoke. I recall that Li Qinyu works at the police station? The moment she said that, Shen Xiu's blood boiled. Him again. That dishonorable son Shen Liangchuan. This time he said nothing about Xia Yehua. After all, she had almost died from his last provocation and he still felt guilty about it. Mei Feng sighed and tried to comfort him. Don't get too worked up. The children are grown up, so it's the time that they do things like that. Since they've registered their marriage and her parents are here, we should host them. Otherwise, it would look bad if it gets out. Shen Xiu snorted and spat. I'm not going. I'm not going to give them any face. I tell you what. If Zihao comes looking for you later, arrange a meal at a good restaurant with the girl's parents. Let's embarrass them and let them realize how stupid is they could even consider marrying their daughter to our Zihao.
Mei Feng nodded.
Since they are married, let's not make things difficult. I'll make reservations at a hotel restaurant, and we'll host them tonight. Infuriated, Shen Xiu raised his voice again. You can go by yourself. I said I'm not going. After saying those words, he hung up the phone. Mei Feng furrowed her brow and contemplated it for a moment. And then she sniggered to herself. In fact, she had no objections to the children's marriage. On the contrary, she welcomed it with open arms. Why so? Because she had never had any children of her own after she married Shen Xiu. Given that Shen Xiu was well over 10 years older than her, if he died before her, she would only have Shen Zihao to depend on. For all these years, she had doted on the boy because she knew she had to bank on him to provide when she got old. If Shen Zihao married a girl from a wealthy family, however, in comparison to her, she may not be able to secure such a good standing and her authority in the Shen family would be weakened for sure. Having Zihao marry Xia Nuanyuan was different. Xia Nuanyuan. She lowered her gaze as she thought of how weak this girl was. She would be an easy person to control. At this thought, she quickly picked up the phone to make reservations at a classy restaurant. Following this, she waited for Shen Zihao's call, which unexpectedly never came. Puzzled, Mei Feng raised an eyebrow. She waited and another 2 hours passed. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Would they still be in time if he didn't call soon? Hurriedly, she picked up her cell phone and dialed Shen Zihao's number. The line was connected and she heard his voice. Auntie Mei, what's up? A little surprised, Mei Feng paused before saying, I heard that Nuanyuan's parents are in town. Shall we have dinner tonight? There was a brief silence before Shen Zihao replied. Auntie Mei, since you hadn't made any preparations, we're having dinner at my mom's. They have already prepared dinner. Mei Feng was completely unprepared for such a turn of events. She clenched her fist, taking no notice of her long fingernails that were digging into the flesh of her palm. My mom. Since when had Shen Zihao started calling that woman mom? She gritted her teeth but tried to sound as gentle as possible. Since that's the case, all right then. We'll host the in-laws tomorrow instead. It's okay, Auntie Mei, there's no need for that. Stunned, Mei Feng heard Shen Zihao continue. It's meaningless if you came without Dad. Xia Nuanyuan's parents would suspect something's wrong. Our two families will come together when my dad finally comes around. In any case, Dad Xia and Mom Xia will be in Beijing for a while. And also, Auntie Mei, please help me prepare for my wedding. We want to have the ceremony before Nuanyuan's 3 months pregnant, otherwise, it will become obvious. Mei Feng gritted her teeth with fury. This Shen Zihao, who did he think he was? He didn't want to have dinner with her, but instead he asked her to help him with the chores. But it was not as though she could say anything. Eventually, she could only say, since you've registered your marriage, then bring Nuanyuan home with you tonight. We will prepare the room for you. Well, Dad doesn't like Nuanyuan. I don't wish to stir any trouble. Mom has just said that there's room in the Shen family villa. Nuanyuan will stay here for now. Stumped, Mei Feng didn't know what else she could say. If the daughter-in-law was staying at Xia Yehua's home, how would Shen Zihao want to come back home and stay there? This Xia Yehua, she had planned her moves. She had snared Shen Zihao for herself through the daughter-in-law. Her eyes flashed. Indeed, Shen Zihao did not return home that night. The next morning, he called to say that he had had too much to drink with his father-in-law and ended up staying the night. Livid, Mei Feng thought of ways and means to get Shen Zihao to come home, but Shen Xiu wouldn't budge an inch. She panicked. No one was happier than Xia Yahua, of course, with the fact that Shen Zihao had stayed over at the Shen villa. She grinned from ear to ear all day long and did not stop smiling for a moment. But because she had not fully recovered, she sent Auntie Li along with Xia Nuanyuan to accompany her parents sightseeing around Beijing. When she woke up in the morning, Xiao Lian remembered that this was the day that Song Chong had called for the press conference. Shen Liangchuan had left early in the morning to attend a meeting. They had arranged to meet directly at the press conference venue instead. She got out of bed, washed up and put on her makeup. Just as she was leaving, she heard Shen Zihao making a call to Mei Feng. He was on the balcony with his back facing the room. He sounded like he was a spoilt child throwing a tantrum. I know. Don't worry, Auntie Mei, you're too naggy. I'll go home for sure tonight." At first, Xiao Lian did not take that to heart. However, when she turned around, she saw Xia Yahua standing close by. She had to have heard Shen Zihao's conversation too. Looking very disappointed, she turned to walk away, leaning her weight on the walking aid. She made her way up the stairs with much effort and returned to her bedroom. Xiao Lian felt her own heart shrivel in pain at once. She frowned. Just at this point, she saw that Shen Zihao had hung up and was walking in from the balcony. He had had too much to drink the night before and he was frowning in pain. There was a bowl of soup on the coffee table for dissipating the effects of the alcohol. Xia Yahua had left it there for Shen Zihao. Pointing at the bowl, Xiao Lian was compelled to inform the man. "Mom made this for you early in the morning. Drink it up quickly." Shen Zihao paused. Xiao Lian continued. "Some people show their concern through actions. Others do it through words. Shen Zihao, you're an adult, you should know well enough as to who is good and otherwise. Why do you think Nuanyuan was reluctant to let you go back to the Shen family home?" Shen Zihao paused and his expression immediately turned cold. "What do you mean?" Xiao Lian laughed icily. "Exactly what I said. Nuanyuan had never been to your house before this. But after she did so, do you know how she'd been feeling? I saw how worried and nervous she was. What was in your house that made her so afraid?" Shen Zihao snorted coldly and said, "Don't try to sow seeds of discord. Besides, let me tell you, since you have time to be minding my business, why don't you worry about yourself too?" Puzzled at his remark, she shot back. "What about me? What about you? The news that Forget Chuan is my brother's mistress is a trending topic on Weibo now. Don't tell me you know nothing about it." Xiao Lian. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his remark. She looked at Shen Zihao, who was now frowning deeply. He said, "Don't look at me like that. Even though he's my brother, I do think he's in the wrong. So far, he has not made a statement clarifying whether or not Forget Chuan is his mistress. This itself is not right. Even if he's trying to create publicity, he shouldn't do it through such scandals." He snorted and muttered, "All these underhanded means." Xiao Lian admitted defeat and truly bowed to this guy's IQ. She cleared her throat and said, "Well, isn't there a press conference today? I'll be going." Upon hearing this, he frowned and said after a moment, "Since I have time today, I'll go with you." Xiao Lian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Why would you want to go?" "To see what that Forget Chuan looks like. To see what sort of vixen has such a hold on my brother." Then he looked at Xiao Lian with a haughty but tender expression. "Don't overthink it. It's just that I'm afraid you might get bullied." Xiao Lian. That gesture revealed a side of Shen Zihao that he had always attempted to hide, and she found it extremely adorable. And now she had discovered it. Although outwardly he seemed like an awkward person and was unaffectionate towards Xia Yahua, in reality he was an extremely accommodating person. He would not allow his friends and family to be attacked or taken advantage of by others. Thus, a wave of warmth came over her as she realized that Shen Zihao was not as hopeless of a person as she had first thought. She nodded and said to him, Fine, let's go together then. On their way to the conference in the car. Since she had some free time, Xiaolian picked up her cell phone and went into Weibo. She had been meaning to log in and have a look for the last 2 days, but she hadn't had a chance because of how busy she had been with Shen Ziheo's and Xiaonuanyuan's marriage. When she logged in, she saw that after a few days of brewing, the amount of flaming and caustic remarks that she had received had shot through the roof. This matter had gone beyond red hot. Many of these people demanded an explanation from her. Reading through the comments, Xiaolian felt no anger, and could only find Shen Liangchuan's fans quite adorable. They berated her for using him to gain attention, but did not say a single nasty word to him. They were sure that it was all fake news. Their best actor Shen would never cheat. As she read the comments, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. After thinking for a brief time, she went into Weibo and, unable to control her own mischief, posted a message. Forget Chuan. It seems like I've become your mistress? At Shen Liangchuan. The moment the post was released, it immediately caused a pandemonium on the internet. Very quickly, the post was shared and circulated around. Many celebrities spoke up and chided her for being arrogant. Xiaolian looked at the flurry of posts and bit her lip. As she was doing so, she heard Shen Zichuan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, exclaim with fury, "Damn! Forget Chuan is really too arrogant." He turned around to look at Xiaolian in the back seat and asked her, "Have you seen Weibo? Forget Chuan is actually going over the board. Do you have a Weibo account? Here, pass me your cell phone. I'll help you respond to her." Xiaolian. She grimaced. As a joke, she shook her head and said, "No, I don't have one." Shen Ziheo berated her with frustration. "How could you not even have a Weibo account?" He picked up his cell phone and started to dial Shen Liangchuan's number. "I'll call him and ask him what this is all about. He has to respond to this immediately." However, before he could even make the call, he froze as Shen Liangchuan had now just posted a response on Weibo. At once, the news that Shen Liangchuan had responded to Forget Chuan's post created a storm on Weibo. Because the man had given such a reply, Shen Liangchuan. Stop it //. Forget Chuan, it seems I've become your mistress? At Shen Liangchuan. Stop it. Although it was a simple message, it fired everyone's imagination. It sounded exactly like what a man would say affectionately to his girlfriend when she threw a tantrum. Stop it. Suddenly, there was an eerie silence on Weibo. Within 2 minutes of the publication, no one posted a single comment. Until someone finally ventured a timid question. "Our idol, has your Weibo account been hacked?" Then, as though this was a triggering spark that could start a wildfire, Weibo went wild again. "My God, best actor, what is wrong with you? Is that reply meant to scold Forget Chuan? Why does it sound like there's a sort of affection in the reply? Oh, I must be imagining things. **bag Shun. Are you admitting that you're having an affair with Forget Chuan? Have you thought about how your wife would feel? Oh, what they are doing is wrong, but they still get to be openly lovey-dovey. It's a complete insult for the singles like me. Person above, you've taken the words right out of my mouth. Why do I feel so envious of their interaction? I wonder if Best Actor Shen does not intend to clarify anything in today's press conference, but rather announce that he and Forget Chuan are in fact in love with each other." All the posts seemed to be coming in at once, to the extent that Shen Liangchuan, who was about to call Xiaolian, couldn't because his cell phone froze. When Shen Ziheo saw his brother's response, he was so mad that he almost smashed his cell phone. This Shen Liangchuan, he's too much. How can he do this? I'm speechless. Then, picking up his cell phone to call his brother, he realized, "Why can't I get through?" Xiaolian explained, "Probably there are too many incoming messages and made the phone shut down." Shen Ziheo. He looked at Xiaolian with a puzzled expression. "Why are you so calm?" She looked back at him and asked, "What should I do then? Give this cheating couple a piece of your mind. Rumors and nonsense." Shen Ziheo. Before Shen Ziheo could say anything else, they had arrived at the venue of the press conference. He was fuming with anger. "You don't appreciate goodwill. They got out of the car and quietly walked into the venue. As they were early, the press wasn't there yet. Hence, Xiao Lian and Shen Zihao went backstage to take a short break. While using the washroom, Xiao Lian was fortunate enough to run into who else but Zhang Chunhua. When the woman saw Xiao Lian, she raised an eyebrow and sneered. "Forget Chuan, you actually dare show up here?" Xiao Lian twitched her mouth and replied, "Why wouldn't I dare to? Even if Shen Liangchuan replied to you on Weibo, it doesn't change the fact that you're a mistress. You think that you'll get sympathy by coming here and acting pitiful? Let me tell you, you're done for." A male celebrity cheating and having an affair is something that people will forget in a few years. But it's different for a woman. It's swarming with reporters here today, and you dare to make an appearance. I think you must be crazy. What you really need to do now is to plead on Weibo and ask everyone for their forgiveness. Perhaps then you might get a little sympathy. You've been seriously stupid to openly provoke Mrs. Shun so much.